And everybody. We'll be starting the show in a little bit. Just about a minute.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep talks. Pep talks. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung flu. I'm literally coming. Pep talks. Pep talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Friday edition of High on Politics. Hope you guys are ready for some fun. I was able to take the day off yesterday. Was actually planning on streaming, but yes, my family situation has kind of that made that almost impossible. But I was able to take care of some stuff. We were able to plan a memorial for my cousin. Do a nice little, talk through where we had some pleasant memories, and it was just overall needed, good time. So, yeah, I really appreciate all the well wishes, guys. Thank you for just being here for that, because I kind of broke it down with my family that the way that it happened, where I was on stream, got a call from my dad. They didn't know that, which confirmation that my family doesn't watch me, which cool. But yeah, it was kind of interesting to break that down for them, and also just in general kind of go through everything that I have been kind of feeling the last week. Actually, as you can see here, Mr. Stanley is behind me. Stan is also, we're figuring out his whole thing. If you guys were not here for the duration of this week, my dog unfortunately got diagnosed with thyroid cancer. I am getting a second opinion. I don't even know who to thank on this one, but somebody recommended that I should do that. And you know what? After discussing it with a few people, I think that you guys, whoever that was right. I'm going to be doing that this weekend. So, yeah, hope for the best, but I hope you guys are ready to cover some news that I missed yesterday. I picked a hell of a day to miss, too. I really did. This Melania Trump stuff, it was kind of like the breath of fresh air that we needed in the news. That's how fucked up everything is, really. When you break it down, you're just like, oh, yes, Melania being... I don't even know. I don't even know what to say. Because I was about to say, she's implicated more? Who knows? Nobody was asking about this. This is so fucking funny. So my theory is that something bad's coming out, and she got ahead of this. This was a classic. You found out through some source, or whether it was the actual person that's about to drop it. I have a feeling that they got told about this, and Melania was just like, I have to get in front of this, otherwise I don't want to go down with the ship. I have learned that tying myself to my husband, probably not great idea. Every time that she speaks, I also start to see a bunch of Americans all of a sudden kind of recoil, like, oh yeah, she's a foreigner. You can always count on some of the worst parts about Maga to shine through on Maga. Speaking of that, we also have the hilarity that happened on Truth Social Can't do it on, X or Twitter like a normal person. God, I miss the good old days where it was just Twitter. I really do. And I mean, just like, that's all we had to listen to. Like all these competing sites, all that bullshit. I really do. Like, we had a golden age there. But yeah, for him to go out in truth, not just about Tucker Carlson, but he included Candace. Like, he included almost the entire, like, top echelon of MAGA podcasters, which, that was crazy. I was like, what the fuck? Especially to kind of cap it off with Alex Jones. So, you know who was missing, though? Joe Rogan. And people are theorizing that Joe Rogan was actually the one that kind of started this. So, yeah, we'll see what is going to come from this. And also, we'll just I did this purposefully, where I didn't watch any of like the videos or any of this shit except to just get it loaded for this show, where I was just like, we're gonna go into the live reacts, and you guys are enjoying with me. So we also have some more deep dive stuff actually from the Tucker Carlson fallout, because Tucker Carlson didn't take this one laying down. I hate to give him any credit, but it is kind of funny to see. Let's see what else we got. Oh yes, he attacks right-wing media figures outside of Tucker Carlson too, just in general. He's going after Fox News for not being loyal enough. It's just, I don't know, man. I kind of feel like he's going crazy. And I know this is the bitch about being like a lefty, podcaster or whatever. Is the fact that most people just expect me to say this shit, which, okay, cool. But for real, though, I don't know. If I'm going to just, like, try to be as fair as possible, it is, like, even trying to be that, I can't just ignore the fact that this dude is losing his fucking mind. So, yeah, we're going to go through that. Also, I just realized that my chat is locked up again. I have no idea what the hell is going on. So, if I miss your chats today, just know that there is some stuff going on as far as like the YouTube connection. So I will try my best. Actually, you know what? Here, let's just do this. Just make it easy. I'll just actually load up the stream. Here we go. Cool. All right, cool. Paranoid dementia. I mean, so I've mentioned that I have a family member that has paranoid dementia. Like, she is going through it. I think I told the story that when they first broke the news about Samantha Guthrie's mom, who they still haven't found, by the way, that when that happened, this family member started losing her mind. Like, she barricaded herself in her apartment because she thought that somebody was coming for her, which trust me, dude, I'm trying to be nice here, but it's like, we barely want to deal with you. Trust me, nobody wants you. Like, I'm not trying to be that, but it's true. It's very, very true. So it's just kind of odd to just be like, oh, yeah, totally. And you got to kind of, you can't just say shit like that. I could say it here, but it's fucking crazy. So, yeah, I kind of recognize the, what's going on with Donald Trump, and that he actually might have like paranoid dementia. And this is what sucks about like the Midas Touch Network and just everybody that has been saying that he's been dying pretty much every day, is it does kind of turn into like the boy who cried wolf thing. I know I've said this over and over. I'm even getting sick of hearing myself say it, but it is what it is. And that's why I kind of just, save it for the times where somebody like Alex Jones comes out and says, yeah, you know what? He's got some thick ankles. Thick ankles mean heart failure. It's just like, oh, shit. Tinkerbell, what's up? Horizontal gang, where are you at? Oh my god, I just realized that's what's going on. Here we go. Sorry. I think that, yeah, my creator studio. Oh, it did some weird stuff today. Huh, that's weird, because you just informed me that this actually went up. So, I wasn't entirely sure that my horizontal stream was going to work today, because, yeah, I kind of got a notification about that where I was like, oh, shit. Not sure how much longer this is gonna be able to be a thing with the dual stream. We'll see. According to YouTube, they are gonna start cracking down on dual outputs as far as people with 2 streams going. So, hello, I'm the god who created schizophrenia. What? Yo, you got some schizo posting going on there. I can't even what are you talking about? I mean, welcome to the show, but okay. Look up the story about Amanda ungrounded in Melania. Oh, hey, look at that. Appreciate the follow. That's cool. I really do appreciate that. Also, if you guys do want to check out my Twitch, you know what? Helps me out, and there's a reason. There's an actual reason. So tomorrow is kind of my plan if I have enough time, because full disclosure, it is Uni's birthday. So yeah, if I have enough time, I would like to jump on for an hour and just do something kind of fun. But what kind of cancer are y'all fighting? My wife, I have to give her all the credit. I'm just a caretaker in this. My wife has colorectal cancer. She has just surgery left, but I should probably give you guys a little bit of an update. She wasn't doing well this at the end of the week here. She actually just all week here. She really is not doing well. Just as far as her stomach cannot regulate, so it sucks. And she even she just started crying about it, where she was just like, "This sucks. I just don't want to feel nauseous and just feel like this all the fucking time." It's just so. But she is on the mend. She's actually at a doctor's appointment right now with her mom. So at some point during stream, I am going to have to pop up and check in, see how everything went. But thank you guys. Yes, happy birthday. Make sure that we can hear. Let's see. You know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna screen cap it so she can see this. There you go. Stinky Pete's mother has breast cancer. She's having mastectomy next month. That sucks. Yeah, my buddy actually just lost his mom to retinal cancer. I didn't even know that was a thing, to be completely real with y'all. I didn't think, I thought detached retinal, a detached retina or something like that. But yeah. Is it the wife's birthday? This weekend it is her birthday. So, yeah, we're going to be celebrating, and hopefully she'll be able to take it in. But it sucks because, again, when you're feeling nauseous, you're not exactly feeling the most social. So it's okay though. We're going at her pace. That's just the bottom line, because Uni Moogle said so. I have no idea what you're talking about with the Stinky Pete bullshit, dude. What are you doing? I'm not in the mood for dealing with weirdness right now. I'm actually kind of I've had a really bad week. I usually am not like this, but just stop. Whatever you're doing here, I don't care. Me old, you read. No, what the fuck, dude? Okay. This is weird. Oh, wait a minute. You're a Banivator, aren't you? You've been here before. Okay. Well. Come on, man. No. I'm telling you not to be a dick. Twitch, dude. Twitch shenanigans. We haven't had any of that shit for a while. Did you catch out? Did you catch how I said shenanigans? Really couldn't even get that out. Very true. Still happy birthday. Thank you. I know that she's gonna really. She always appreciates that kind of stuff. One of my favorite things that my dad does, where he thinks he's funny, where he'll we'll be out to dinner and he'll be like, "It's her birthday." Yeah, my wife was one of the first people to ever play along. That, I think, right there is where they clicked. Whereas I remember my dad just being like, "This is the one there, kiddo." Yeah, good times. Pep Connery. Yeah, what up, Isaac? How's it going, dude? Hope you had a good Thursday, and also I hope you guys are having a good Friday, ready to tackle the fucking weekend. I've always hated that shit where it's just like, hey, it's the weekend, but you know what? It is the weekend. So, I don't care. The thing is, I don't care. If I'm not here to babysit your mental illness, okay? Go find another stream for that shit. God, you remember the days where I used to like actually do that? Like I remember when I had some bad faith actors come in here and try to like pull that shit where they're just like, oh, technically I'm schizophrenic, blah 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 blah. Yeah, okay. I don't care. I don't care. This guy, like, dude. Oh, okay. Thank you for subscribing at tier 1. I always love the guys. Like, thank you for the contribution. I do appreciate that. But you have to understand that your signal of love, yeah, dude. Just shut up. Like, you're also spamming. Like, right off the bat, you're just spamming. Like, I don't want to have to hide you, but that's the next move here. So if you want to chill here, you want to do this shit, fine. But also, calm the fuck down, motherfucker. Jesus. Anyway, yeah, guys, I got to deal with this over on Twitch today. Isn't that fun? All right, back to the people that are behaving today. Fucking YouTube for once. Holy shit. Holy shit. Vertical stream not popping off. Like, man, not used to that. But yeah, we have 420 also about to happen. You guys get your apparatuses ready. It's Saturday here. Yay! Is there a Twitch mod in the house? No, there's not. Actually, yeah. No, there is. Anyway, welcome to the show, though. I didn't do that properly. Yeah, welcome to the show, everybody. If you are new here, I'm Pep. Nice to meet you. If you are returning viewers, I always appreciate you guys being here and also contributing to the community. I love this fucking community. I hope you guys understand how much I really do appreciate y'all and just love doing this show. And I hope that shows through. Alrighty. Bubble. Yeah, see, that's the thing. I was kind of like debating like going into a story or something, but dude, we got 3 minutes. 3 minutes. 3 minutes of playtime. Quite literally. Now we just get to chill for 3 minutes until we get to do this. There, tier 3. Thank you. Listen, man. I appreciate it, but yeah, I don't like what's happening here. So we love the show. Hope your wife is doing okay. She's going through it, guys. But yeah, she appreciates all the good vibes, just in general. Even if you like, I have been very open about me not necessarily believing in God, not necessarily. I just don't. But if you do, I will take the good vibes, the prayers, and all of it, man. Not a band evader, schizophrenia, demons, make delete account. So you deleted an account and then you came back? Okay, well, either way. Either way, my Twitch is the one that's just like, I don't know about this, but hey, man, just chill out, please. As I said, I'm not here to handhold. If you're going through something, then just know that I do sympathize, but yeah, just fucking chill out. I look forward to seeing the regulars. Love you guys. Hey, see now that right there. When I know that you guys like, when I have my my welcome screen on, if you guys have like a little place to kind of congregate, that makes me happy. I mean, obviously, I hope that it's personality based. I hope you guys are here to watch me, but also, you know, if you guys are here for the community, I do not begrudge. I'm looking at Twitch chat. That's a weird chatter there. I mean, it is. It's not normal. That's for sure. And that's saying something because yes, yes, my chats are usually a little, I don't know, spicy. Have been lately too. Oh, actually, you know what? No, I gotta walk that back. It hasn't been as spicy lately because I don't know what happened. I'm not sure if they did a bot purge or some shit, but man, I have been getting a lot less of the swatting as far as just bots and just a whole bunch of alt-right accounts coming into my show. But whatever. You guys know that I'm also okay with that. I'm not one of these people that can just get trolled by the fact that you say MAGA 2028 or whatever the fuck. But, I have no idea what you're talking about, man. And I'm not going to talk about conspiracy shit outside of Melania Trump or any of that, so. Hello, every pony. Well, that means when I see that mistype, which has now become a fun little thing that you do, I do appreciate that. Hey, you know what? I know what time it is. So it's my local 420. Welcome to the 420. You want to be rich? No, I don't want to be rich. I would like to have enough money to do this and only this and not have to worry about, the supplementals. No, the thing that I've been seeing, though, is just, when people start buying dumb shit, that's when it's like, oh, you've got too much. There it is. Especially when it's just like the constant wasting of it. But, yeah, I'm not going to be doing that whole thing. What do you mean, heat warnings? What? Condition is not an excuse for your actions. Your actions can still have consequences. Oh, I mean, again, your consequences are just going to be silenced on chat. Not that hard. But, whoa. Hold on, guys. I just had a power surge. Give me a sec. Yeah, you guys saw that, right? Well, it didn't affect my internet. Good. Okay. That is always when I'm a little concerned. It's like, oh, shit. A power surge. Great. Is my internet still on? Usually my computer and all this won't even, you won't notice it, but... yeah, they're becoming more prevalent, too. So. But either way, welcome to the show, folks. Gonna be talking some of the news coming up here. Hope you guys are ready for some fun takes on it. Also, we do have some fun stuff for the back end of the show that, oddly enough, I'm gonna be able to kind of segue into organically. That's the one cool part about today's show, is it's Segue City. I'm gonna be able to just kind of ride right into the the next story. Get it? Ride, because it's a segue. Ha boo. Twitch is half a second ahead of YouTube. Interesting. That makes sense. Some of us work very, very hard to filter ourselves when speaking and typing, so our conditions do not come across in a way that we don't intend. Actually, Sylvie's trying to help you here, man. So, just know that she's not coming from a bad place. She's speaking not just truth, she's speaking fire here. So, Todd, what up, man? My friend is a CRNA that makes over 400K and doesn't have a dime to her name. Just pure gluttony. Yeah. Well, okay, so 400,000. I'm trying to fathom what the fuck they just spend on stupid shit, right? And it's just they buy stupid shit. I just ooh. Oh. Yeah. Whatever. Why do you mock the son of a shepherd? I don't know. Because oh no, did he find All right. Just so you guys know, mods, be aware. I'm not saying you don't work hard at it. I'm just saying when somebody tells you to chill, don't use your condition as an excuse. Oh yeah. I got a special like hatred for that kind of shit. I really do. But yo, what up, James? Trump is a traitor. I mean, he ain't doing well. Dude, for real. The fact that like maybe it's because I watched the premiere of The Boys, the 2 episodes, which they're fire. God, The Boys is going out with a bang, and I'm happy about this. Which, that could be, I don't know. Like, the way that the season is setting up, that could be literal. But, yeah, maybe it's because I've been watching that and recognizing Homelander is Trump, and the way that the writers just go so hard at it, where it's like, oh yeah, dude, you might be powerful, but you're still a weak you're weak, you're pathetic. You have, like, you, again, have this power, but you don't even use it right. Like, nobody likes you. Nobody actually feels safe. Nobody, only the dumbest people, and this is my favorite part, the people that still love him, he hates you. He genuinely hates you. He hates how stupid you are. He thinks that you really are, like, the biggest marks, and he has zero respect for you. He wishes that, like, liberals and smart people liked him, because he fancies himself being one of them. But every once in a while, he starts kind of getting that vibe where he's just like, maybe I am stupid. That'd be funny, but Maga, has your life gotten any better since Trump took office this term? I mean, I know some people that would say yes, but it's only because they are in that tax bracket that, they're making, like, they got significant tax cuts, and their businesses were able to take some tax cuts, which, yeah, totally, totally great when it's just those few people. It's almost like it's not a perfect allegory for why Trump's economy is not working. But this is also where a lot of people have to understand that they're at a point. Like, do you understand that if you are in a household that makes over 100,000 right now, that you could still be struggling, and a lot of people do not want to admit that. Just plain and simple. I mean, dude, the cost of living is so fucking ridiculous now. I mean, my power bill, like, this is actually starting to cost money. Like, I have kind of had to start thinking about this. Because, yeah, fucking power bills have just gone through the fucking roof. And it is really turning into that, okay, so I've unplugged all my systems, like, even, like, I'm toying with not having the TV on behind me anymore, because that has added a little bit, which I'm sure that definitely does contribute, but it just sucks. It sucks so much that things have they skyrocketed so high so quickly. Inflation is at 3.8% today. That's crazy. Do you understand that that's a point, like, one full point, and that's 1.1 points over what we were at in, I think it was, like, late January, when Trump had made an announcement about, like, the housing thing and all that. Like, he was making what I would call the right moves, because the market was so excited. That's what pushed it to 50K, like the 50,000. The Dow was at 50,000. Not so much anymore. Trump's a brilliant president, and some people just aren't smart enough to see it. Or you somehow are, like, the only one standing up for this guy. And maybe, just maybe, it's because you either have something tied to it, or you're not even a real fucking person. Like, that's what I've started coming to terms with, too, is, like, online discourse about Trump is... it has to be fake. It's the same way that he came out and was just like, I have 100%. CNN says I have 100% of MAGA. It's like, But just objective reality does not say that. Like, we have people that are just coming out saying, like, yeah, my family has stopped, like, supporting the guy. So at what point At what point does that number even drop by 1 point? But I don't know. The fact that whenever I see a 100% support in any regard, I don't even care if they're your supporters. That's fucked up. Like, that's actually like Russian kind of fucked up, but even Putin is this, Jesus Christ, you couldn't even make it 99.8%. What are you doing? Why would you? There's always room for error margin. What are you doing? Like, seriously. What up, some dumb beats, by the way? How you doing? I don't even know what you're typing. Maga makes us more political. Yeah. I mean, it definitely has. I mean, I don't know about that, though. I have to be real. Because, again, yesterday, it happens. This is what happens when I take a day off or I talk to people that aren't into this shit. So I was talking to one of my family members, right? And our politics kind of, like, for the most part align, but she's not really into it. You know what I mean? Like, she does not follow it religiously like I do. She might get maybe 1 or 2 fucking, like, Facebook updates throughout the day. But she kind of started telling me how, you know, in her friend circle, because she lives in a super conservative area, that she's just noticed that people will not talk about politics at all right now. And she said that because, like, she's kind of had to find a way to kind of, you know, it's like speaking in code. So she understands the code where it's just like, so that's code for Trump is not doing well, and they are personally not doing well because of decisions he made. And I'm like, oh, that makes sense. I'm just wondering, are they registering as independents now? Like, I don't know. Again, maybe I'm just harping on this 100% poll too much, but that was wild, and I still can't believe he got away with that. Which, he gets away with a lot of shit, but that was one that was just so blatant where even CNN should have just been like, yeah, you know, there's definitely a problem here in the way that this data was collected, because this doesn't make any fucking sense. But, you know, Harry, we've established this, not Henry. Harry Enton, you know, he's got to do the thing. And on top of it, because they're still not sure if they're going to get bought out by Ellison or not, which haven't heard dick about that. By the way, the reason that you haven't heard dick about that is because guess who stepped in? The board. Yeah. You know those people that, like, in a public company, like, they have to, like, get these approvals and stuff, and yeah, it turns out that they don't see it as a good long-term investment as far as buying HBO and Warner Brothers, because they were just like, oh, we saw what you've done to Paramount, and we're losing money on this. You guys, it doesn't matter. You've already paid for this, but this is kind of crazy. So, yeah. Leave it to a bunch of, you know, rich fucks to be the ones to actually kind of make our media landscape normal in the way that, you know, antitrust used to be a thing. Like, God, I miss those days where we used to just have, you know, antitrust laws that we all kind of knew. But, yeah. Kind of crazy, folks. Just gonna say. The ones leaving MAGA aren't because of Trump's racism, bigotry, and xenophobia. Oh, no. No, it never... No, that's the reason that they liked him. Come on. Guys, this is not a time for me to just be like, oh, you know, they're leaving MAGA, so that automatically means that they're coming to our side. No, I don't expect that. And if they do, great. The thing is, I'm not going to condescend to them and make sure that they don't. So they constantly are in this fucking circle of, well, you know, the left really are intolerant dicks, blah, 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 blah. Now, does that mean, like, you know, take your guard down and letting them get away with, like, all their bullshit? No. You know, there's a fine line. this just blanket, like, there's no room for them. I'm like, that's not true. That's not true. Especially if you can convince them based on actual merits of policy, you know, that's a true way to, like, kind of shift the people away from personality politic. Because that's what our biggest problem is right now, is the fact that we have too many personalities that we don't, like, you know they're shitty, you know they're liars, but somehow, some way, they still have a lot of support. Look at Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom's a really good example of that. Nobody really likes him. Except for maybe your mom, or, like, some weird liberal, like, older liberals like that. But even with that, there's still a bunch of people that are just like, yeah, but he's not as bad. I'm like, it's not about being as bad. It's just admitting, like, oh, God. Like, can we ever just... All right, how do I put this? Because we all know he's a piece of shit, right? But he's not like an endearing piece of shit. That's the difference between him and Trump. Trump is somehow like an endearing piece of shit, where, like, he gets people to laugh, and, like, he's got Riz. He's got Riz. And I hate to say it, but he does. Like, there's no denying that. And that's what, like, we are missing on our end. It's a little bit of the Riz. Your favorite Maga is here. How's it going, Pep? Hey, Televani Mage. How's it going? I miss the good old days when I had no idea. Well, I mean, that was, yeah, exactly. That was also real. I mean, when I was in high school, I barely cared. Like, I really did. Until Bush's administration came for us. Which, guys, we're right back at that. I thought about this with the new draft rules that are coming up. Come December, people are going to be freaking out again. Because the TikTok generation doesn't understand that this draft is a very real thing, and it's 18 to 25 years old first. Which I saw a bunch of scaremongering going on where they were just like, oh, but they just raised the age. It's 42. It's 42. It's like, no, not for mandatory conscription. They raised the age to 42 for people that can enlist. But did you ever get your Bush check? I did. I got my Bush check. I bought a Z with it. I remember exactly what I did. Yeah, I called my dude. I was just like, yo, dude, we gotta meet up. And we did. I got me, I even remember the strain. I got some train wreck. OG train wreck, man. That was fire. But that is, ladies and gentlemen, how you should. That's how you should spend a stimmy. Yeah, OZ. 28 G's. That kind of stuff. You know what I'm talking about? Oh, yeah. A zip, yeah. Well, yeah, we called them OZs or Z's, Ozers. Zips. I didn't use zip as much. Oh, maybe I did. No, because I used to, like, say, yo, can I get a zip? Yeah. The good old days. But yes, why'd you ask? Yeah, train wreck. See, that's how you know. That's how you know that was a little bit ago, because you're just like, oh, train wreck? Oh, shit. There's a few of those. There's some ones that just straight up disappeared. Younger guy here, Bush was president when I was in pre-K. What's a Bush check? Oh, Matt. So we got a stimmy from Bush. It was like $300. Every American, because I don't know, like, there was something going on in the economy at that point. I don't even remember. I don't remember that shit. I just remember getting the check and just be like, all right. Doesn't make me, like, all of a sudden, rah, rah, Afghanistan, rah, rah, Iraq, But no, back to my point. This is where I will say, it kind of hit me. Like, where I was like, oh, shit. Like, TikTok generation's about to have a fucking rude awakening to this. 18 to 25. Now, think of 18 to 25-year-olds now. And just, like, would you call them, the best generation to kind of handle that. I wouldn't, but who knows? I could be wrong. Maybe the incentive was that they just needed to be able to film themselves doing everything. But so you would pay, I would pay more than that, actually. I used to pay like $360 to $380. That was bad, man. It's kind of funny too when I think about like now, and I'm just like, oh, huh. Yeah, that was part of my budget. Also explains why I always so poor, but you know, economics and all. Also, I had ways to get around it, if you know what I'm saying. If you know what I'm saying, know what I'm saying? Hey. Anyway. Yeah, conservatives did their fiscal nonsense. The thing is, this is where I think that dude kind of spoke truth, where I miss the days where we didn't know why that was happening. That we didn't really care because we didn't see it as affecting our day-to-day lives. Like, somehow, this is what pisses me off even more, is that we're so engaged daily to this stuff. But somehow they're pulling the same fucking scams on us, and we're just like, meh, whatever. You know? Enough people don't care. And that's also where I was kind of going, with talking to my family member. I kind of got reminded where I'm just like, oh, God, you don't know shit about shit. Like, legit. They know nothing about what's going on in the world. They're just like, yeah, gas got really fucking expensive. I'm like, yes, it did. Which did get in a little bit of an argument about, you know, they got this memorial thing happening, right? And it's in another state. And I'm just like, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to make that, especially with gas being the prices that it is. And they're like, oh, what about a plane ticket? I'm like, plane tickets are fucking insane right now. Like, no, it's getting so much worse. And then they were just like, oh my God, now you're just going to go on your podcast and blame Trump. I'm just like, yes, I am, because it's his fucking fault. Like, that told me everything I needed to know about, like, what they think about this. But, like I was saying, they don't even follow this. All they know is just, oh, you hate Trump. But, whatever. John Smith, this guy's got a real account for sure, John Smith. Maga 2028. Dude, Maga ain't even gonna make it to 2028. Not even just fucking Trump at this point. Fucking Mac Attack, you know, Mac Attack alert. But for real, Maga as a whole, there's a reason that he has 100% fucking approval with Maga, is because a lot of people just don't identify as Maga anymore. But I also just don't believe that at all. Random Asian. They stink worse than anything. Oh, okay. Wait, you think curry stinks? Oh, that tells me that you don't actually know how to cook. Or, like, you don't like anything that's good. Oh. You're one of those fruits. I can't stand those types of assholes. And sorry, when I say fruits, I don't mean in the way that, most people do. Actually, that was more of a slip-up, I'll just admit. Because for real, if you don't like flavor, and you don't like, you know, the smell of spice being, you know, I don't get you. Like, I don't get anybody like that. Wow, dude. Cool. Hey, racism. That's fun. This guy, that's how that works. Man, what happened? What happened, guys? Something's going on. Fucking A. Oops, they're getting closer to Earth. By the way, guys, here. So, yeah, I'll keep this on for now. We're gonna watch their approach, because it is interesting. Lebanese food is crazy good. Sounds like a mayo and chicken kind of person. Exactly. See, I don't mind some mayo and chicken. Like, I don't mind some shredded rotisserie chicken with just some fucking white bread and mayo. Like, look at my complexion. You think that I'm going to complain about that? But even that I have to, like, take some black pepper to, you know, like, get a little bit of flavor. Fuck. Although I am also that, I'm that friend now that, like, if I get something, it's too spicy for the other people in my life. So that kind of sucks. Actually, can we just talk about that for a second? Doesn't that, like, if you're the same way, doesn't that suck? When you guys, like, go out somewhere or you're making some food and they're just, like, the person says, yeah, I like spicy food. And then you give it to them and they're just like, that's too spicy. It's just like, oh my God, come on. You guys are making me hungry. I just had some fried rice, some sauteed zucchini, and, well, this is actually oh my God. What's the fucking word? A stir fry. I made a stir fry. It was good. I'm pretty happy with it. But again, flavor. It had some flavor. And, yeah, I made some steaks for my wife the other night. Same thing, where she was just like, these are too hot. I'm like, oh, no. Because she never had that problem before. But they did say that this could happen, you know, with the whole treatment thing, that all of a sudden, things that you used to love, you can't handle them as much. The worst thing that she said, though, was that, like, it has, like, a metallic taste to it. I was just like, no! Oh, man. I hope that passes, because, yeah. It seems every girl I've dated has been the most picky eater. So frustrating. Oh, God. That's a red flag right there for me. Picky eating. Oh, God. Actually, you know what? I think that now that I'm, like, closer to 40, if I was dating, that would actually be my test, where I would just be like, what do you want? And if they answered and said, I have a taste for this, can we get that? I would be like, I think that we've already got a second date lined up. You know? But if you get that, I don't know, I don't want to make the decision. It's just like, I'm out. Because I know where that leads. I know exactly where that leads. That leads to the, I'm hungry. Okay, so what do you want? I don't know. Okay, do you have a taste for anything? Not specific. Okay. Burger? No, I don't want burgers. Okay. Tacos? No, I'm not in the mood for tacos. Okay. Chinese food? No, I don't know. Definitely not Chinese food. What's wrong with you? It's like, can you guys see that I've dealt with this before? Etch coming in with the fucking left, or like with the swerve. Fucking no, I didn't even think about that. A buffet. We don't really have buffets. Like, we have a Chinese buffet, but we don't have like buffet. Like, we don't have Golden Corrals. Like, I know that y'all like got some of them. We had one in like the suburbs of Chicago. I don't think it did well. Yeah, most of the buffets that I think that we have. Man, I miss like an OCB, the old country buffet. I miss it. Yeah, bring back OCB. But if they did, people still wouldn't go because, you know, people would be lazy assholes. But man, a buffet is it's so good. Love me a good buffet. But at the same time, also hate me a good buffet sometimes because, yeah, every once in a while you just see that sneeze guard and how it just, like, you know, isn't catching them sneezes. And then you're seeing somebody that is definitely, you know, producing said sneezes. Dude, I watched this one lady, like, no bullshit. I forgot, where I was. I think it was Golden Corral, funny enough. So I'm looking at the sneeze guard and I'm doing my thing where I'm like, okay, this is fine. And I'm also very, like, I'm aware. So if there's like a new tray brought out, I want to be one of the first ones there because, yeah, you ain't going to get any of that cross-contamination bullshit. I watched this fucking lady fucking do one of, like, the wipe her snot then grab the tongs, I was like, get the fuck out of here. And I actually got mad at her. I was just like, no, this is the reason I fucking hate buffet. Like, I hate going to a buffet, is people like you fucking disgusting troglodyte. It's a troglodyte. I like chocolate. No, dude. One of the worst ones that I ever saw was I was at the grocery store. This was like right around the time that it was like post-COVID. And we're doing our shopping. And I remember it was because like a lot of people were still masked. And I watched this guy, obviously no mask. This is disgusting. Like, be prepared, guys. I'm actually giving a content warning. This is disgusting. This guy walks up, fucking hand fully down his fucking pants, backside. Then I watch him not only do the sniff and tell. This is why I'm convinced that he actually has like a social like a problem, because then this motherfucker starts picking up produce, and I'm like, what the hell? No, that's disgusting. Then he outdoes himself. They have these little fucking like rotisserie chicken things, right? So then he opens the bag, which and then he just like pulls out he rips like a piece of the leg off, and it's just like stringy, and he's eating it with that hand. I was like, I don't want to be here anymore. I don't want to do this anymore. I let the manager know. Obviously, they got involved, and dude, I felt like a narc. I felt like a narc though, because I was just like, oh man, usually I would not even get this involved, but that's fucked. That's genuinely fucked up. Like, what are we doing? Watching you fucking use your ass like a slip and slide for your hand, and then just be like, yeah, that's the right scent for me to continue doing any of that. Like, what in the actual fuck? Like, that is a social disorder. That is not cool. And the way that he reacted, he got indignant, man. Just, how dare you question his methods? And then he didn't have to pay for the chicken. I was happy about that, because he was also one of those assholes that's just walking through a fucking grocery store, just picking up shit, eating it, yeah, that was not good. That was not good. But honestly, I'm telling you guys this story because I think that this is more of a PSA, where it's nah, guys, you guys do have to watch your watch what you're buying, okay? Hard to spot on vertical. Hey, yeah. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah. Yeah, the chat is weird on vertical, and also how I have it kind of down here. Yeah, apologies for that. But I do know that if you're on a PC, that if you click it, it'll put the chat over kind of to the right. So that helps. But I also do have my horizontal stream up, even though I gotta be real, guys. It almost takes more bandwidth to do it than, I don't know. I just feel like if I have people that want to watch my show in horizontal mode, I do still have it on Twitch, so I'm figuring it out. But watching Artemis, yes, I am watching Artemis approach the Earth. Actually, you know what, let's do this. I had this lined up. So this is the live shot of Artemis, but let's get a detailed breakdown of what's going to happen as they approach.
As Orion comes back into Earth's atmospheres, there may be no other part of this that is more important than the heat shield on the bottom.
So this is also if you're kind of a space nerd and you've been paying attention to this,
of the space.
It's not great.
Space capsule here. Why is that so important? Because this is coming in at,
I don't understand how we haven't perfected this.
25,000 miles per hour. That means there's going to be a tremendous buildup of heat on the bottom of the...
All right, anybody else watch Gundam here? This is the difference between using Gundanium alloy, which, again...
Craft about 5,000 degrees, half the temperature of the surface of the sun. Now,
and then having just, normal metals on your Xeon
Now,
mech.
this is an ablative shield. What does that mean? That means it is supposed to erode off against all of that intense heat. But in the Artemis 1 mission, one of the things they noticed was that it was not eroding so evenly. That's it right over there. And that raised some safety concerns. So what they did was reconfigure
switched to horizontal.
the exact
Nice.
way that they're going to bring this back, thinking that that might avoid that problem
awesome. What
again,
up,
or at
Mini-
least
Mini
mitigate it
Doctors? Thank you
and
for being here.
allow the craft to slow
Ghost Dog,
down,
what up?
slowly
Josh,
pop
good to
its
see ya.
11 different
Etch.
parachutes.
I think I said
and
woot, but
doing
what
so,
up?
get to a speed where it
Natch,
can safely
and,
splash down in the
Bold
ocean
as a Lion,
with the
Game
4
Genie.
astronauts aboard.
In nearly 24 hours. It will
if I'm
take
missing
on
anybody,
extreme
just
heat
shout
as
out
it
and I
travels
will
up to
give you guys a little bit of a
25,000
shout
miles
out.
per hour. Their safe
You got
return
Artemis on your
largely
TV?
depends on the
Nice.
heat shield located at the bottom of the spacecraft. The concern? The heat shield has a flaw, and NASA is aware.
Yeah, and you still went forward with the mission anyway, which is insane.
Identically designed heat shield on the 2022
Why? Why? This is something that if this happened in the old space program, they would have scrubbed the mission and just been like, "Hey, we're not doing a full abort. We will do this next year, but we're going to give ourselves a year of R&D to kind of work on this. This isn't a space race unless we're in a space race that we don't know about, which that's worrying. Like, I don't know. Why all of a sudden do we need to be there?
uncrewed test. Flight called Artemis 1 returned damaged.
Xeon did nothing wrong aside from adopt their aesthetics.
Pockmarked with divots and cracks, but NASA is confident it has
Also,
the problem under
I don't know. I think the Earth Fed they weren't asking for it. You do understand that, like, in the context of Gundam, the outside colonies didn't even speak for, like, what they called the inner colonies and, like, the lunar colonies.
control. We start off with CNN's Ed
Dude, Gundam is a great show, by the way. If you guys are into, like, political drama and intrigue, that's Gundam. Like, my favorite quote from, I keep forgetting his name, but the guy who created Gundam, they asked, they're like, did you want to make a giant robot show? And just like, did you incorporate just real life events? He's like, no, I wanted to make a political drama, but they told me that wouldn't sell, so I needed to like make this into something like that. What up, dude? Thank you for the 6 month being a member for 6 months. What up? Complimentary treat for Stan. 6 months. Hell yeah, he will be very happy about that.
Live at Johnson Space Center in Houston.
Is Gundam like Transformer anime? I mean, okay, so I'd be like Gundam Wing is literally it's a transforming robot. But no, Gundam is like, if you just watch Gundam, I think it's 78. But the one, it's the original Gundam series. You can watch all of it wrapped up into 3 movies. It cuts out all the filler, and you trust me, you don't really need it. The movies are fine, but yeah, no, it's literally about how the Earth Federation is, I don't want to say like they're trying to practice like Earth superiority or anything like that. But they do kind of have a little bit of like a, they have a power trip essentially where they start holding back a whole bunch of very important ore for the space colonies, and they start imposing taxes. And the very far out space colonies they keep like feeling like their independence is getting stripped, even though they're the ones doing the hard work and going even farther out to, for mankind doing the explorations. So what they do is they decide to go full fucking war with Earth, and they're just like, you know what? No, like spaceoids is what they call themselves, are superior to Earthnoids or Earthlings. Because, they are raised in different gravitational pull, blah, blah, blah. Long story short, Xeon is essentially the space Nazis, and then Earth Federation is kind of an allegory for not even just America, but for like the Allied forces. And yeah, it's really intense. And the thing is, it's very Game of Thronesy, where you guys will fall in love with the character, and it might have been a little too soon on that.
Is located. And Ed, just walk people through
one of the main takeaways from Gundam is that war is hell, and that nobody's safe.
What's NASA expecting as we kind of head into this final
Who are the
critical...
baddies? You actually, it's ambiguous. You don't know. You're actually, it is kind of like, I mean, here's a Zaku. I mean, look at him. The design kind of tells you that, yeah, he might be a bad guy. And here, actually, built and ready to go. Look at this. Yeah, you can tell by like the color scheme that they were trying to go with this, but the reason that they even used this color scheme is because to sell toys. So yeah, this is Earth Federation's version of this. This is how the Xeon Federation did so well in their wars, because these things are super easy to mass produce, whereas this, it takes years of R&D to even produce this one Gundam. So yeah, it's very interesting. I think that if you guys have not checked it out, I do recommend it. And even if you're not into anime, like you will likely vibe with it.
critical stage.
Well, we are 24 hours almost.
And the thing is, it carries over into other shows. So like, dare I say, it is almost like retelling the stories with like a little bit of like, you know, nuance, or like a different, not nuance, but like a different angle to things.
Almost 24 hours away from the Artemis 2 crew.
Weird shit in the world.
Returning back to
is,
Earth, and
yes.
obviously all of the teams here on the ground at Johnson
good name,
Space
Gundam.
Center. And you can see the view from the Orion capsule, the outside, looking back toward the moon as it continues to get smaller and smaller. That capsule gaining speed as it's coming toward the Earth's atmosphere.
I think it was actually developed as like a like to stop guns, so Gundam.
Here, take a live look inside the capsule, and you really get a sense of what the crew is really undergoing right now. And they are going
Artemis
through the
moved to a
final
different angle.
preparations, getting everything ready to get back into Earth's atmosphere in the coming day. Over the course of the next day, they'll reconfigure the inside of that cabin so that their seats and their suits are all on properly. But there is a great deal of concern about this heat shield.
It's crazy how you can see it approaching like very slow.
Heat shield experts led by a former astronaut who voiced concern about this, but NASA officials insist they've done all the analysis, they've done all the testing. The astronauts themselves have signed.
I hate to do this and stun lock on Gundam a little bit, but the heat shield thing, that's the difference. So like when they first released this, the Gundam, because it has this, it's able to re-enter by itself, whereas like a Zaku would need to go back to its ship and then do its re-entry.
Signed off on this plan before they launched, and they feel confident it will go well, but there are still nerves here at Johnson Space Center.
It's 13 minutes of things that have to go right, is the way I think about it. I have a whole checklist in my head that we're going through of all the things that have to happen. The forward bay cover has to come off. The drogues have to come out, the main chutes have to deploy, the reefing systems have to cut, and we have to get touchdown angle alignment correct, and then hit the water correctly.
It's impossible to say you don't have irrational
How's it going,
fears
biatch?
left. Right?
What's up, Trader?
But I would tell you, I don't have any rational fears about what's going to happen. We've done the work we need to, and we have full confidence in the team, the recovery team, the flight control team. Analysis and the
I'm
work
glad
we
you
did.
cleared that up.
Phil, if you take
Rick, the artist, collects Transformers.
Look at
I like Transformers.
the picture from Artemis 1 and what that heat shield looked like after it went
I got
through
an
the
Optimus
Earth's
Prime and a
atmosphere. You can
Soundwave back
see,
there.
just the strain and the test that these capsules are put under as they go through these extreme conditions. So this will be a very tense moment. 13 minutes. There will be 6 minutes, Phil, where that crew is in blackout. So
Yeah, because the problem that they're showing with these is this could, like, the second that something like this happens, you'll have like it's uneven, right? So if that catches too much heat, it'll just wear on that one spot, and it could just blow the entire capsule.
You can imagine the intensity in that mission control, and we know that family members will be in the viewing area behind mission control watching.
Still landing in the middle of the ocean.
This moment.
Well, I mean, that's what Musk's whole like thing with SpaceX was to get a rocket that could, essentially go up, do all this, and then have it meet while it's still there. Actually, yeah, here. So it does the thing where it's rocket, 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 and then it goes, pew. We have detachment. Pert. See you later, boys. They do the thing, on the moon in this case. And then, woo. Hello, hello. And then they do the thing where they catch it. And then they're just like, hello, we are back. And then they go psh, right on down. So there is no, like, re-entry drama.
Moment unfold, waiting to hear their voices.
But that's very, very difficult to do.
Come back on the communication.
Is that sciencey enough for you guys?
System once they come through the Earth's atmosphere.
Yeah,
so
Metroplex.
This is happening
Just a
little over 24 hours from now.
I want to bring in former NASA astronaut.
Holy crap, you're not fucking around. You got like the big boys.
Retired U.S. Air Force Colonel Terry Burns.
Metroplex
Terry,
is
really
huge.
Appreciate your time. NASA says the Artemis 2 reentry trajectory has been modified with the goal of avoiding the conditions that we've been talking about, the ones that caused Artemis 1's heat shield to crack. Despite that, do you have concerns about the unknown risks here related to the heat shield?
There's always a concern when you're landing, but I feel confident in this. I have a fellow astronaut, who was part of that investigation team. He dove into the details. He's a highly trained engineer. And he looked at it.
They're worth a lot of money sometimes.
On the first unmanned test a few years ago, the capsule came back at a very low angle and it kind of skipped off the atmosphere and it spent a long time in that high speed,
There's another thing that they're not telling us, and this is one of the scarier ones, but most people that understand, the Van Allen belt and just in general, like how space dust and crap in the upper atmosphere works. We got a lot of junk up there now that we didn't have up there in the 1960s. So that's also a huge part of this, where it's like they have to also make sure that they're entering in where there's no space junk, if you will.
heat period.
It's a lot.
And
guys.
what they're doing now is they're coming back steeper.
It's scary.
So it'll be a quicker descent into the Earth's atmosphere. The heating will actually get a little bit hotter, but it'll last for less amount of time. And they think that shorter time will be better for the heat shield. And then in the future, for future heat shields, they're going to redesign it. But, yeah,
kind of shocked that they just went forward with this. Like, again, guys, this wouldn't be such a big deal if this was an unmanned crew.
I'll tell a quick story. When I came back on the Soyuz, my crewmate, Scott Kelly, he had done it before. And the only time I had landed was on
Tranquility.
Space Shuttle. And he said, hey, you're going to think you're going to die.
Oh, yeah. What was the last space mission? One of the last spacewalks, they had a problem with this.
It's such a crazy ride, but don't
Where
worry, you're
literally
not.
just a teeny little microscopic piece of crap almost fucking took down the entire fucking space lab.
And I'm glad he told me that, because we were tumbling and it was such a crazy ride when we hit the atmosphere. And I remember thinking, I'm glad Scott told me that, or I would have thought. So these guys are in for quite an amazing return to Earth tomorrow, and I'm excited about it. It'll be great to hear their stories first person, as the whole world's been watching them in that small capsule for the last 10 days.
Approximately 129 million pieces of space debris in orbit right now.
Can I follow up?
Yeah, when they say space debris, they're also not differentiating between something that is like the size of a fingernail or, a satellite that's no longer in service.
On that, just because, there's so much, there are so many things that a normal person just can't understand about what folks like yourself have done. And
I love how people are just like, I don't give a fuck about the space stuff.
Very self-aware of that fact.
But if I'm talking about Melania Trump, I just sometimes, every once in a while, this is stuff that bugs me.
What is that like?
Yeah.
You feel like you're going to die. That seems a little stressful and intense. Try and explain that to people.
This interview was yesterday, yeah.
So there was a couple things. First of all, when the Soyuz comes back, the way the parachutes came out, it felt like the capsule was tumbling for several minutes. It tumbled a lot.
No wonder other intelligent life doesn't want to visit us.
Ridden in an Orion capsule. So these guys will literally be the first ones to say what it's like to experience that. But it was the amount of tumbling and the length of time that I was not in the space shuttle. It didn't tumble. It was kind of a gentle, smooth, 1.5 G reentry. The other thing about the Soyuz, when you're in space, you look back at Earth, you can see it moving, but it's
once
so
it gets
far
to
away,
this point, I mean, I can't imagine the chutes failing.
We were going 17,000 miles an hour. These guys will be going 25,000. It doesn't feel like you're going that fast because it's so far away. But as we came back in the Soyuz, we were at pretty close to Earth over Africa. And I looked out the window and I finally, for the first time, saw what 17,000 miles an hour looked at. So it was a sense
just
of
like,
tumbling in the capsule
You have this moment of internal
when the
panic, like,
drogue
no,
parachute started to come
no,
out,
stop.
and also looking out the window and going, man, we are moving really fast. I'm not sure if the Orion capsule will be in the right orientation that they'll be able to look out the window. But if they do, they're going to see what 25,000 miles an hour looks like, which will be pretty cool.
The heat, I mean, a lot of people, like almost half as hot as the sun.
That's crazy.
Do they feel that? Did
Yeah.
you feel that?
So on my first flight, I was the space shuttle pilot, and it was like the shuttle cockpit's like an airliner cockpit. So I had some big windows. So I actually took my glove off. As you're coming back, you see this orange and pink fireball.
That's not something I would do.
It was basically exploding
That's like a touch the stove moment where you're like, wow, that looks hot.
over the wind. It was like
That's
being
just-
in the
yeah,
club
just
with a
trust
strobe
that it
light going
is.
off inside the cockpit. It was nighttime.
Ooh.
It was very surreal. And so I actually put my finger up and felt the window. I was curious if I could feel this multi-thousand.
It must be
degree
wild
heat,
to
and
be
I
engulfed
couldn't.
in a ball of flame. Fuck yeah, dude. You're essentially a comet at that point.
Now there's not just one thin pane of glass. There's several panes of glass. But I actually took my hand, put it on the window, and I couldn't feel anything. So I don't know. The capsule might get warm inside.
That's
We'll see
crazy,
how that
dude.
is. I know the space shuttle
Would you go to space if you had a chance?
did not, and the Soyuz did not. So we'll see what their experience is like.
Yeah, no, I would. The big thing is I don't know. I would have to have a lot of motion sickness or anti-motion sickness stuff because I kind of get like that a little bit. So I actually learned that in one of those gyro things. Yeah. That was fun. One of my dad's favorite stories to tell is when I think I was like 5 or 6 years old. We were in Florida at the Kennedy Space Center, and they're just like, "Do you want to do the gyro? Because this is it does kind of give you the idea of what they go through floating in space." I'm like, "Sure." Yeah, I puked like all over. And again, my dad being my dad, he wasn't like, "Oh, kiddo, it's okay." Like my dad's sitting there laughing his ass off. I'm just like, because it wasn't just like it's not like a roller coaster puke either, where it's just like it goes one like behind you or whatever. Because this wasn't like you're moving all around. I had it all over me. I think I still have my shirt from the Kennedy Space Center from that visit because my dad had to buy me essentially all new clothes. That sucked. That sucked. I'm not even kidding, guys. That kind of made me like worried to puke in my dad's presence because I was just like, oh, my dad doesn't give a shit. Like he's gonna make fun of me about it. Then sure as shit, my sister, that same trip, we were at the airport. My sister was having like a mental breakdown because this was our first time flying alone. God, I had to be like 8 and she had to be like 5. No, that sounds about right because like he was just at that age where it was just like you shouldn't be freaking out like this, but it's a scary moment. We did it, she made it. But to get on the plane, she had a projectile vomit moment where like we were waiting in line and just it was nothing outside of her anxiety where she just wah, and my dad laughing his ass off because she didn't make it to the trash can. She did it right next to the trash can, and for some reason that tickled him. Yeah. Mind you, my dad's not a bad guy. Like I still love my pops. He's just that's my pops. Well, yeah, guys, if you're just joining us, we are watching the live descent of the Artemis 2 mission. They are very quickly approaching. I mean, this doesn't look like it's happening fast, but yeah. I think that they are, what do you say, 25K like 25K miles per hour. So, yeah. Bright. Yeah, that is bright. But, you know what? All right. Let's see. What's the timing breakdown on this? 1 hour and 6 minutes. Okay. 1 hour. Actually, set a timer for 1 hour and 3 minutes. There we go. All right. Well, we got the countdown now. As they rapidly descend, what I will also do. Wait, 1 hour 55 minutes.
Integrity Houston for entry checklist.
Set a timer for 1 hour 50 minutes.
Go ahead, Jackie.
Read. With this time to EI, we expect you're about to be stepping into steps 9 and 10 in the entry checklist. In step 10 for the SIP switch config, there are no deltas.
They canceled both of them. Set a timer for an hour and 50 minutes. All right, there we go. About 2 hours. All right, well, let's get into some politics while we're waiting. Might as well. We got some stuff to cover. But before I do that, just want to say a quick thank you for hanging out today. Appreciate you being here. Welcome to the Friday edition of High on Politics. I'm your host, Pep. In about 5 minutes, we will be celebrating Mountain Time. If you know it, if you know, you know, and cheers. But also, just if you guys can do me the solid, hit that like button. It really does help me. And here, you know what? Let's do something fun today. Let's get this poll going. All right. Double tap the screen. Yes, please. Yes. Double tap the screen, hit the like button, and sub to the channel if you have not already. We are getting very, very close to hitting the 3K. And guys, I would love to do that sooner than later. So if you guys are enjoying the show. Hello from US. Where am I from? I am also from US. I'm from dead center US. You guys call it Chicago. I call it home. I love hearing about your dad. He sounds like a lot like my pops who died 3 years ago. Crazy dude. My dad is, it's not just crazy boomer. My dad's got something. I've had too many people meet him and then just tell me like, oh man, I thought that you were exaggerating. Like, too many, way too many. Because he's Red Foreman. If I could describe him as any like movie character, my dad is Red Foreman. Love this stream. Thank you. I appreciate it.
At Rebecca Green 1827
and I owe Stan a
$.
backlog of
Love
treats.
the stream.
So you're in
Red heart
Nashville.
emoji.
Oh, nice. Nice. Funny enough. My dad is that's around-ish where he lives. I'm actually gonna be going to Nashville not too far. Oh, you're chewing these. You really like these. Okay, usually he'll do the thing. Oh, seriously? Didn't have the stand cam up for that? Oh, sorry, guys. Here, you get one more just because I didn't have the cam on. My bad. I get it. My dad's Hank Hill. Yeah. Yeah. Again, all right, dumbass. The other thing is my dad was very much in the, he took his job as my dad seriously in the way that, so if I had friends, he made sure to treat my friends the same way he would treat me, but sometimes better. Do I have a Boomhauer? That was my Uncle Eddie. My Uncle Eddie was kind of like Boomhauer a little bit, except he was like, hey, yo, Creekside. Actually, no, let's see. Who was my Uncle Eddie like? He reminded me of shit. Like, I hate to say typical Italian deli owner because he's very, very much like that. Those Nashville Nibblers. The thing that I always judge Nashville by is how far are you from a Buc-ee's? Are you, closer to the city than you are the Buc-ee's? Because if that's the case, then you kind of live in Nashville. Foot up your ass kind of guy? Yes. 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 Foot up your ass kind of guy? Yes. Yes. How would you like a nice solid foot up the ass? Yeah, that was very much, yeah. You guys get it. That's my pops. One of these days, I have to have a conversation with him where I might be able to get him on stream, but it's going to be 5 to 10 minutes. And I have to keep it to where I ask him about stuff very specific because, oh boy, no, I'm not sure if I could do this. I'm not sure if I could do it. I don't think I could go through with it because my dad would embarrass me too much. My sister, on the other hand, we're working this out. She's going to be on my stream. But him? Same with my mom, unfortunately. Like, she used to kind of toy with, calling in. But, nah, there's a part of me that's kind of glad that she never did. All right. Let's do this real quick. Here we go. Farmers react to high gas prices as Trump's war with Iran rages on.
So those rising energy prices are hitting Americans hard.
Mind you, this is CBS, so this is like, the news that's supposed to be friendly to them.
Doubled since December. Anna Zach is the only correspondent based in Iowa, network correspondent rather. She's joining us from a very busy street and an expensive rest stop in the Hawkeye State.
This is Mission
Lana,
Control,
tell us what
Houston.
you've seen today.
Once again, a great view of the planet Earth from integrity from one of the solar array wing cameras.
Sorry, guys. I'm going to have to keep the audio on for
14,000 nautical miles
for
from
Artemis.
splashdown. Splashdown schedule for 7:07 and 8 seconds p.m. Central Time, 5:07 and 8 seconds p.m. Pacific Time. At a point to the southwest of San Diego in the Pacific Ocean, where the USS John Murtha is on station, and where recovery team assets are being deployed.
Not CNN.
This is the I-80
I'll go find the.
corridor.
All right, I'll find the NASA cam. My bad.
That
Jeez.
passes from east to west and vice versa in our nation.
Yay, free tinnitus.
And the trucks that we count on to bring the goods, especially from the ports in the west throughout the rest of the country, they're all struggling with these high diesel prices. One of these semis behind us might have a 300-gallon tank. And so when we're talking about the current price of diesel, we're looking at about $1,700 to fill up for them. All of those prices now have been sustained during the entirety of this war, and they just continue to go up higher and higher, despite that quick drop immediately that we saw in crude oil prices. We know that that takes about 10 to 14 days to actually bring down prices at the pump. Unfortunately, the market hasn't sustained it because there is so much uncertainty. It looks like those diesel prices are just going to continue to rise, guys.
And Lana, you
thank you
spoke
for the $10
with the farmer
donation.
about the cost he's facing.
I go for a while, but I hope you enjoy the coffee or whatever. The $10 will enjoy
At AV
get us
Tyler,
these
the
days.
Winged Wolf, $10. Got to go
either
for
way,
a
it
while,
goes
but
a
hope
long
you
way,
enjoy
guys.
the
Thank
coffee
you.
or whatever $10 will get you these days.
That's right, Kelly. So as bad
Half
as
a
all
meal.
of us feel the increase in gas prices in our
Try not to
regular
eat out as
vehicles,
much anymore, but Jesus.
these truckers are feeling it more.
Did I mention that, by the way, with the grocery prices? Like, holy fuck.
Who's feeling it even more than all of that are the farmers in America, because when it comes to farm diesel, which is its own category, those prices have increased more than anything else. Take a listen to Joe Dirks. He is a farmer that I spent some time with yesterday in DeWitt, Iowa. Here's what he had to say.
Really, when I started in the 80s, that was probably the ultimate challenge of profitability, and it's kind of slipping back into that. We're not to the 80s style of
Buy a Big Mac?
profitability
Actually, that's short of Big Mac if you're getting the meal.
yet, but we're getting close. We're knocking on the door. Since that war has started,
By the way, these are the guys that are getting put out like of business entirely because for some reason in America, we have this thing where we think that it's all like family farms and like it's going to get passed on to the next generation, blah, 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 blah. That is just not the case anymore. So this guy's going to end up selling his farm to a corporate landlord who is then going to, in turn, use it to just be a corporate farmer.
We have more than doubled our price of farm diesel. So
Mayo Solo is a
farm
crime.
diesel went from $1.89.
Yet there's someone still in chat that was just like, no, yummy.
in December, and now it's $4.17.
And he has a 10,000-gallon diesel tank for his tractors.
Yeah.
It cost him $18,000 to fill up before the war. Today, to try and fill up that tank would cost him $41,000. $18,000 to $41,000 today, guys.
What the fuck?
So, Lana, even if the Strait of Hormuz is fully open and oil is flowing again, it obviously will be some time before those prices
Let's say their
back
audio's
down.
fucked.
How do farmers want the government to fix the problem?
Yeah, farmers were hoping that this would be a rebuilding year after all of the hardships.
The weird part is, a lot of these fuckers will be the first ones to say, well, I don't want the government to come in and solve my problems, but then they have this happen, and then they're just like, where the fuck is the government?
That they experienced last year, and that comes on top of several years of downtimes
Wait, what are they? What were they filling up? A 10,000-gallon tank.
for them. Let's listen to a little bit more of what Mr.
It's about the size of a swimming pool.
Dirks has to say.
A check from the government is welcome, but it isn't what we want. We'd like the market to give us a price that makes it affordable for us to keep living and keep doing this again and again and again. And right now it's difficult.
I love how they're sitting there mincing words, too, because they know damn well they voted for it. That's got to suck, man. That really does have to suck to actually be like that big of an idiot to believe Trump for everything that he was saying and then just like end up at this point.
And when we're talking about the markets, remember that the markets were completely depressed last year because of that trade war, particularly with China. China and the United States came to an agreement that they would buy a certain amount of soy, especially important to these Iowa crop farmers. However, if the price is so
Iowa crop farmers buying soy, eh?
low, which it has been because a lot of those trade partnerships have been completely eliminated because of
Those
this
damn soy
uncertainty.
boys.
It means that the bottom line for them is that they're actually receiving less per every barrel. So even though China has pledged that they're going to come back up to purchasing at the pre-trade war levels, if farmers are selling it at a 25% reduction in cost, all of that means that they may be in the red again. We already know that farm bankruptcies are up again year over year, 46% since 2024. Guys.
Wow. All right. Lana Zach reporting from Iowa. Lana, as always, we appreciate you.
Got it. Sorry, my Benjamin broke or was not working for a second there. Oh God, this nonsense. Yeah, I watched a little bit of it. Oh boy, I really do not like Reverend Al Sharpton.
With a ceasefire in place, albeit a fragile one White House official after another is claiming total.
By the way, we're going to be a little lighter on Iran coverage because of everything that happened with Trump and, MAGA media world. So that's going to be the number one thing that we cover is that and Melania Trump.
Victory over Iran.
So let's get through the Iran stuff. And I think I got 2 more stories and then go into what I
Epic Fury was a historic and overwhelming.
God, this fucking... He really does just have that energy of like a fucking kid at his, junior year commencement, like making a junior year commencement speech.
Victory on the battlefield. A capital V military victory.
Like there's nothing that feels like reassuring about that guy being in charge of anything.
For the course of 38 days of
Old Man Farmer got bamboozled. MAGA got bamboozled. Yep.
Major combat operation, the joint force achieved the military objectives as defined
8% of chatter monsters.
This is a victory for the United States of America that the president and our incredible military made happen.
But even as Trump touts a total victory, he's been quick to point fingers at critics who say facts prove otherwise. As Susan Glasser writes, if this was victory, I'd hate to see what failure looks like. One significant problem with the ceasefire? Trump conditioned it on the complete, immediate, and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz, but monitors say that has not happened. Joining us now, retired U.S. Navy Rear Admiral John Kirby and MS Now national security
You know why I understand what was happening in the strait right there?
analyst and former White House national security
What's going on in shipping?
communications advisor. Good to see you again. Has this war been a total victory?
No, of course not. No, I mean,
I don't have
just
any.
by dint of the fact that
No. You don't need to have sympathy. You just do. Like, I do recommend that at least we need to be able to explain this in a way that they can really grasp onto. Where it's just like, no, dude,
it's not
like
over. A ceasefire is
usually
designed to provide.
It does kind of come down to, and I've been running into this where they're just like, yeah, well, you guys said that during Biden's presidency, the president doesn't set, XYZ price. It's like, yes, but this is where Trump got involved in a way that no other president has. So it actually does fall on him. Like the gas prices, for once, they do fall on him in his decisions. Had he not made that decision, we'd still have $2 something gas.
Breathing space for diplomats to come together and
Guy talks too much. Well, this is Guy's channel, and I'm sorry.
hopefully get some.
Sorry that I'm not here just to like clip the news for you and then just let it play.
Some sustainable peace talks underway, and that's what we're hoping will happen on Saturday. But no,
I haven't had one of those guys fucking pop up in a while.
Of course not. I mean, if you just look at the military objectives that the president set out and Secretary Haig set out, they're not all achieved. The strait is still closed.
That's Lower Wacker Drive.
The Iranian Navy may have largely been destroyed, but they still can shut down the strait through mines and through drones. They still have ballistic missiles at the ready and are continuing to fire them, a little less than they were before, 20 or so per day, but they can still reach out and hit targets. And, of course, there was really no action against the proxy groups, the Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, or the militia groups in Iraq and Syria.
Yeah, it's almost proving that we were all right, that this was piss poor planning.
They claimed they were going to go after at the beginning. So, no. And then, of course, the big one, Chris, is the regime is still in power. There may have been a change in leaders, but it's not a change in regime. The regime is still running Iran. So I don't think by any measure you can look at what's going on and saying that it was a victory.
I want to read more from Susan Glasser today. Quote, superpowers rarely inflict such swift and straightforwardly embarrassing injury to themselves. The Vietnam War lasted nearly 2 decades.
Yeah.
The war in Iraq unfolded over nearly 9 years.
This was a really good article by the in the New Yorker too. I do recommend
took
reading
just
that.
38 days.
If you can find the one that's not behind a paywall, if you know what I'm saying.
There are a number of possible outcomes, right?
It's
The
out there,
U.S.
though.
continues the war for a long time.
I found it with a just quick Google search.
As we saw
And,
previously.
yeah.
They could declare, as they have, a false victory and more or less walk away. Is the administration's best alternative at this point just to cut its losses?
What I hope they're looking at is that their best option is some sort of negotiated settlement here that can end the war. I think everybody wants the war to end, of course.
For the yeah. I mean, dude, I got accused of like cheering this on. They're just like, look at the left cheering on this war. I'm just like, what? No. Yo, me pointing out how stupid and ineffective our leadership is not me all of a sudden going, yay war, yay Iran.
Even the Iranians do to end the war.
No.
A negotiated settlement.
Believe it or not, I want this to end yesterday. Like, listen, I'm not sure if you guys know this, but the high gas prices and inflation affects me too.
That does a couple of things. It actually does
The part that I'm worried about is people are going to have short memories of this, and they are going to, like, Trump is going to get exactly what he wants from this. Come November, people will be like, oh, yeah, you know what? It's not as bad as it was.
Of Iran's threats to its neighbors, which are still existing now through their ballistic missile capability, even the fact that they still have enriched uranium available to them, that literally changes the post-conflict governance to a set of leaders.
He is understating this. They didn't have control of the strait before, and now they can toll it.
Or a leader.
Do you understand how fucked up that is, and also how planned that seems?
Leadership that can be responsive to the needs of the Iranian people. The regime, that's not it. And I think
I don't know. Trump and like the leadership of Iran. It actually makes more sense. Like, I'm gonna just say this. In this theory, it makes more sense that Trump met with the IRGC and just said, we're going to get so fucking rich from this. It doesn't matter who's in charge of your country. Just make sure that you have your oil futures secured.
The terrible outcome of this would be
part of the deal, baby.
Leaving the regime in power. Now,
Yeah,
I don't know how
right.
you get there through negotiation when that's who you're negotiating with, but that would be a positive outcome as well. I think that would be the best outcome, is some sort of negotiated settlement to end the war and make sure that Iran is no longer a threat to its people or to the region. But honestly, Chris, when you just look at the landscape of where we are and where J.D. Vance is going into these negotiations on Saturday, it's hard to see that that's going to be a viable outcome here.
Well, how much leverage do you think each side has here, and what is that leverage?
I never claimed to be an expert.
You know, it's interesting you should ask that question, because yesterday I'm
a fucking political commentator.
Noticed that the Iranians...
No, I guess you could say I have expertise in the fact that I do this daily and I can see the patterns through all this, where it's just like, okay, so instead of doing like everything's a grand conspiracy, just watching what is happening with a bunch of rich motherfuckers controlling our markets.
The regime, the IRGC, the mullahs, they were declaring victory too. Hey, we won. So they're going into these talks with the biggest chip on the table, and that's the Strait of
Total devotion syndrome. I like that.
Hormuz. I mean,
You have TDS, total devotion syndrome.
obviously, they still have the chip that the
Not
enriched
bad.
uranium is still in Iran. They
Trump
still have
diaper sniffer.
the regime in power. They still have, they're going in.
Dude, have you ever been on CNN? Like, been on? Like, me go on CNN?
Being able to claim
No.
that they still have ballistic missile and drone capability to...
No, dude, I'm a small YouTuber, if you haven't noticed, but you guys can help with that.
To reach out and attack their neighbors. But the biggest chip they've got is the Strait of Hormuz, and they've proven that they can control traffic in there, sometimes without even firing a shot, just by the fear that they can induce through likely attacks in the region. And I think that will be the biggest thing that the Trump administration will want to get out of these talks over the weekend, is to get that strait open in a reliable and a sustainable way.
The new inflation numbers today drove home in a very obvious way the cost of this war. So I want to ask you, while we have you, about the importance of getting facts. A federal judge has ruled that the Defense Department violated that court order to restore access to the Pentagon for reporters. What are we losing when independent, experienced journalists don't have that kind of access in a time of war?
Literally a state regime media experience that is no different than North Korea or any authoritarian country.
Well, not only are we, the American people,
Yeah, it's almost like we keep losing like the high ground, where we're just like, we're America. This would never happen in America. We let it happen in America, and then we're just like, how come nobody trusts us? How come nobody's believing Trump?
losing the context that you need. I mean, there's no more important decision that an administration makes than to go to war. The American people have a right to know, and the Pentagon has an obligation to tell them how they're spending their tax dollars and how they're putting their sons and daughters in harm's way. But the thing that just befuddles me is that Pentagon leadership don't also realize that they're losing as a result of this.
You could have enlisted, 2 weeks ago. Shut up, Todd.
I can't tell.
We know that you're a bitch boy.
Oh yeah, I mean, I stood
come
at
on,
that
man.
podium under 3 different secretaries of defense, and I can't
The fact that you're even in here just like, I'm totally enlisting.
tell you how important it was for me to be able to do my job and my boss to be able
That's something that's totally happening with this,
to do his job, to have
very real alpha
the press
here.
close by, to have your policies
Oh, wait, Sigma, my bad.
scrutinized by an independent media every single day, and to be able to help shape the discussion with the press over what they were covering and why and how they were covering it.
Call
when you kick them out of the
911.
building, when you shut them down, when you don't take questions from them in the briefing room, you're actually hurting yourself.
You're right, dude. All that matters is American people trust him, but they don't. The majority of the American people do not trust him. Like, if you think that the majority of America is sitting here going, yeah, we trust Trump. We're very much in line with his plans and what he's doing. Ignoring all these polls and just objective reality around you is not going to do you any good.
You're hurting your ability.
Like, you're about to have a very confounding summer. Like, if you go out on lakes, I don't think you're going to see as many, Trump flags on some boats. I don't think you're going to see as many Trump hats out there. Actually, one of my little projects coming up here is going to be fun because I am documenting the downfall of a Maga store because, yeah, you know what? You guys are so convicted by and so convinced in Trump's, wins and everything and so proud of him that you guys are making these Trump stores into empires and generational wealth. Or are they all closing and going into massive amounts of debt because nobody wants to buy that shit because they're fucking just profoundly embarrassed by the situation that we're in and they cultivated?
Good policy decisions. And you're reducing your ability to change your mind if you need to change your mind because the policy's wrong. Press coverage can sometimes do that for you.
Hey, listen. You're the only ones in here trying to convince yourselves. I don't need convincing.
So it's really...
I've already seen it in my own neighborhoods. I've seen it with my family members. I have seen it just all over where you are seeing too many holes, like Swiss cheese level of fucking holes in this. I mean, losing Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Alex Jones, all of those fucking podcasters, that means nothing. What are you talking about? Maga's doing great. You can pray for me. I don't give a shit.
That Mr. Hegseth and the Pentagon leadership will...
What, you use prayer to be a condescending prick? Oh, that tracks.
Around to a different way of thinking here, because it really is to their benefit as well. Not just us as consumers, but their benefit to have the press close by and to make themselves available to them.
Oh, God, yeah. Did you guys see this shit? I think I might run. I don't know. Yeah, shut up. Nobody wants you to. Go away.
This U.S. soldier was part of a crew of about 60 troops stationed at the installation, tasked with managing the movement of equipment, munitions, and personnel across the Middle East. We are putting you in shadow, but there's still a risk for you speaking that you could be identified. Why do you want to take that chance?
For me, I think telling the truth is important.
Damn. Haven't seen one of those types of interviews in quite some time.
U.S. soldiers who survived a March 1st Iranian attack against them while they were in Kuwait are blowing the whistle on Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and the lies he's been telling the American people and very likely President Donald Trump in
Got to give TYT some credit.
regard to how this war is
This is the type of reporting that I originally watched them for.
going. In fact, they feel that Pete Hegseth has put them in harm's way and did not prepare them appropriately for this war. Before we get to the details and what they're saying, Cenk, your 2 cents.
Yeah, so first of all, there's a fact in this story that lets you know definitively who's telling the truth and who isn't. And secondly, I want to talk about why Hegseth chose not to defend these soldiers. So Anna, give us the facts.
So during his March 2nd press conference, this attack happened on March 1st. The next day, Pete Hegseth
we got a cockpit view.
Holds a
I said cockpit
press conference, and he described the Iranian drone attack as a so-called squirter that allegedly squirted. I'm sorry, it's a serious story. I apologize. Squirted through a fortified unit inside Kuwait. Let's watch.
As it pertains to the U.S. casualties.
All right.
That particular incident was, you have air defenses and a lot's coming in and you hit most of it. And we absolutely do. We have incredible air defenders. Every once in a while, you might have one, unfortunately, we call it a squirter that makes its way through. And in that particular case, it happened to hit a tactical operations center that was fortified, but
have a
these are
microwave
powerful
burrito on me. Thank you, Monkey Business. I appreciate the $5.
At Monkey
weapons.
Business 707 $5.
But
Have
it
a
turns out that one of the
microwave burrito
soldiers
on me.
who was there when
importantly,
this
the boy
attack happened
gets a
and
treat.
luckily survived says otherwise. Okay, so here's the quote that he gave to CBS. Painting a picture that one squeaked through is a falsehood. I want people to know the unit was unprepared to provide any defense for itself. It was not a fortified.
No, and they were trying to treat it like they had their own little, iron dome around the base, and this was just one that happened to, squirt through.
Position.
Could have called it a squeaker, but a squirter.
In fact, why don't you hear a little more of the truth in this next clip?
What fortifications existed there?
I mean, I would put it in the none category from a drone defense capability.
None. There were no fortifications.
None.
What you're describing can be very painful for a lot of the families of the fallen heroes, for a lot of the families of the injured.
I'm very sad for their loss, and
thank you for subscribing. Thank you for the sub, Felix.
It's something I'll carry with me for the rest of my life. We moved closer to Iran, to a deeply unsafe area that was a known target.
So what was the reason that you were told for why you needed to be there?
I don't think there was a good reason ever articulated.
The attack was Iran's deadliest strike against the U.S. in 5 weeks of war, killing 6 American soldiers and injuring dozens more. Were these deaths preventable?
In my opinion, absolutely yes.
Now, again, this was in Kuwait. There was another attack against our military in Kuwait that was friendly fire by the Kuwaitis. That's separate. That was when our jets were shot down by the Kuwaitis. This isn't entirely.
Hey, I see some of y'all found the horizontal stream. Are you guys enjoying that more than the vertical?
Separate incident that took place in Kuwait and ended up killing 6 of our service members. And, when it comes to fortification, you have to consider what the threats used to be thought of in the Middle East, right? Things like suicide bombers. But warfare has changed since then. And so when we're talking about a drone strike from up above, these buildings need to be fortified in a completely different way. CBS reports that the hours before the attack, by the way, missile alarms had indicated to a crew of about 60 troops to basically take cover in like a cement bunker. However, and very sadly, around 9:15 a.m., an all clear alert sounded and officers returned to their desks in this like wood and tin workspace, meaning that it wasn't fortified, and it's about the width of 3 trailers. So about 30 minutes later, everything shook, one soldier told CBS News. And it's something like what you see in the movies. Your ears are ringing, everything's fuzzy, your vision is blurry, you're dizzy, there's dust and smoke everywhere. Now, there's been some other reporting to kind of reinforce the notion that Pete Hegseth is just not qualified for the job he's doing, and he is lying to the American people. But before we get to that, Cenk, your 2 cents, or actually your thoughts.
Yeah. Stop saying 2 cents.
Yeah, so
I think that they finally got cooked by their own audience on that
There's a difference between optics and substance, and this is where the rubber hits the road. So Trump picked based on optics. So is he good on TV? So Hegseth goes out there and he's like, "Oh, we're so masculine, and I can do push-ups, and I don't want anybody with beards or pot belly." And yeah, but brother, that's all window dressing. When we're going to war, your window dressing isn't going to help anyone. You need to actually be prepared and experienced and know where to put your troops. Otherwise, you're going to get them killed, and you did here. So how do you know who's telling the truth? Well, number one,
YouTube or Twitch. Nice.
Was it tin and wood in the area that they were staying at? That was the walls of the compounds?
No, I will say.
Yes. Number 2, were they protected from the air? No.
What happened there?
Now, how do we know that? The drone easily landed and blew up, and over 6 people died, over 20 terribly injured. And so there's no question that Hegseth is lying when he said it was, quote, fortified, right? And the troops are very patriotic, and they keep talking about how, these folks died as heroes, etc. But they were sent on a fool's errand by a guy who has no idea what he's doing. And Anna,
the thing is, people who have served, people who have done multiple tours are saying this too. That's a disingenuous way of fucking framing this anymore. I'm sorry, man, because you are totally fucking losing the plot here. Most people do not support this fucking war. This is where I'm trying to say, you're not doing yourselves any favors by believing all the fucking propaganda that is fed to you by the fucking MAGA Trump cult.
Why?
Like, for real, bud.
Why were they not fortified? Why was there no protection and no
I looked it up, I was like,
interceptor missiles in that base? Because we were obsessed with protecting Israel. So we were spending almost all of our time, energy, and resources protecting a different country instead of our troops. And it's unconscionable.
And not only that, Cenk, I'm sorry, but why was Pete Hegseth chosen, nominated, appointed to be defense secretary when his only experience, yeah, he was in the military. I don't really care. He has a history of abusive behavior, alcoholism, and was like a weekend anchor at Fox. But Trump likes the way he looks, so he thinks he's qualified to be defense secretary, which is insane. He is not capable of fulfilling this role, in a way that would protect our troops and make smart decisions.
Don't forget, Noble Mobile saving you a ton of money. So a lot of people are signing up now and beginning to realize, what the hell? Why am I paying so much to Verizon and AT&T?
That tells me that you have some shitty service. Like, ew.
Of ridiculous, boastful assertions.
Like how my one buddy with Mint Mobile finally had to admit that his service is ass. Like anytime we go anywhere, he never has service.
That aren't based in reality at all. So US officials and analysts argue that Hegseth is actually doing damage to the military by making these untrue claims to the public, which include that the US has control over the Iranian skies. Does it look like the US has control over Iranian skies? Or that the airspace over Iran is uncontested? Okay. So making matters worse, he's not being honest with Trump. Okay. So that was something that was percolating in the media just last week. Susie Wiles was basically telling people in Trump's cabinet, like, yo, you guys need to be a little more honest with Trump about how this war is going. And one administration official told the Washington Post that Pete is not speaking truth to the president. As a result, the president is out there repeating misleading information. Though Hegseth has claimed for weeks that Iran has no air defenses and could do nothing about US air incursions, Trump acknowledged during his White House news conference Monday that a shoulder-fired, heat-seeking missile downed an F-15 that left 2 US airmen temporarily stranded deep inside Iranian territory. Quote, he got lucky. It was a lucky hit, Trump said. Now, we covered that so-called rescue mission.
How is it, again, dude? These retards actually believe everything that his administration and him say. But they were so fucking on top of how everything the government was saying was a lie when it was Biden or Obama. Like, I hate doing this, but just in reality, it does kind of just show you, like, It never had anything to do with the grand conspiracies or any of that shit. It just had to do with, oh, these people hate everybody that I hate, and they make these other, like, everybody that I hate mad, so I love them for it. I don't care what happens.
On the show, I genuinely think that considering how deep within Iran our service members were, considering that they were in a very mountainous region
you think
of
there's
Iran.
Too much? Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, sure. We can't just use our brains and go like, oh, having a Fox News host that has very, very limited military experience, and from my understanding, not the best record either.
And considering the
it's great having him in the position, like in a head position. Like, honest to fucking God, dude. The fact that you guys can do that is insane to me. Where it's just okay, so you have a sycophant in there. And you're just like, yeah, you know what? He only hires the best people. Like, you're back to that.
The insane number of aircraft and military assets that were in the area at the time, they weren't there for a rescue mission. I think they were there to try to get the so-called enriched uranium, and that special operation failed. That is my speculation. Because things don't add up. And to be quite honest with you guys, I don't trust anything that's coming out of the Trump administration.
Yeah.
They've already been caught in so many lies. Iran also shot down an A-10 attack plane last Friday. Luckily, the pilot survived and made it back to safety. Hegseth's analysis also contradicts what General Dan Kane, who's the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, has been saying. He does not believe that the US military can use Iranian airspace without fear of attack. So it is terrifying that our Secretary of Defense is just engaging in magical thinking and lying not just to the public, but to the President of the United States about what is currently going on. That puts our service members in harm's way.
And the thing is, it's like from a lazy standpoint too, because he doesn't read. And I'm talking Trump doesn't read. So he doesn't fucking actually get any of this info or doesn't care. This is what's dangerous about having his ego the size that it is.
Yeah. So
Hey,
when
thank you for the $5
Pete Hexel says
Australian,
we have
appreciate that.
uncontested
Patrick
control of
Beckman, 1827,
Iranian
5
airspace,
Australian
well,
dollars.
this facts speak for themselves. So not only was that 15 knocked down, but another plane was hit as well. Luckily, they got to safety and before the pilot ejected in an allied country.
Trump mental health not good because of Epstein files. You don't spam. It's fine.
And then the operator.
I'm in agreement with you on this one, but I think that you're spam. If you thought that I was a Trump channel and I don't know.
That Anna's talking about, we lost
4 times the spam. That's not an accident.
At least 2 C-130s and 2 helicopters, and
just trying to help hit the goal.
They say it's because they landed in a place they couldn't take off from again. Maybe, but it's also possible that they were going for the enriched uranium.
Oh, thanks, Hatch. I appreciate you leaving the one for him.
And they got shot down.
Thanks.
So, I mean, we've lost at least 6 vehicles over Iranian airspace within the last week. Doesn't seem uncontested to me. So, there's no question that the Iranians still have capabilities, and Hegseth is lying through his teeth.
Every time you ring the bell below,
no, that's actually our generals thinking of us as the American people who they work for, and putting that over the idea of, well, I can't have people questioning the top military brass. Dude, here, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just going for it now. Because, let's do this real quick. Rest in peace, Africa Bambaataa, even though, he had some problematic shit, but he also dropped some beats that were generational. Like, literally, we would not have an entire generation of hip-hop without him, so I guess I gotta just be like, All right, so Democrats, real quick. We got a Democrat call-out segment, which I have been looking forward to doing. Democrats tackle outside groups flooding their primaries with campaign cash. Now, this directly impacted me living in the Illinois 9th, where with Kat Abu-Ghazaleh, they were saying that it was the outside campaign cash that can be blamed for her losing. They said that there are a bunch of operatives. They like Bushra, they're saying was an operative. They even tried to say that Mike Simmons was an operative. That is not the case. No, unfortunately, and this is something that is an unpopular opinion with that, is that no, she lost that one on the merits. I'm just gonna say, because when you look at how many people decided to vote for BIS outside of how many people decided to go out elsewhere, it wouldn't have made any real difference. And there was something good that definitely came from it, though, where it exposed how much AIPAC is willing to put into these fucking little tiny just call them what they are. These are tiny races. These, in any other election cycle, would not matter in the slightest. But because we are in this fucking new Trump era where he can't have any dissension, and also this is where I'm still convinced that our vote does actually fucking matters, because this is like for some reason the one thing they cannot break, because I think they also understand that they would have a true uprising on their hands if they tried. But yeah, Democrats are they're definitely playing a dangerous game here, because I've noticed it with the influx of Hassan Piker hate and all that they are really trying to go out there. So here, let's take a look at this. Democrats are struggling to come up with to come up for air after outside groups flooded their first round of midterm primaries with campaign cash. As the Democratic Party fights to regain control of Congress, organizations affiliated with the AIPAC, cryptocurrency and artificial intelligence have dominated the airwaves, sometimes leaving candidates on the sidelines of their own party. Now, I don't want to overstate how much the AIPAC stuff actually matters, because they tried to take the win for Daniel Biss in my district. He's not an AIPAC candidate, despite what some of the shit that Kat was saying and had to walk back. Democratic pollster Zach McCary said the primaries have become proxy wars for the candidates are almost afterthoughts in larger skirmishes. Now the Democratic National Committee is advancing a resolution at the New Orleans spring meeting to condemn the surge of spending that has scrambled that scrambled its primaries and exacerbated tensions within the party. The final vote is expected on Friday. This will have a major impact in how we go forward in these elections. Okay, AP, don't get pushy. Jesus Christ. Although this is part of the, like, this is why I have a hard time where it's like, yeah, sure, I'll pay you. Will all this go away? No. Made that mistake once. Candidates who lost it pointed their fingers at special interests, blaming them for derailing their campaigns. Others who are still running for or courting voters by denouncing deep-pocketed outsider groups. Even those who have benefited from the spending have expressed concerns. It's definitely a brave new world, McCary said. We're not talking about doubling of campaign expenditures. We're talking about 10 to 20 times more. Yeah, dude, they're spending. Somebody even said this. They were like, they're spending as much as they would on a presidential campaign in the midterms. That in itself is insane. According to Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, he said, "You're going to hand Jeffries a caucus that is divided." Well, then Jeffries shouldn't be the one to handle it. And maybe if you have a divided caucus, it's on you to kind of sow those divides. Or sow those divides. Mend those divides. I was literally thinking like sewing, where I'm like, yeah, you know, you got to do like, you got to stitch it, you got to pull, you got to bring it back. Bring it back. All right. Democrats bear the brunt of big spending. Yes, we get it. APAC. Campaign spending has divided Democrats. Here we go. Last DNC meeting marks another chapter in long-standing disputes between progressives and party establishment. Progressives want the party to adopt official language that all Democrat presidents. Thank you for the $5, MIDI Doctors.
At MIDI Doctors, $5.
Come on, Artemis.
Come
I'll
on,
go back to
Artemis.
Artemis in a second. Thank you. But again, thank you for the kind $5 donation. Really appreciate that. Actually, let's see. I got my NASA. They're doing an interview right now with somebody on the ground. They are on approach, though, so I'm going to be going back to that coverage. Just want to finish this up. All right. Progressives want the party to adopt official language that all... Okay, so yeah, this was part of the problem. That all Democratic presidential contenders oppose money from dark money groups or super PACs that aren't required to disclose their donors, which we're not asking too much. And I think that most Americans at this point are kind of in line with no, we don't want dark money in politics. And like, we don't want this much money going in to our, our smaller races, because it really does show like, oh, I was saying it before, it shows that they really do care about our votes. So this kind of, anytime somebody says that your vote doesn't matter, just remind them of this shit. It's like they spend billions trying to just sway you, the voter, You're the ones who can, like, either not participate, because, like, that's the one thing that drives me nuts about America is that I don't think people understand legitimately how much their vote is worth. Got some OT money, have some extra. Thank you so much, Animate Symphony. I really appreciate the $5 donation.
Have some extra. I had smile.
All right. We got 2 $5 treats, so here, I'll just give him a handful. Which, by the way, guys, because he did get diagnosed with thyroid cancer, he also was given the go-ahead to get some treats and get some weight on him. So, you know what? That's one of the good prescriptions for the dog. Good boy. By the way, that's Stan, if you did not already know him. He's my co-host. All right, the resolution being advanced at the DNC meeting in New Orleans is viewed by progressives as a step towards that goal. However, some Democrats warn against weakening their candidates when facing but oh my God, I almost ran into this, like, with my opinion on Chorus, where I was just like, we do need to be funded, but at what cost? So I'd be lying if I was, if I said that I was 100% convinced in either argument here. Provided we don't handcuff ourselves in the general election, because if Republicans are going to use dark money in general elections, we should be using our own. But that's the problem, is this dark money is actually trying to help the Republicans by just dividing the Democrats. Like these consultant morons, they don't see past that, or they really are just too money blind, where they're just like, no, we'll take that cash. I need to get paid. Because sometimes, guys, it really does come down to greed and just like a single person in a campaign just going like, oh, that could get me a little bit more. We should eliminate any super PAC in a Democratic primary. We really should. There should be absolutely no fucking PACs in Democratic primaries. I think every presidential candidate in 2028 should pledge that they will not have any super PAC spending in a Democratic primary. I mean, dude, fucking Raja, Krishnamurthy, he fucking lost his bid because of that. Like listen, they are not emphasizing how much it does matter. Also, I heard Ro Khanna AOC floated as a ticket recently. I was like, I could see it. That should be a litmus test. If you're not willing to take that pledge, then you're just part of the problem. I agree. All right. How long until touchdown? Here, let's take. All right, before I go into any of the Melania stuff, let's get a quick update on this.
Times the force of Earth's gravity. On Artemis 1, pressure buildup inside the char layer of the heat shield.
If you guys are not aware, Artemis 2, the moon mission, if you weren't aware that there's a moon mission going on, yes. 4 astronauts, 3 of them from the U.S. and 1 of them from Canada, just made their way back from the farthest point of the moon that has ever been flown to. Yeah. FK, Donald Punk. Donald Punk. Don't give him the moniker of punk. Punk implies cool. He is not cool. He is antithesis of cool. But yes, fucked in the head. I appreciate that. Also, welcome to the show. Appreciate having you here. Also, kind of a little chuckle to the handle there. No, I appreciate you. Also, guys, if you guys can do me the solid, hit that like button. It really, really does help me.
The
there we go.
orientation of the spacecraft and the shortening of the distance of transit to the splashdown zone from the point of entry interface when we reach the top of the Earth's atmosphere, which will be coming up at 6:53 and 30 seconds.
That's crazy. They just sit there for 2 hours.
Do the trick.
Or an out. Wait, they're gonna just be 2 hours because they've been in this in the capsule already, like in their suits.
Over the west coast of Australia.
Roe has grown on you because Soros paid for it. I mean, sure. Yes, because you know what? Every Republican is not paid for by a fucking billionaire oligarchy. Shut the fuck up. Seriously. You guys, you don't get it, do you? You've been worked by all the fucking billionaires. That's why the Epstein class has stuck, and that's why it is something you guys just have to own. You sit here fucking defending that shit, but George fucking Soros, get fucked, you dumb motherfucker. Seriously, you think it's that fucking easy too? Man, you really do think that everybody's as stupid as you. That actually kind of explains a lot with Maga. It really does. And also, like, the arrogance, the fucking all of it, man. Like, goddamn. The fact that you guys do not understand how you are the biggest marks on the fucking planet. It will never, like, I'll never be able to wrap my head around that.
That's the point at which
people who are just like willfully this fucking stupid.
34,882 feet per second.
Are you one of those guys that, like, you just constantly buy cars?
Just 24 seconds.
I know they're at least American billionaires. Well, I mean, that's another thing. No, you don't, actually.
Seconds PM Central Time.
But that's fun because, you know, Donald Trump made it even harder for us to even look at who funds what. But, yeah, somehow it's all the Democrats. And the thing is, I'm not even a Dem. I'm really not. I'm a fucking leftist that caucuses with the Dems. That's how that goes. But also, I recognize just overtly, like, the overt difference between left v right and fucking Democrat and Republican. Because, yes, you have, like, what I would call the uniparty, like Elise Stefanik and a bunch of those, like, those dipshits. But there's a lot of people in Congress. I mean, Congress is pretty big. Just remember that, too. Where, not as bought and paid for. But you can also tell, like, you can tell which ones take the money and which ones don't. And just the way that they're platformed and the way that they're not attacked. So, like, for instance, on the left, if I see a candidate getting just bombarded with attack ads, I automatically assume that they actually believe in what they're trying to sell. Because they cannot just be bought by a fucking, a lobby or a billionaire for that matter. So, hey man, am I missing something when I select the teal super chat? Go to purchase icon disappears. That's not okay.
From that point
I don't know. Is it having the same thing happen over on my horizontal stream? Did you try that? Working for me. Refresh the tab. There it is. Yeah. It popped up for me.
That's expected at 7:04 and 44 seconds.
All right, so we're expected 7:04 Central Time. Hey, look at that! Hell yeah!
Splashdown at just a velocity
Glad that
of
works.
19 miles an hour. And that will begin the recovery operations that you just heard Megan Cruz discuss with her folks on the USS John Murtha. All of Integrity's
What's the source,
systems in
monkey
great
business?
shape. The crew is suited up. Leak checks complete as we.
As you're saying, you can still track it. Look at the funding for redistricting in Virginia. Okay. What's the source and where are these receipts that show that it's just Soros check? I don't buy it for a second, man. And the thing is, this is also where you guys have kind of, you don't understand that you've kind of lost it here. You've made Soros this big boogeyman. Dude, I'm a fucking lefty and I barely know who George Soros is and what he does. And I genuinely don't give a fuck because I have seen every other fucking billionaire and the way that they react on the right.
Got it low.
And if George Soros is sitting there trying to fund a bunch of people that want to take his money, I'm gonna just say it. Okay, fine. He's one of the good ones. Jesus Christ. Again, you guys did this thing where you made George Soros into some fucking patsy for the Rothschild conspiracy bullshit, and that means that you know more than your average person because you see the lines, man. I see where this line connects to this line, man. I see it all, man.
During its entry back into the Earth's atmosphere, and ultimately when
and also,
they emerge from the
heck no,
blackout
thank you for the $5 dono.
and
Okay.
at that point, we'll be just minutes away from splashdown.
This dog is about to get fat because I owe him 3 treats right now.
So with all of those preparations,
all right, he really likes these.
we can
It's the soft and chewy peanut butter bites.
report from the USS John P. Murtha. And
Yeah, these are the $5 treats because they are a little more substantive. Otherwise, we got the milk bone minis, which my cat also, we found out he eats these.
And
After
we'll,
my cat
regain
ran out of
that
treats because he
communication
ate
with the
all
USS
of
John
them.
P. Murtha just momentarily.
Little sneaky bastard came in here, ripped open the bag, and ate all of his treats.
Everything is on track aboard Integrity, the flight control team here in Houston. Led by
George
Entry
Soros is a
Flight
rich guy.
Director
No,
Rick
the thing is,
the
before
voice you will hear
Soros,
talking to
what
the
was his
crew is
name?
that of Jackie
Warren?
Mahaffey.
Was it
She will
Buffett?
be,
Warren Buffett?
reporting everything to the crew.
I remember when I was like in high school, they used to talk about Warren Buffett and I think Bill Gates even, and they were saying how they, funny enough, how they were part of some like shadow cabal.
With us and Megan Cruz aboard the USS John P. Murtha.
The weird part is in the Epstein files, you start to realize you're like, well, he's only mentioned because of the way that they try to like get people to go against him. Why is that? That's weird.
Ship. I'm watching right now one of the weather balloons being lofted up from the ship. Again, weather balloons very important for us to make sure that we are.
This
tracking
audio
the right
is
kind
so
of weather,
fucked.
And also,
This audio is so fucked. I'm sorry, guys. I don't think I can do it.
Sasquatch team. Again,
I'll be able
here.
here. Let's see. Do I have a?
Basically, make sure that the debris that comes off. Thank you so much for being here. There are so many moving parts that you have to keep an eye on. Make sure that they don't fall on us here.
First of all, on behalf of the crew of USS John P. Murtha, Megan, thanks for having me on. on today. Happy to tell you what we're doing and excited to get the interview started.
Yeah, this audio is
absolutely.
so
Why don't we actually take a look at the flight deck here? We'll start there. Basically, we also, while watching this weather balloon float away, we noticed all 4 helicopters leave the flight deck. We now have an empty flight deck. We had 2 imagery helos.
Bertha, Megan, thanks for having me on today. Happy to tell you what we're doing.
I want to use the official NASA page,
yeah, absolutely.
but
Why don't we actually take a look at the flight deck here? We'll start there. Basically, we also, while watching this weather balloon float away, we noticed all 4 helicopters leave the flight deck. We now have an empty flight deck. We had 2 imagery helos as well as the 2 crew helicopters that will go recover the crew. This is just one of the many things that, again, our ship of 550 people, it's something that you oversee as commanding officer.
Yeah, absolutely. Every commanding officer, I would say really every naval service member, our priority is always safety.
I was about to say, this is definitely not
officer,
the
I take
capsule.
that as one of my
I was like,
primary roles here on board. Mission accomplishment is important, safety always. So.
No, monkey, but the thing is,
day
if you're going to make
really
like contrarian arguments, then don't be surprised when people
sort of change over the past 24
all
hours.
of a sudden
We're
start
leading up
assuming that you're part of like whatever you're arguing for. Like we get it. Like, I get it. You're playing devil's advocate arguments.
But really,
also, I don't understand why.
Now I'm trying to get us to slow down.
Sometimes I just
trust our training. Right? Don't believe all the hype.
Why am I wasting my time trying to argue for people that
we've done to get to this
can't or
point,
won't argue for themselves?
If we do that, we'll be successful today.
And also part of the big success is obviously the coordination between NASA and the U.S. military. How does it feel being able to support the human space program we have?
Let's do some of the Melania stuff. We'll come back to this.
Since
I mean,
1959. But like any other skill, if you don't practice it regularly, that skill atrophies. You know, so we've had a few decades off from that.
I'm gonna just keep it in the corner here. Once they start making their approach and make their way on back to Earth, we'll get to it. But all right, Voidzilla Coffeezilla did a breakdown on this Melania Trump thing that honestly, I don't think that there is a better take on the internet right now for what this means and why this happened. Because I think we're all asking the same question as to why did she do this? Why? Who was that? What? Like, Melania Trump wasn't exactly at the forefront of everybody's minds when it came to the fucking Epstein files. So, like, this was really weird. Like, and I know that everybody is on board with this one, whether you're on the left or the right. You were like, well, that seems odd. So let's hear this breakdown and kind of determine for ourselves what might be happening.
The Epstein story truly will not die. I thought it was killed the moment we started killing people in Iran, but suddenly it was brought back.
God, and I'm so glad that he finally just kind of like said, fuck it. You know what? No, I can't do this anymore and not be critical.
By none other than
she wanted to sell more books.
First Lady Melania Trump. She suddenly started denying things even though no one has accused her of anything yet. But if you listen to her, it's clear someone's about
That's fucking crazy.
Up to.
The lies.
That's like having a friend that's just like, guys, I have an announcement to make. I am not gay. It's just like, we didn't think you were, but now I think you're gay.
Thinking me
it's like, wait a minute.
With the disgraceful Jeffrey Epstein need to.
I said this earlier. I love reading the comments on this video. Not this one. It was on the one on X. But I was reading the comments under just like the official coverage of this. There were so many fucking MAGA people that were just like, oh my God, no wonder they don't let her talk, is because then we would all be like, we would all realize it's just like, oh, she's one of them. A lot of them were saying the same shit about like, okay, Trump, get that 14th Amendment thing cleared up here because we need this to be taken care of as well. It's like, wait a minute. So you support Trump but hate his wife.
And today.
How's this work?
Now, if you're wondering what lies she's talking about, I don't actually know because really there hasn't been a lot of reporting on Melania Trump and Epstein. She appears very rarely in the files. The only thing I've seen is an email with Ghislaine Maxwell where they're talking in a friendly way, which she addresses in this statement. Really, the only other thing is reporting from Michael Wolff that Trump and Melania may have been introduced by Jeffrey Epstein, although those stories have been since retracted. And so the question is, okay, if those stories have been retracted, and no one's really talking about that email, what are you talking about here? Like literally, what lies are you trying to get ahead of? This is just a text version of the speech she gave. She talks about, people defaming her reputation, saying, to be clear, I never had a relationship with Epstein or his accomplice Maxwell. My email reply to Maxwell cannot be categorized as anything more than casual correspondence. And here's that email with Ghislaine calling her, Sweet Pea, thanks for your message. Actually, plans changed again, and I am now on my way back to New York. I leave again on Friday, so still, I do not think I'll have time to see you. And Melania allegedly says, I know you're busy flying all over the world. How is Palm Beach? I can't wait to go down. So the idea that there's no relationship there, probably not true. But again, this was not something on the tip of everyone's tongue. I mean, you can look at Google search trends, like what people are interested in looking at. And it's very obvious that this was very much not a story until she started talking about it. This is what it looks like. I mean, this thing has been dead. This is the last 7 days. If you look at the past 90 days, I mean, literally nothing until all of a sudden Melania Trump comes out of nowhere on the official White House account and all of a sudden starts throwing around denials like she's the subject of a Netflix crime docuseries. So again, the whole video is bizarre. She's warning people about fake images and statements about Epstein and her.
Numerous fake images and statements about Epstein and me have been circulating on social media for years now. Be cautious about what you believe. These images and stories are completely false.
I mean, again, what is she talking about? What photos, what statements? People have not been talking about this. Literally, no one's been talking about this. And let me say, as somebody in media, this screams she got an email saying, hey, we're running this story, and she's trying to get ahead of it by basically, this is essentially damage control of some kind. Now, I'm not saying that the story that might run is true. I'm not saying that the story will run, because this is a very calculated statement to essentially threaten the people who are thinking about running that story, which we're going to get into in a second. But I just want to be clear that there's no real reason why this would happen. I mean, again, the Epstein story was dead because of the war, everything else going on. People were distracted. To have the First Lady suddenly broadcasting this from the White House account. Like, why would you do this unless you had an imminent need to do it?
Because, again, this is what's really weird, is the fact that we're, I think, 24 hours removed. Yeah, we're 24 hours removed from this, and nothing really came out yet.
You could just wait.
The only thing that I've heard is that there's a tie to the guy who ran the modeling agency, which, surprise!
Otherwise, until everyone else is denying stuff. Like Comms 101, you don't talk about anything you don't want to bring attention to. And two, if you're going to issue a denial, issue it when everyone else is talking, right? You don't issue it when everyone in the theater is quiet and then you raise your hand and you go, hey guys, I didn't do it. That's the last time. I mean, already you don't want to be issuing denials out of nowhere, but if you're going to issue them when, everybody, Howard Lutnick, all of these guys are spitting out denials. Jess Staley, Bill Gates, all these prominent people are issuing denials. You could be the little hand and be like, yeah, I deny it too. But to suddenly,
no, this was bigger than her not being invited to something. And no, I don't think this has a lot to do with the
only be talking about false
the whole thing with her movie
smears when there's no story out about you yet. It just
because you're not the first. Whoever said that in chat, you weren't the first person I have seen say that.
Screams, hey, I know this story's going to drop. They probably reached out for comment or something like that. And
Russia's been putting out photos of her from her days being a whore.
And this is her way of front-running the story, is my best guess. I mean, otherwise, this is a truly mystifying action that, honestly, I'm happy about. I've been frustrated that I can't really talk about the Epstein files because nobody's interested in it right now. Nobody's been interested in the story lately. The pressure to release the actual unwritten.
No, and they did the thing, too. Like, this is why I can't stand people that come into my chat and they're like, what about Hunter Biden's laptop, or Hillary Clinton did XYZ, fucking George Soros, any of it. I don't care, because I have been shown how little you guys actually give a shit about any of this.
Redacted files. Remember, they said they released them in full, but they are actually redactions on top of the redactions. There just was.
Yeah, lots of AI out there. See, that's kind of, Monkey Business already kind of running running interference saying, oh, there's a lot of AI out there. It could all just be AI. The entire Epstein files, just AI.
Isn't a lot of momentum for that.
Holy fuck, man.
And it just seemed like people stopped caring the moment we had all these other issues. And so this...
I hope I'm misreading that, because if that's where you're going with that one, dude...
This would be the biggest tactical error of all time. It might still be...
Yeah, this is the Streisand effect. We wouldn't have been talking about this if she didn't do this.
Unless you had to respond to something. And so I think the only question in my mind personally is like, well, what story is possibly going to come out? And will it come out with all of these kind of threats? Because this is a very lawyered statement. It's obvious this was carefully prepared. And parts of it specifically call out different elements of defamation. They say, hey, they're trying to defame my reputation. They start talking about her good name. They talk about these outlets wanting to gain financially. And then specifically this statement right here, my attorneys and I have fought these unfounded and baseless lies with success and will continue to maintain my sound reputation without hesitation. That is a direct call out to anyone who's thinking about publishing. Hey, we've done it in the past. We're basically going to sue you if you report on this because
that doesn't work
because of my great reputation.
Yeah, that doesn't work. I'm sorry. The last time I looked, I haven't seen a single case where they're just like, yeah, it's based on the merits of me saying that my good reputation could be besmirched by them reporting on this.
Basically, beware. We will come at you.
Okay.
With obviously the...
And I'll come at you for violating trying to violate my First Amendment, because the bitch of it is, she's technically a government entity being so close to the president. And if this is coming from the White House in any capacity, then guess what? That's literally what the whole, First Amendment's about is, government coming and trying to threaten you for using your free speech.
Full, financial and political support of her name. And here's more of what she said.
My attorneys and I have fought these unfounded and baseless lies with success and will continue to...
I don't give a shit about Swalwell because you guys didn't give a shit about Stormy Daniels, this bitch, any of it. So shut the fuck up.
To maintain my sound reputation.
Eric Swalwell's likely going to be the fucking governor of California, and you can deal with it.
Without hesitation. To date, several individuals and companies have been legally obligated to publicly apologize and retract their lies about me.
God.
Such as Daily Beast.
I thought that we were all about, them coming here and assimilating. Why does she still talk like this, huh?
James Carville.
I thought that she was part of Republican Party that wanted to make sure that we could always have her pass for being all American. I'm doing this, by the way, because I don't give a fuck anymore. If this is what they're gonna fucking do, and just be fucking blatant about it too, where it's just like, nah, I'm gonna point it out just so you guys can remember what you're supposed to care about.
HarperCollins, UK.
So there it is. She's saying, hey, we've already had people retract in the past, but that brings us back to, the question of, well, then what lies are you talking about that need to stop? If you've already had retractions, right?
Yep.
What lies about the disgraceful Jeffrey Epstein linking to you are we still discussing here? And that's why it has to be a new story, because she's saying we've already defended all these stories in the past. Of course, signaling to anyone who's going to drop this story, hey, maybe think twice about coming at me because we're going to come back at you twice as hard. Now, the most interesting other part of this story was the posture related to Epstein itself. Obviously, we know the administration's official story this whole time is that it was all a hoax. Epstein worked alone. He only trafficked to himself. And so you would expect that she would kind of toe the line. And I think what is so interesting about this statement is, one, breaking the cone of silence in the first place, like the whole thing where they just don't talk about Epstein unless they have to. And you can see in the last 30 days, the interest in Epstein was waning until all of a sudden this statement brought it all back up. And so obviously that goes against it, but so does her characterization of Epstein himself, which I found really interesting. She aligns herself totally on the sides of, one, the people who were abused, who say there was more than just Epstein, and two, she explicitly says it herself. She's like, yeah, Epstein was definitely not alone. And we know she can't just mean Ghislaine Maxwell either, because of what she says immediately afterwards.
Epstein was not alone. Several prominent male executives resigned from their powerful positions after this matter became widely politicized. Of course, this doesn't amount to guilt, but we still must work openly and transparently to uncover the truth.
Again, I can't imagine a more direct shot at the way this has all been handled by the FBI and DOJ. She's basically saying, hey, we still need to uncover the truth. Meanwhile, the DOJ is like, there is no truth to uncover. They're saying, oh, we've already released all the files. That's Todd Blanche's position. Hey. And Melania is saying, we still got to uncover it. He didn't work alone. These guys all resigned. We got to find out the truth of if they were guilty. So I think to the outside, this is a very confusing statement, and it's kind of a mystery. Like, you have to put together why a statement
first time chatter, hell yeah, welcome over to
statement like this
on the
would
Twitch
be made, why it would be made now. And I think the only logical conclusion that I, or really anyone online, I mean, this is not exactly a hot take to imagine that there's a story coming. I just happen to think it's like insanely obvious, because I've seen people wonder like, oh, that's pretty dumb that she addressed this. And it's like, no. The only reason she would address this is if she had to address it. But obviously, I'm happy about it. Everyone who's cared about this story is happy she brought it up. And in that way, she's kind of done everyone a favor. Everyone except for all the people who didn't want this to get brought back up. I mean, in some ways, she's just thrown them right under the bus and been like, yeah, there's definitely wrong stuff that was happening in these Epstein files. We need transparency. We need to listen to the victims. But, I wasn't part of it. And I think it's interesting. She calls out Congress, saying that we need to listen to the...
Oh, thank you. Sorry, I was watching the NASA feed. For some reason, their audio was so scuffed, and I had to turn it all the way up.
Victims
so thank you for catching that.
Of Epstein.
I call on Congress to provide the
appreciate the honesty.
Women
what up, Nick?
Who have been victimized by Epstein with a public hearing specifically centered around the survivors.
Again, you kind of can't imagine a position more against this administration. Which
did you do the story about the DHS story of going after an anonymous user talking bad about ICE? No, I did not.
It's just their whole thing has been bury.
Who reported on it?
Bury. We don't care. Even though they ran on releasing all this stuff. So it's interesting to watch her come out in like the complete opposite direction. Like, yeah, we need more hearings. We need sworn testimony. We need all this stuff. We need investigation. But even though
actually, she's trying to disidentify as a victim who they could flip against Trump and beyond, because the truth is they abused her badly enough to get good people still hunkered down at the DOJ.
I'm aligned with all of that. Just remember, this is all in the wider context of getting ahead of...
I mean, dude, the fact is, she left more questions than answers, which nobody was questioning shit. Like, I'm glad that he showed that chart that was showing that nobody was really asking about the Epstein files in general. So for this to, like, not only just be like, okay, they're addressing something, but for her to, like, get this far ahead?
Something. What?
Yeah, we're all, like, I don't know, man. Like, what the fuck?
I don't know. But I think we're going to...
If any of our friends did this shit, anybody in our lives... just preemptively just be like...
We'll find out very soon.
I did not set the house on fire. And then 2 days later, you find out that the house was on fire. You're just like...
This wasn't...
All right. All right, yeah, here we go. Here's Valhalla's take on it.
To be clear...
Get the right-wing take on it.
I never had a relationship with Epstein.
To be clear, I had never had a... Oh, shit. Were those pictures that I was seeing on Twitter, were those real? About, like, the ones that had her and, like, Jeffrey Epstein embracing and shit?
Or...
I thought those were AI, so...
His accomplice, Maxwell.
You sure about that?
You sure about that?
You sure?
You sure about that?
Sure about that? You sure?
You sure about
that?
Yes! Oh, they were real. I mean, I've seen these like the last 4, but totally not try hard music. Very, very cool.
Welcome back to the channel, everybody. And in
Can't believe that they can show that clip of him fucking firing off a weapon.
a wild turn of events regarding the Big E files, which nobody's been talking.
90 seconds to separation. Okay, give me 1 second. Since we have 90 seconds till separation.
Phase of the completion of this flight, all of the preparatory activities leading up to the vehicle entering the Earth's atmosphere just 21 minutes from now.
All right, I do want to see the separation. Sorry, guys. I'm out, guys. Gonna watch Artemis with your family. Hell yeah. Take care. Hope to
Coming
see you
up
back
on
a little
1 minute.
later. If not, I will catch
Mark,
you
1
on the
minute
next
till
one.
crew module, service module separation.
Awesome. Thank you for the contributions. Really appreciate that. All right. You said 90 seconds, right? Someone give me a give me a countdown. Come on, let's go. You getting close? You getting close? Oh, I came back just in time to watch the space stuff with you. I'm totally out of the loop and not under a rock. What is NASA doing? We just went to the moon again. We have four astronauts that are just about to re-enter and splash down after going the farthest distance away from Earth, around the moon on a manned mission. It is very, I mean, this is awesome, but I gotta say, man, I'm actually a little like, what? There it goes. Why am I behind? Oh, there it goes. Woo!
And we have confirmation of crew module, service module separation. And a great view, albeit momentarily.
Houston, good stuff on board.
Hell yeah.
Houston copies and concurs.
The European service module now
my God,
separated
something
from
happened.
Integrity. A
Wow.
job well done.
Integrity, no action for these
No,
four
I'm not
CD
even gonna.
cautions.
I'm not
Those
gonna
are
front. This is cool.
SM related.
This is cool as fuck. Hey, how about not?
Integrity.
No, let's not do that. Why is your tail all fat? What are you doing? What'd you see? What are you doing? Oh shit! Is there a mouse down here?
So, with Integrity now flying free on its own for the remaining 32
Well,
minutes
do
of
your
this
job.
mission. Next up, the raise burn, a 19-second firing of Integrity's thrusters.
GPS 2.
All right, this is actually kind of cool. All right, we might go. We're gonna go back to the Melania stuff after the touchdown.
Integrity copies, good GPS 2.
Yeah, because they're gonna be making the adjustments, and it is
Coming
kind of
up on the
cool.
2-minute mark until the raise burn. Again, this is the final tweaking of the orientation of Integrity to put it in the right
Dragon Slay.
angle,
What about Artemis?
if you will, the angle of attack
WD
that it
YT.
will fly in during its entrance into the Earth's atmosphere.
No, he's not on the
Entry
hunt.
interface now just 18 minutes, 25 seconds away. This is a visualization, but driven by real-time telemetry. This is the maneuvering of Integrity to the raise burn orientation. Just 2,800 miles from Earth.
So they separate,
Houston,
and then just
we got
kind
a
of
great
free fall.
view of the European service module out the window with the sun hitting the side.
18
and
minutes to lose
solar
radio
rays from
contact.
The NASA worm right there. It's a beautiful looking machine.
Roger.
I mean, yeah. I don't know, man. I know too many like
And we
nerds,
have completed
like
the
real
maneuver to the
nerds that
raise
did
burn
like shit with their
orientation.
lives.
1
I don't
minute
know
away
anybody
from
that
the
works
raise
for
burn.
NASA specifically, but I know somebody that works in aeronautics. It's really cool. He's my age, and he has a very specific part that he designed and engineered that is on every single Boeing 747. Yeah, it's kind of cool, like knowing that shit. But also, that's why I know that like a lot of this is, a lot of conspiracy shit can just be fucking debunked with just like, yeah, it's that boring. It's science shit. Well, why didn't we go back to the moon? I had this answered, by the way, by somebody where they're like, Oh, yeah, the reason that we didn't go back to space is because we just defunded the shit out of the program, and you can kind of look back and go like, yeah, they were trying to privatize it. They just didn't expect someone like Elon to come in and just be like, yeah, I'll work with NASA, steal their technology, and then just fucking take it over. Okay, now that we have 18 minutes of silence, I'm going to keep the audio on. Because at least we got, like, the contact with...
And the crew module raise burn is underway. A 19-second firing of the thrusters. And we have a completion of the burn.
Cool. See? There we go. All right. Let's talk about Melania still. Most amazing space view you will ever see. I mean, from a manned craft, sure.
PM raise burn. Your flight path angle is within limits.
Oh, Pep. Oh, yeah. My grandfather worked at NASA during the moon missions. Miss him dearly. Yeah, I mean, there's also just...
Integrity copies. Looks good on board, Jackie.
I don't know.
So the final maneuver is now complete.
That's a lot of...
Our trajectory for a splashdown in the Pacific 29 minutes from now is set and will not be amended any further. And we have the right angle of attack to mitigate any excessive heat loads on the vehicle during entry
to put
interface.
into a hoax. Let's put it that way.
A heads up about comm coverage. When you perform the 180 roll,
I know.
For the first minute or so in that attitude,
all right, yeah, so this is the angle that we have. This is a live angle.
We copy.
That's crazy, though. Still no video from
So for those who are
Do you
watching,
not think SpaceX is good for America?
the,
Not necessarily.
Series of events coming up.
No, I think that
We will,
NASA was fine when it was
enter the first traces of
funded
Earth's
by us.
atmosphere. 14 minutes.
I was more than
45
happy with
seconds
my
from now.
taxpayer money going to these types of projects.
6:53 and 30 seconds is what is pegged for entry interface.
No,
At an
what I don't
altitude
like
of
is the fact that now
400,000
my
feet,
taxpayer money is
traveling
essentially
at
not like
approximately
it's going to
34,800 feet per
turn
second.
profits for these
Range to
assholes.
touchdown or splashdown 1,701 nautical
Because that's what they're
miles.
trying to do. The reason that they want this to
24
happen is so they
seconds
can use
after
it,
entry interface, we
do
will
commercial
enter
flights
a
to the moon.
6-minute
I mean,
blackout period
this as a
in which,
Gundam
we will
fan,
lose
this is actually kind
communications
of
with the
like
crew.
where
This
they're
is
trying to
expected
establish
due
a
to the
lunar base.
buildup of plasma around the vehicle. That's an ionization effect.
And to see if
due
they
to
can
the,
work,
collision,
do
if
some
you
stuff
will,
like
the velocity of the
as far as
spacecraft
making like
with the
a
friction of
workable
the
lab
Earth's
up there, which,
atmosphere.
to be fair,
That
we should have been
6-minute
doing a long
blackout
time
is
ago.
expected to begin at
But again,
6:53 and 54
we didn't have
seconds
any
PM
funding for
Central
NASA
Time.
because, you know,
During
George
that
Bush
period
wanted
of
to
time,
fund 20 years of wars that went
we will
nowhere.
reach our peak speed of 24,661 miles per hour. That comes
Halliburton.
just short. Based
Blackwater.
on unofficial data from the flight dynamics officer right now, will come just short of the velocity record set by Apollo 10 of 24,791 miles per hour in 1969. We expect peak heating on the
Technology
vehicle
wasn't lost, we just
at,
outgrew it. What are you talking
6:54
about? That's
and
actually part of the
52
problem
seconds
that's
PM Central Time, a minute and 22
on this specific
seconds
flight
into
is the
entry
fact that we're
interface.
using
At
heat
that
shield
point,
technology
we
from the
will be just
60s. There's much,
204,000
honestly,
feet above the Earth,
I hate
traveling
to
at
do this, but to
33,000
SpaceX's credit,
feet per
they have a
second.
much better heat shield system
The
than
blackout
NASA
period
does.
is expected to last
And
6
that's even
minutes.
crazier because
We
SpaceX is
expect that blackout
technically a
period to
partner
end
in
at
this. So
6:59 and 55 seconds PM Central Time.
do you still use a massive brick-sized cell phone?
From the end of the blackout period until splashdown, it is just 7
kinda.
minutes. At which point we'll start deploying the series of parachutes to slow integrity down to an ultimate splashdown velocity of just 19 miles an hour.
Really?
We see the same, waiting for the 180 rolls.
Better heat shield and 10,000% better rockets. I wouldn't call it 10,000. Dude, stop. SpaceX is like, that's the nice part is at
The,
least when they
parachute
blow up a
deployment
rocket,
sequence, once
it's not
again,
on our
will
tax
come
down.
in,
All
several
right, you know what?
segments, but in rapid fire succession.
And we have a great view of the moon out window 2. Looks a little smaller
You
than
know,
yesterday.
I'm not as convicted in this one. I just hate that it's Elon. Thank God. Thank God optically he's not in front of any of this.
Reed Wiseman and Jackie Mahaffey exchanging discussion on a view of the moon that Integrity's astronauts are seeing in the final minutes of this mission that will be completed with splashdown just 25 minutes from now. 3 forward bay cover parachutes will be used to pull the forward bay cover off the top of the vehicle. Then 2 drogue parachutes will be deployed to slow and stabilize the crew module during its descent, followed by 3 pilot parachutes that will lift and deploy the main parachutes from the forward bay. The final sequence will have 3 main parachutes deployed.
It's reusable.
These will be 100.
My problem with reusable rockets is, okay, at what point do you stop using them? When do they outlive themselves? Like, I don't know, man.
The parachutes will.
I was kind of comfortable with the idea of rockets just kind of falling apart.
Of almost 33 times the speed of sound to a gentle 19 miles an hour as splashdown.
The problem is I've also seen too many SpaceX rockets explode. That's where I was going with it.
The vehicle is now currently in a
they rebuilt the entire rocket.
Proper attitude for entry interface. Our trajectory is right on.
But I would argue that with NASA being involved, that's the reason that this didn't have those same issues. But again, to kind of put a hole in me standing up for NASA here, it is like, yeah, but then they still insisted on using that stupid fucking heat shield that we knew was a problem with Artemis 1. Like, Artemis 1 was fine.
Integrity is on a trajectory from southwest
there are a few parts of that would have turned lethal
Ocean,
for a crew.
Descending at a rate of 15,000 feet per second.
Falcon 9 fails, yeah. Yeah, but the problem with that is I think that those were government subsidized
Range
too.
to touchdown 4,300 nautical miles. All the systems in excellent shape.
Yeah, how much tax money goes to your average? Let's see. $38 billion? $38 billion fucking dollars of our tax money? Get the fuck out! What in the actual fuck? Sorry, guys. I just realized that. Oh, jeez. I didn't mean to pause. Okay, so is this the window from the what?
Integrity, Orion.
We're watching Integrity's window.
180 attitude.
Windows covered in crap.
Let's get on board, Jackie.
Space crap.
This view out of one of Integrity's windows.
Integrity.
We had a call for 3 good barrows. Those are barometric pressure sensors that feed altitude and rate of descent information to Integrity's computers that will trigger the parachute deployment sequence. We are less than 9 minutes away from entry interface, 22 minutes from splashdown. You can see the reflection of one of the crew members in the window. Out in the Pacific, the weather conditions remain go. Just a few clouds, some scattered clouds, winds at 10 knots.
It's only
Wave
20
heights
Tomahawks, but you
just about
launched
4
over
feet.
1,000 of those last 6
A
weeks.
gentle day in the Pacific for the homecoming of Integrity's astronauts.
Mitty, I noticed that your donation had a, I believe that was a pound symbol, but I'm going to be the ignorant American here. We still don't have socialized medicine. Maybe I'd be okay with it if we had something to show for this, but I don't know, man. I just,
Integrity back in EI
that
attitude.
gets me. $300 million, you lost 3 plus. Oh, Jesus, we did. Oh, that's right. Yeah, those the THAAD things. Yeah. Oh, God. How do you know how much those things are worth just off the top of your head? That's crazy.
Crew and vehicle are configured for entry.
I barely know what they're called.
Houston copies.
This is why I love people that are so much smarter than me. Where I'm like, nah, cool.
And we're in step 37, transferring nav speed to BFS.
I always know I'm the smartest one in the room. It's like, well, I'm the opposite of that. I go in assuming I am not. Sometimes I surprise myself. All right, so what's this light? Is that's not the sun, is it? Are we about to experience the curvature of the
509. We are not below 0.2.
Probably the same way. Oh, I learned the wrong stuff, didn't I? Yes.
No action
oh God, I just realized that. Yeah, I can name most of the Gundam pilots, but
integrity.
That's crazy. Integrity. Do you think somebody's slept like
now 6 minutes
I
away
haven't
from entry
caught
interface?
like a lot of like the lives, so
we will hit the first
has somebody
traces
slipped
of Earth's
integrity in there
atmosphere at an
Just
altitude
like,
of 400,000 feet, traveling about 34,882 feet per second. Range to splashdown at that point will be 1,701 nautical miles.
Earthlings go home, keep your own bullshit. I mean, the thing is, I've thought about this. Okay, so between here, since we're doing this,
and once again, just a
between
reminder,
Earth Federation,
some 24 seconds
and the
after
Principality of
entry interface,
Xeon,
we do
I would
expect
actually
to
probably
lose
choose the
communications
Principality
with the
because I
vehicle
think
and
that
the
I would
crew
want to be a space noid
during a 6-minute blackout period,
and
when a plasma shield
get the fuck
will
out of
build
here,
up
live on a
around
colony,
the spacecraft, due to the ionization.
Also, simultaneously
due to heating
expand
effects.
humanity's reach and also,
And
do
Flight Dynamics
research.
has
Well,
just
I mean, that was the
confirmed, we will have a
original
blackout
plan.
period of exactly 6
And,
minutes in
war
duration.
prevails because we humans.
And once again,
we
that's due to
stupid.
the fact that a plasma buildup around the vehicle will prevent communications and data, so we will not be able to talk to the crew members at that time, nor will we receive data here in the flight control room.
Oh my God, this is the scariest part. I remember the first time watching Apollo 13 when they did this, where like they were returning, and they were already having all the problems. Obviously, Apollo 13.
That blackout period to begin at 6:53 and 54 seconds p.m. Central Time, and again
Last how
will
long?
last about 6 minutes in duration.
6 minutes, okay. Yeah, most dangerous part. Yeah, it's the most dangerous part of the
We're
whole
4
mission.
minutes away from entry interface.
All right, just so you guys know, we're gonna be here for the full 6 minutes, so just deal with it. I know, guys, science stuff. Like I said, for some reason, if I'm talking about bullshit politics, people love it. Love it. They want to see me get mad at Trump, and they want to see me, dealing with the lib shit. But when it comes to something cool like this, man, I can't be bothered. Lord be with them. I mean, you know what? Not exactly the religious guy here, but
This view from
yeah,
Integrity,
I kind of
as
Godspeed,
it crosses
folk.
from southwest to northeast across the Pacific Ocean, 3 minutes from entry interface.
Gotta do the most awkward thing.
16.5 minutes till splashdown. The USS John P. Murtha and the recovery team is on station and in position, as are the airborne imagery assets that we hope to receive imagery from.
I should do that
as,
right when it goes
Artemis,
radio silence.
enters
Like we're gonna
the,
have radio
Earth's
silence for
atmosphere
6 minutes.
and through parachute deployment.
I don't think it is AI assisted. From my
All
understanding,
integrity systems are in great shape. The crew is ready to.
They're using a lot of the
complete its
analog
mission
technology
just
from back in
15
the
and a half
day,
minutes
man.
From now. All of the activities today have gone off in perfect fashion. No issues with the vehicle, no issues with the crew. And the weather at the
Meanwhile, I'm so
splashdown site is
stupid.
go.
First thing I'd do if I got there, I'd be like, hey, you guys got a lightning port? Wow. Thank God I didn't want to hear another Samsung knows the moon.
Coming up on 1 minute until entry interface.
Looks like so. It inserts a picture of the moon. Yeah. Hell yeah, man. Thank you for the $5. Look, I knew it was flat.
$98, $5.
There's the ice wall.
Look,
See, guys?
I knew it was flat.
God damn. Nice. Thank you, Isaac.
Mark, 1 minute until entry interface.
So is it like, I want to see the bottom, though. No. Why did they come back
1
through
minute,
the top?
20 seconds until
I
the
want to see the
expected start of
bottom
our 6-minute blackout.
Of like the ice waterfalls or whatever. Like that.
1 minute
Where do it go?
6-minute blackout.
Integrity.
Yeah, I guess that's true, Pep. If I guess if analog worked, then why innovate on it? I believe my dad has the best way of saying it is, if it ain't broke, don't fix. I swear to God, that man lives by that moniker too. Oh man, he's right though. To be fair, he is right. I can't tell you how many times, like, I did something to like fix
10
something.
seconds till entry interface.
Actually, my PS5. There was a good one there. Yeah. I went to fix it by cleaning it.
And we have crossed the threshold, now entering the Earth's atmosphere.
Oh God! I mean,
We're
they
at
are
400,000 feet, traveling
fast, man.
34,800 feet per second.
Did you see how quickly that turned too? The second they hit the atmosphere. Holy shit!
Time to splash down 13 minutes, 10 seconds.
This takes 13 minutes. You ever had a bad landing? Like, where you like, you knew that this is a little bit more than turbulence. What's up with that? Oh boy.
And as predicted, we've entered our communications blackout.
Blue screen of death.
This will be a 6-minute blackout period.
All right, bad choice of words.
No voice, no data from the crew.
Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. That's going to be me for the next 6 minutes. Oh man.
We're 30 seconds away from the anticipated point of peak heating on the vehicle, where temperatures will rise to about 4,000 to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. This is the true test of our trajectory.
Now, I know like their suits like do that, where they just like, they can pee in their suits. I would totally be peeing in my suit right now. I'd just be like,
in the vicinity of the splashdown zone, this view
I got smoke.
of integrity.
But then I would also hopefully have one of these that's just like this.
So that pinpoint of light shows the vehicle as it enters the period of peak heating in the Earth's atmosphere, the first tug of gravity being felt by Integrity's astronauts since their launch back on April 1st.
NASA Control, we have a little problem here. Pepper's hotboxing his helmet again. We've requested that he not do that because then we end up having a little bit of a contact high. Tell them to stop being such
4.5 minutes
bitches.
Until the end of the blackout period.
Come on, man.
Time to splash down, 11 minutes, 33 seconds.
You're going to tell me that there's a more than zero possibility of me not making it through this, and you expect me to do this sober? I think not. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is why Pep Talks is not in NASA. Or in a lot of things. I can't tell you how many times I've gotten an offer to do something where they're just like, hey, yeah, here's this awesome offer with like lots of money, but you can't smoke. And it's like, nah. Take your fucking money.
The landing and support officer reports that the P-3 has acquisition on Integrity.
Persona 3? What?
3.5 minutes left in this blackout
3.5 minutes. There
this
we
is
go.
A
I was about to say, how come we don't have graphics at least? Like
the plasma
come on,
buildup
man.
around the spacecraft and the
we can make a
repelling of
timer
that
for
heat
fucking,
on
you
Integrity's
know,
heat shield.
a theoretical war that didn't happen, or a theoretical war, a theoretical fucking genocide that, you know, fucking Trump was talking about. Yeah, we had countdown clocks to the minute, but we couldn't have this a little bit sooner. God damn, that's hot. Yeah, it is. That is crazy. And how in the fuck they go from speeding up this
Flight
fucking
Dynamics
much
reports that
to
airborne assets in the
19 miles
vicinity of
per
the
hour?
splashdown
Why
zone do
19?
have a
Why not just
visual
an
on
even 20?
Integrity.
That's actually a little odd.
Still 2 minutes and 40 seconds left in our blackout period.
This stream rules. Spaceship rule.
Time
Spaceship
to splash
rules.
down.
Spaceship!
9 minutes, 35 seconds.
Spaceship! Man, I did fucking got more of a connection to Benny from fucking Lego Movie, which, God, I need to watch that movie. I haven't watched that in a while.
Multiple airborne assets as part of the recovery team all have visuals on Integrity.
Yay! The answer is math. Well, that's why I don't get it. Math.
And the WB-57 flying in the splashdown zone also has a visual.
I'm worried that every time I do this, I'm gonna.
And
That's
the
when they're
Navy
gonna be like,
helos
we've
also
lost
have visuals.
We've lost visual.
We're still in the blackout period.
I don't give a shit.
Still do not have communication.
They're actors.
The
They're
crew.
pretending to be something else. I don't give a fuck if I like them or not. I really don't. It's the same with Gina Carano or any of that shit. Whatever. I mean, if you got a problem with it and you cannot get past it, I'm not making fun of you. I'm just saying I personally don't have that. Life's too short to fucking constantly just be like, I don't like this, so I don't like this now, even though I still like that. It's like the Guardians of the Galaxy. I can't hate Guardians of the Galaxy.
We're standing by for communications from the crew.
And even him
We
as
should
Star
be out
Lord
of
is
the blackout
very. It's
period less than a
enjoyable.
minute
I don't
from
care.
now.
Could you imagine being a Woody Allen fan, though? I don't know what that's like. There is obviously a bridge too far. I will say that much, too. You know, the Cosby Show is a hard watch now.
From Integrity.
Barehanding Doritos like an animal. Hey, they're the spicy notch. These are not like orange, you know what I mean?
Landing and support officer reports the small boats are en route to the splashdown target zone.
Spicy. To who? You know, honestly, they don't taste that much different than normal Doritos. I didn't pause this, did I? This is what I don't like. Yeah, I was about to say, come on, guys. Don't make me do that. Doritos are good for starting fires, too. Like, they're actually, like, you can light them on fire and... Wait,
passing through 150,000 feet, our trajectory is perfect. We're getting intermittent views.
Hey, you do you, buddy.
Of Integrity.
I just can't stand
Still waiting to establish voice communication.
I don't care. I don't watch it for him. The thing is, I'm not, like, he's in his side. I'm watching it for the fucking talking raccoon. And I am Groot.
Houston, Integrity, we have you loud and clear.
Your trajectory is nominal, and your recovery teams have visual.
Guidance looks good.
No action for the enabled internal camera controller fail.
You know what? It actually... No, Parks and Rec.
Big cheers from the viewing
it
room
ruined
here
Parks
in
and
Mission
Rec for me,
Control
though.
as
I will admit
voice
that.
communication reestablished with Commander Reed Wiseman.
Because that's supposed to be more him. You know, but...
For America and a waiting world,
There we
integrity is 5.5 minutes away from coming home.
Man, this is cool. No, I can't listen to Lost Prophets still. No, that's yeah. Like I said,
Passing
there's a bridge too
100,000
far.
feet now.
It's where you're just like I don't know.
Range to splash down 19 nautical miles.
Michael Jackson's a little different because it was never actually proven that he did any of that, and then with the Epstein drops, learning that they were actually going after him, kind of makes sense. What's with the flashing? Is this from them? Oh shit! I just realized that this is the camera from them. I'm a moron.
Integrity impact to the camera
I thought the
controller
little
fail
thing.
is
I thought
no
the little
cab
thing
line
was them.
views of the chutes.
Yeah, coming in hot. Yeah.
Integrity.
We're processing
Yeah, it's
good
so
data
bright
through
that it's
the
fucking
GPS
with the camera.
system.
Yeah.
A good view of integrity. Time to splash down 4.5 minutes. And a view of integrity from the WB-57.
I don't know. I just found out that
We're at
like Sublime
50,000
played at
feet.
Mar-a-Lago. Am I gonna fucking sit here and pretend that I don't like Sublime's music any like less or some shit? Because number one, it's his kid, so I don't care. I just don't care. I will be more careful with my money, though. All right.
The pyros are on
I mean,
for forward bay
it looks
cover
like they're
jettison.
fine. They got through the hardest part. Heat shield did all right. Now parachutes.
And there go the first series of parachutes. And we're on drogues.
And Houston, we're visual 2 drogues out the window.
2 good drogue shoots. Next up,
We copy. We see them.
Next up,
Alarm
the
just went
deployment
off.
of pilot parachutes that will pull the main chutes out. Time to splash down 3 minutes and 10 seconds.
I don't like how it's wobbling.
Perfect descent rate according to flight dynamics.
Oh, okay.
2 drogues.
I mean, if it's supposed to do that, then all right.
We see the same on board.
Because, yeah, you saw it, like, rocking, right? Yeah, it's still really fucking fast. They'd be paced if they landed right now. How
Passing
fast are
through
these supposed to
10,000
fall?
feet.
I mean...
Still on drogues.
I don't know what, like, the max velocity would be, but I know that they're supposed to get it down to, you know, just under 20 miles per hour by the time they hit the fucking water. Next ones. There's the biggies. Yeah,
Main
here we
chute
go.
deploy. We're at 5,000 feet.
There you go. I was about to say, why
Search and
aren't you
recovery
opening
beacon has
up?
been activated on integrity.
Okay.
And we have 3 good main chutes.
Yep. 3 good main chutes. They're done.
Good 3 main chutes, good reefing, good descent rate.
Good rates, and we see 3 good-looking parachutes.
Sorry, I'm the type of guy that takes his seatbelt off by, like, when I see my house, which is, I know, not smart. So.
Integrity. Cabin pressure indicates no need for hydrazine checks.
Integrity copies.
What would they use hydrazine for?
This
Does
is
it
a
float? Yeah.
perfect descent for integrity. Its crew sounding hale and hearty on board.
By the way,
Time
Michael
to splash
Jackson being
down
chased
1
by
minute,
Israel
15
was a hoax?
seconds.
I don't know.
Integrity about to complete a journey spanning
problem is,
694,000.
when you really look at it, there wasn't a lot of, like...
From its launch from the Kennedy Space Center back on
non-circumstantial
April
evidence
1st, and a
against
trip
him.
around the moon.
I don't want to stand up for the guy because, trust me, I did write him off. But then somebody started poking holes in the investigation from like the documentary that really did him in. And they found some like pretty big problems there. So I don't know. Where are they venting?
Passing through 1,000 feet.
Hard splash. Wait. It's not a delay? No. I like how this is the part where we're all like, wait, this is the perfect time to do it.
Use integrity. Splashdown, sending post-landing command now.
Splashdown confirmed.
Copy splashdown. Waiting on VLDR.
Splashdown confirmed at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time. From the pages of Jules Verne to a modern-day mission to the moon, a new chapter of the exploration of our celestial neighbor is complete. Integrity's astronauts back on Earth.
Hell yeah, man. Isaac, fucking thank you for the $20. Very kind of you.
And
oh,
Isaac
yeah.
Newton, $98, $20.
Fucking go.
LFG.
And the landing and support officer reports the vehicle is stable 1.
Hell
We still
yeah.
will be deploying the crew module uprighting system to maintain that orientation. A perfect bullseye splashdown for
Yeah.
Integrity and its 4 astronauts.
Now, here's the thing. How long does it stay hot from the, like, you know, being a fireball? I have to assume that, like, you pop that open right now and it's just like, right? When did my wife get cancer? My wife has had
The
cancer for since
splashdown
October.
time, 7:07 and 47 seconds p.m. Central Time. We'll get that refined for you.
Pretty
That
sure I
would
started
put the end of the mission at a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 1 hour,
thing
31
pretty
minutes,
soon after
35
we
seconds.
made the announcement. Trust me, the first hospital
And
bill
we're
was enough for me to
configuring
just
for
go
very
like,
low data rate.
oh God.
Once
Only
again,
could laugh on that
splashdown
one.
occurring in the Pacific, southwest of San Diego, at
Really?
7:07 and 47 seconds p.m.
Integrity Houston, comm check on VLDR.
If the material insulates well enough, it actually won't stay that hot for too long. Oh,
We
cool.
have you the same. We'll meet you over in post-landing.
I always thought it was cooler with the space shuttle, the way that it would approach and then just land.
4 green crew members.
Houston copies all.
Reed Wiseman reporting 4 green crew members. That is not their complexion. That is the fact that they're in great condition. That's what that means.
That's not their
So
complexion.
stable 1, upright. The
He has to
crew module
reassure us that they're
uprighting
not
system
feeling
is
sick.
Being deployed.
They
The
are
5
professionals,
airbags
damn
being
it.
inflated through helium to maintain the upright configuration for the vehicle.
Helium,
This
you
was
say?
a
Well, that's
textbook
fucking
entry and
expensive.
a textbook touchdown for Integrity. Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen back on Earth after a journey around
Hell
the
yeah.
moon.
All right. Let's see the capsule. Pop. Are we gonna get like a capsule pop where they like do the thing where they sit on top and go woo, yay? Or do we not get like iconic shots like that and we can just move on with our day? hoping for iconic shot. Let's go iconic shot. Come on, come on. Come on, give us something. The capsule must be expensive, $50K minimum.
We continue
that set them back a couple bucks.
monitor the functioning of the CMOOS system. The airbags are being inflated to maintain a stable one or upright
He
configuration.
literally just did the equivalent of like the lead and just like, but that
from
cost
one of
him
the
a
naval
pretty penny.
helicopters
Set him
hovering
back a
overhead.
couple bucks.
Reed Wiseman reporting 4 green crew members,
man.
meaning they're all in excellent shape.
How much is it actually worth? Let's see.
Integrity Houston for SAR beacon and radio.
SAR beacon is in for 06, and we're powering the radio now. Go ahead.
We see the beacon on. However, the recovery team
$4.1 billion fucking dollars
is not seeing the signal. Your
what in the actual what?
Our radio uses the same antenna, so you may run into trouble with the radio.
Okay, copy. And we are also powering up the sat phone now.
That's oh. Thanks for the social time watching that together.
So
Heck yeah,
Integrity
Mitty.
is in great shape.
I'm glad that we got to do that. That was fun.
The crew continues its post-splashdown
and
timeline
here
activities
we are,
on board.
living
Reed Wiseman once again
through
reporting
history
that all
again.
4 crew members are in excellent shape.
Thank you for joining me.
And we
on
have 5
Pep Talks
inflated airbags
for
to
this
maintain an
historic
upright
mission
configuration.
to the moon.
So
Signing
that,
off.
the reaction,
I'm
the
not going
recovery
anywhere. I'm
team,
just kidding.
can now begin a slow approach to the vehicle. Meanwhile, here in the flight control room, entry flight director Rick Henfling is polling his team of flight controllers for the start of powering down the vehicle after a thorough systems check. We have no toxic gases to be concerned about, so the recovery personnel can approach the vehicle, but not until we have powered down the spacecraft. That's expected to take a few more minutes.
Why? But why? Wait a minute. That's... Now I'm genuinely curious, like, okay, why can't they just approach? Why does the computer have to be shut off? Oh, it's pressure, right? That's a thing. Wait, did they get like
Integrity
a reverse
back on
bends?
Earth, following its historic flyby of the moon.
I've never thought about that. Wait a minute.
It was, for all intents and purposes, a textbook
Well, no, because they're
mission.
not actually experiencing the pressure, right?
On this frequency.
The whole rocket was 4.1 billion. Oh, okay, that's what I thought. I was like,
We copy.
Reed Wiseman indicating some trouble with the SARSAT phone on board. But that's not an
660.
issue.
Okay,
What is
cool.
more
That makes more
important
sense.
is that the vehicle is
I was
solid.
about to say, yeah. So 4.1 was
No
the whole
issues
cost
as
of the
we
rocket.
begin the power down of the vehicle to begin the recovery process.
Billion? I mean, I think it has more to do with the finishing of the safety protocols. That kind of makes sense. Gold's not that fucking, it's not worth that much. Is it? I don't know. What's it at today? Fuck. It could have gone to the moon. I don't even fuck. Like this. It could have gone to the
propulsion
moon.
officer here in Mission Control reports that we have safed the prop system on Integrity.
Can you say again that was very weak and broken?
Integrity.
Still think space should be taxpayer funded? All right, you got me.
Houston did not call.
You did. No, I don't. I don't know. I think that it should be partially. I don't know.
On the SAR radio,
Yeah, we should have a stake in it, though.
All of the milestones were executed in perfect fashion. Integrity entering the Earth's atmosphere right on time, reaching its peak speed shortly after
this
a
did
blackout
go,
period began. We emerged
like,
from the blackout
perfectly
period.
for them, so.
But the recovery imagery airborne assets were able to pick up Integrity's descent almost immediately through entry interface.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Tracking the vehicle all the way down. And finally, you saw the sequence of chute deployments. First, the forward bay cover being pulled off.
Well, to be fair,
the
do you
top
only
of
want the rich to have a say on what is
by
done? But
series
yeah,
of
it's a
3
lot.
parachutes. Then the drogue chutes were
Yeah, but I'd rather spend our money on this than our fucking wars.
deployed, followed by the 3 main chutes that slowed the splashdown velocity of Integrity to just 19 miles an hour.
All right, we gonna pop this pod or what? What are we doing? Yes, this was a test for if we were going to land on the moon again.
Integrity, Houston, with no joy on SAR
What's
and
the chance of us going into a nuclear winter next week? Pretty small.
phone. We'd like you to command an additional 15 minutes for a total of 30 minutes.
When you say
power
next
down
week,
delay.
what? You didn't think that it was going to happen this last Tuesday?
All right, Jackie, we have selected T/D plus 30. No joy on SAR radio or sat phone. And stand by. We have the master diver on SAR radio.
All right, here we
Please hold
go.
comms.
Hey, Lily. Excuse me. Hey, Jackie. We just got the master diver on SAR.
We could have hotels on the moon by now. I think so. I mean, fuck, watch 2001 A Space Odyssey. They literally thought, we'd be taking fucking Pan Am up there, which they got that one wrong.
Integrity, Houston, if you are happy with your comm with Master Diver, you can go back to the 15-minute power down.
Okay, stand by.
Could you imagine
Yeah,
surviving
we'll
a
confirm here in a
space
second.
flight like this, but getting seasick?
The crew on board Integrity coordinating with the flight control team in Houston here in Mission Control on the timing of the power down of the vehicle, which will be the precursor to the recovery teams approaching the spacecraft. There are no issues with Integrity. We've had a bit of broken capability in establishing a SARSAT or satellite phone communications capability between the crew on board Integrity and the recovery team. That will get sorted out here shortly.
Oh, that's interesting. So they're having a hard time
Plenty
actually
of
getting a hold of
cooling
them?
on board Integrity, so there's no rush to begin the power down.
To call you on the sat phone and not getting an
I
answer.
want to see them
there
get boarded. Or come off. I don't know.
Concur. We haven't had anything come through.
Finish my bag of chips. Hell yeah. Go back to the Melania
And
stuff
Houston,
after
if
this.
you could relay to recovery that we hear them, but it does not. But it does not appear as though they are hearing us.
Houston copies, and Reed, just to confirm, you are pushing the PTT
Oh, God.
on the radio.
You guys remember when Elon Musk said we'd be going to Mars by 2024? That worked.
So as we continue to sort out the communications between Integrity and the recovery teams, we are standing by for the initiation of the power down procedures that, as you see, the recovery teams are moving towards the side of the capsule. The next major event will be the erection of that large inflatable raft called the front porch. That will be the port of call for the crew as they're being extracted one by one from the vehicle.
All right.
Integrity Houston for sat phone. We are going to attempt to call you.
Wait.
Standing by.
That?
And Jackie, yes, we are.
What's with the extra step here? I don't get it. Why does the phone need to work? You're talking to him right now. What's
the up-down arrows? We are utilizing that.
All right, I don't know. We can't believe this is like a game of what's it called? Telephone?
Okay, we copy all.
You're telling me that these motherfuckers literally just had a cell phone? They'd be like,
seeing that you're touchdown plus 3030 for power, correct?
they're sitting there just mouthing in the.
We are trying a backdoor approach to have Mission Control here call the crew on their satellite phone. This is all part of the coordination for the power down of the vehicle that will initiate the actual recovery operation. The first boats with the Navy divers on board are standing by, waiting to close in on Integrity to begin the process of erecting the large inflatable raft that's called the front porch that will be where the astronauts are extracted from so that they can have a few minutes to get their land legs back.
Land legs. Now we're talking. Can we get them on land first before we start?
Back to the deck of the USS
Yo,
John
dude,
P. Murtha.
they're still floating in the middle of the sea. Land legs. That's a little insulting. Just gonna say. For anybody that's ever been in, the Navy or some shit like that, it's just like, no. They get land legs when they go back to land. Put your water shoes on. All right, what the fuck is, come on, like, we're all waiting with bated breath here. I can already sense that, yeah, they actually lost over fucking 10,000 people just within the last few minutes.
They cannot hear us.
People just being like, all right, man. They can't hear Mission Control. Oh. Gravity ankles. Starship is incredibly impressive, though. Oh, I know. I've been keeping an eye on it. Been keeping an eye on most of the SpaceX stuff. As I said, it just sucks that it's such a asshole that is in charge of the company. Like,
and Houston on OE1, is there any chance to tie us into NRD?
okay. Well, play some music, I guess. Fuck it. I don't want to be the guy that's just like, right as I click off, then it's just like, and they're out! Let's see them! Yay! Look, they're waving! Woo! So the astronauts have no idea what's going on. That's gotta suck. That's gotta suck. Dude, they literally are sitting there with the same energy you get when the plane is just sitting on the tarmac and you don't know why. You're like, how come we're not at the gate?
The recovery team that is basically
guys, we're not at the gate still. It sucks. Like,
to the spacecraft, we're going to go to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha, where Megan Cruz is standing by with Administrator Jared Isaacman.
Hey, Rob, yeah, just such an honor to be able to be here on the ship, to be able to share and experience this moment with everyone together. And of course, as you just said, yes, here with NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman. Administrator, how did you feel getting to witness this and seeing NASA at its best?
Oh, I
don't care.
I'm honestly, I'm still at a loss for words. I mean, you know, like the childhood Jared right now can't believe what I just saw. I mean, almost been waiting my whole lifetime to see this, and then as NASA Administrator, I just couldn't be more proud of the entire workforce, the years, the effort, the late nights, all the hard work from across the country that contributed to this incredible moment right now. And yeah, incredibly grateful too for our teams here on the John P. Merthyr right now.
Yeah, look at them behind us here.
Got everybody. Hey, what do you guys think? We just brought some astronauts back from the moon, huh?
As I said, it is kind of crazy that this isn't like
so grateful to the Navy,
a lot more popular with people
that are here, the NASA teams. I mean, this is a joint effort that's on their way right now. These recovery forces are getting out to our Orion spacecraft, to Integrity, get our astronauts back on the ship safely.
Yeah, and this is not just an accomplishment for NASA. This is an accomplishment for humanity. Again, a historic mission to the moon and back. How does this make you feel, and what do you hope people take away from this?
Well, I'll tell you, you know, I think about the crew members that we've all had an opportunity to observe.
Yeah, Elon is a mediocre man who conned everyone into thinking he's smart. Yeah,
professional astronauts.
Yeah, taking like the literal fucking the work from NASA and everybody else and just being like, look what I did.
That we sent out there right
like,
now, and I can't imagine a better crew than the Artemis II crew that just completed a perfect mission right now.
Oh, we've already
Televangi.
We got a lot of people that already like came through chat that were not joking. They thought that this was all AI and
series more. I mean, this is not.
There's already a large contingent of people that don't want to believe this actually happened.
No, it's not.
I don't get it.
This is just the beginning. We are going
I don't understand that commitment and like also not actually going and like having that level of commitment to the idea that the Earth is either flat or just whatever the fuck keeps them from thinking that we didn't go to the moon. And then just, I don't know, doing actual research, because like I don't think any of these people have even gone to like the Space Center. I don't think that anybody has like really talked to astronauts, any of this shit. They just go, I watched an internet video about it, and now I'm convinced that we didn't go to the moon.
But we're already making progress, right?
Nah, I think that technically what we're doing now, we're just faking it again.
On April 20th,
so they can steal money from us. It's like, I don't know, they could just steal money the way they are right now, just right in front of our face. Nah.
And at the same time, we got to start getting ready for 3.
Amazing. And last question, you know, for people who joined us
40
for
years,
all 10 days
kids will tell us this is fake. Dude, I'm at that age now. I read a meme about this, and then I actually experienced it, where I had a kid that, you know, just turned like 18, trying to explain to me how fucking 9/11 went down, and I was just like, keep going. I mean, holy shit. Just when I thought like 9/11 truth or conspiracies were bad, holy fuck.
This launch, I mean, 48 hours prior to launching Artemis II, I was meeting with the Italian Space Agency.
And organically got some of the fucking like, you know, lizard people kind of shit where you're just like, oh,
I mean, you have countries.
You guys kind of adopted all the conspiracy theories, didn't you?
We are committed to this effort. We are returning to the moon. We're doing it to stay. We are building that enduring presence. We are going to master the skills on the surface of the moon, so someday we can undertake missions to Mars. It's just an incredibly exciting time, and we're not going at it alone. We're bringing everybody along with us.
The fact is, we were so arrogant in thinking like, yeah, you know what? We could totally make it to Mars from Earth. It's like, what?
Awesome. I love that. Okay, well, thank you
so
much.
Oh my God, is that Pep? That is Pep. What up, Rebecca? Oh my God, is that a Rebecca? It is a Rebecca.
Stay tuned, and we'll see you back here shortly.
I think it is. Okay, are they gonna do this? Because I'm about to dip. I'm sorry. Like, I want to see it, and I want to see this through, but this really is getting to the point where I'm like,
we are in the process of working to establish that communications link and to establish the procedures that will lead to the power down of the spacecraft, which is gently bobbing in the Pacific following a bullseye touchdown that occurred at 7:07.
So you're telling me that this is
Central
just
Time, 5:07 p.m.
accidentally causing us to be bored
before sunset in the Pacific,
Science
southwest
requires
of San
patience.
Diego.
No. Science requires a fucking
once again
Sharpie
heard
and a
from,
piece of
the
paper
crew
to go,
during that interview
you
opportunity
ready
with the administrator,
to get
and we have
out?
4 healthy crew
And then they
members
go,
on board.
And I have a feeling they all go like this, and then they're like,
we now have confirmation that the vehicle has been powered down as per the procedures. So we have vehicle powered
procedure
down, and the flight control team here in
get
Houston,
out.
Flight Director Rick Henfling, has handed over mission authority to the Exploration Ground Systems team out in the Pacific. Now,
we sent it to the moon, but we can't talk on the radio to tell them how to get out.
Console,
that is a real thing right now. This is a little embarrassing. I'm not going to lie.
Porch, that inflatable raft that will be erected along the side hatch of Integrity. So we're standing by for that in the next step in the recovery procedures. But everything
Trump
is in
doesn't
great
let him
shape,
get out because
and
he's
we have
like,
4 healthy
no,
crew
I need
members
to
on board
talk
the
to him
vehicle.
first. They must hear my beautiful voice. The first thing that they must hear, my beautiful voice. Jesus Christ.
All of the entry events went by the book, no issues, perfect trajectory for Integrity that was culminated with one final raise burn to improve the angle of attack for the vehicle as it entered the Earth's atmosphere. All of that flight dynamics computation worked like a charm.
Yeah. Is it me or is there a lot of erection talk at NASA? I mean, it was a long and hard process. We put in the work, you know. We had a little bit of a squirter there, but it's like, we're still talking about space shit, right?
So we are standing by for the recovery team to approach Integrity and begin the process of erecting that inflatable raft called the front porch, which will see the crew members be extracted from the hatch of Orion into that inflatable raft before they're hoisted aboard 2 Navy helicopters in
at this point, when you just fucking take a magnet to pick the fucker up and just take it to land.
Will be hoisted in sequential fashion, in alternating fashion, 2 crew members for each helicopter before they turn around to head back to the John P. Murtha. Once on the deck of the ship, they'll be brought into medical bay for comprehensive medical exams. But Reed Wiseman has reported several times that the crew is in excellent shape.
Okay. What are we doing here?
So just to recap, it has been
I forgot the key code to the door.
Since the splashdown of Integrity
Have you
in the
tried
Pacific, the vehicle is in excellent shape. It performed like a champ all the way down through the Earth's atmosphere.
Oh, you're telling me it didn't work?
The vehicle functions were
I did reset it. My bad, guys.
Excellent trip hammer fashion. The parachutes all deployed as planned. Splashdown occurring at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time.
What up, G? Came over from your YouTube. Thanks, Push. Appreciate that.
And after a bit of a tussle to try to establish a communications link with the recovery team, we were finally able to run through the procedures for the powering down of the vehicle.
All right,
We've
they got to turn it off now, right?
Mission authority to the Exploration Ground Systems
All
folks
right.
out in the Pacific.
Cool.
And the recovery
So now you guys
team
can like do the
will
thing.
be approaching the vehicle shortly to erect the inflatable raft called the front porch before opening the hatch to Integrity to bring the crew members onto that raft before they're hoisted onto 2 Navy helicopters, 2 crew members for each helicopter before they're flown back to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha.
Okay, so they've established communication. Yeah. We're back. Dang, they had to turn it. They had to turn it off and turn it back. I wouldn't doubt. I don't know, man. That kind of seems. It seems like that could totally be the reason, but Oh my God. Ugh. Get the front porch out already. God damn it. Don't be in a hurry. Dude, I got other shit I want to cover tonight. No, I'm being real here. This is fucking boring. Like, I know I'm like a little kid. Mommy, I don't want to be here. I'll go to McDonald's. But for real, it's fucking boring. Like, all right, let's watch them fucking bob with their fucking 4 stupid balloons on top and fucking just, you know. But I said, it's going to be my luck where all of a sudden they get a fucking shot like this. All of a sudden, front porch is there and they're out there waving. Woo! Woo! All because I'm an impatient asshole that's just like, yeah, you know. And now I've already committed too much to this. Like, now I'm in it. Like, you ever done that thing where you've waited in line and you realize that you might be in the wrong line, but then you're like, but this line's moving, so if I go to that line, I'm actually going to end up waiting longer, so I might as well just stay in this line. But then you watch that line move even faster, and then you still got 4 people in front of you, and you got the person that moves up front, and then the person that you would have been in back of, they're leaving, and you're still 4 people behind. But then you're just like, yeah, it's called the sunken cost fallacy. That's how Maga feels. Oh my God. I just realized that's me in the line at Costco. What up, Bandit? How you doing, brother? You missed all the fun. I mean, we touched down. We're back, but we're just waiting. We're just waiting on those balloons, you know, those 4 orange balloons. The kind of, I'm not sure. Will those stay up or I don't know. Now I'm interested. The third pillar of the cult is a sunken cost. And yeah. Yeah, but I'm ready to get in the other line, or I'm just ready to drop my stuff and
This
go.
is Mission Control, Houston.
I don't want to be
talking
here. I'm
to
already
the flight dynamics folks, we have a bit of a refinement on the splashdown time for you.
I mean, hey, you're already.
Their computation shows a
Not
splashdown
saying
time
AI.
of 7:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Central Time. 7:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Central Time.
Yeah, and it is 7:40, motherfucker. You are reminding me that I have been watching this capsule just float and float and float and float and float. We're still floating, motherfuckers.
The
Let's
recovery
go.
team in communications with the crew aboard Integrity that the crew remains in excellent
This is frustrating
shape
me.
as they await the
I've
approach
invested too much. I can't admit I'm wrong now.
of the team for a final hazard gas evaluation
Oh,
before
cool.
they move to
Boat
the
go
side
around
of the
one more
vehicle
time.
to erect
All right, let's
the
do your
inflatable
loop-de-loop,
life
motherfucker,
raft
and
called
then
the front
I better
porch.
see an inflatable, front porch. Also, I mean, you call that a front porch, all of a sudden I'm just like, hold on, guys, I gotta spark something. It's like, I have been away way too long. And then the first thing you give me is just I get to
Again,
sit on
no
the front
issues,
porch.
with
Well,
Integrity.
guess what I'm
The
doing?
vehicle is
With
powered
water
down.
all around me? Fuck
All
yeah,
of
let's
its,
go.
systems are now safed.
That'd be funny
We
if
have
they're all
handed
just
over
like,
mission authority to the exploration ground
give them
systems
5
folks
more
in the
minutes. Tell
Pacific.
them that the
We will
thingy's
not
out. All right,
stand
man.
down and
You want to tell them that we're like
have the entry
we're
flight
getting
control
high?
team
It's just like
depart
just
its
tell them that
positions
we're
until
we're
that,
astronauts. We're already high.
inflatable
I ain't
raft.
low.
The front porch is erected, the hatch open, and the crew having exited the vehicle. So that's the next step in the recovery process that will lead to the hoisting of the crew members. For 2 crew members for each helicopter, they'll be hoisted to a pair of Navy helicopters that will then fly a short distance back to the USS John P. Murtha. What you're looking at is one of the fast
Why would you
boats
say that name?
circling the vehicle to make a
Get
hazard
the
assessment.
fuck out already. I'm right there with you. Like I'm just like I got Melania stuff I want to laugh at. I got Tucker Carlson stuff I want to laugh. I got a lot of stuff that I want to cover tonight that is not we are not getting to, and we're getting dangerously close to the 420, which I don't know, this whole I guess hey, for science. I don't have anywhere to go, like, right where to be tonight. I made sure that I'm going to be here with you fine folks, but tomorrow, yeah, likely not. The more I think about it, I'm not even going to be able to do that hour. All right, so we got the boat. Could you imagine just being like, the boat's right there. Can we get in the boat? Why is this taking so fucking long? Are they towing it? It looked like it was getting towed for a minute. Okay. They're holding sticks of some kind. I'm going to guess that those are radiation detectors. Astronauts, we don't have time to smoke. Tell them the radio's broken. That's brilliant, man. NASA control. I can't hear you. I'm sorry. And then it's just like, can we make visual? What? I can't see anything with all the smoke in my helmet. I mean, NASA control, I am having some visual problems. Oh my God. The entire... I feel like this is worse. This is actually worse than, like, the re-entry. At this point, I'd be like, okay, so we survived being as hot as the sun, getting hurled at the speed of, you know, a bullet.
This is Mission Control Houston. Once again, you're watching the initiation of the recovery of the Artemis crew.
This is what we do. We just...
All of the Navy divers and the fast boats are now approaching the spacecraft after conducting a hazard assessment. The vehicle has been powered down. Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling now waiting for the life raft, the front porch, to be erected along the side of the vehicle so that the hatch can be opened and the crew members extracted from integrity, soon to be hoisted one by one into a pair of Navy helicopters for a short flight back to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha. If you missed it earlier, we talked to Flight Dynamics and received a more official touchdown time or splashdown time, as it were, of 7:07 and 27 seconds p.m.
You're filling time here, mister. I don't care.
27 seconds p.m. Pacific time.
Dude, 20,000 people have dipped off from this stream because they're just like, I wanted to see this too, but this is taking too fucking long. All right. I might have to call it on this one and just move on because, like, this is ridiculous, guys. What in the fuck is this? Ugh. I understand that there's, like, procedures and shit, but this is too much. I just tow it. Just leave it playing in the background. I mean, that's what I'm doing right now. I got my music fucking on now. Now we're just waiting. No, like, as I said, sunken cost fallacy is a real thing. I have already put in fucking half hour more than I was planning. No, I have put 40 minutes longer into this than I was planning on. All to see these assholes get the fuck out of the capsule, wave to us, and then get lifted up into more procedure. But I kind of feel like I might be wasting my time. God damn it. Now I am. Like, see, now this is how Trumpers really must feel, is once the sunken cost fallacy does actually hit you, and you're like, I just wasted 40 minutes watching a fucking space capsule that technically I feel like it could have just, boop, you know? Yes. Very human. We're persistent hunters. We're stubborn as heck. Yeah. I mean, the front porch is still not there. They still haven't even put the fucking floaty porch out. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Get the kids the raft, guys. Come on, what are we doing? What are we doing? Could you, again, just, you're sitting there, you're in you're crammed into this fucking sardine box with 4 other people. No, technically, if you're one of the 4. So, yeah, 3 other people. And you're just like, we did it, guys. Woo, fist bumps. What are they doing? I don't know. You getting hungry? Yeah, I'm hungry. Man, I could go for a burger. Yeah, me too. God, when do you think we're going to have that burger? I don't know. I mean, if they open this today, that'd be cool. Like, I kind of feel like this is taking almost as much time as the fucking re-entry did.
Continuing to get excellent views from the imagery
genuinely, now I'm just getting mad at NASA where I'm just like, now you're just fucking playing with us, dog. Like, what are we doing here?
Support officer who's in contact with the recovery team that the crew is in excellent shape.
Wouldn't it be a bitch to survive all that, then fall out of the boat?
Biding their time, waiting for the front porch to be erected. We have no hazardous...
That's totally a me move.
We have no hazard gases.
I think I told you guys the story about when I showed up to a hockey game and I fucking rolled my ankle in the parking lot.
From entry interface to its splashdown in the Pacific at 7:07 and 27
the same view for 15 minutes. It has.
Central Time.
You got fucking the 2. You got the 2 helicopters just circling around doing their bullshit. At what point are we going to admit? At what point are we going to admit? It's these assholes right here. It's their fault. They can't figure out how to get the fucking porch out. Here, look, inflatable porch going out, right? Right? No.
This includes
y'all just
Navy
staring
divers,
at
Navy
them.
flight surgeon.
What are we doing?
And other recovery personnel who have trained for several years for this recovery process.
For what? For them to open a fucking door? God, I hate how much, like, dude. This is why people get overpaid the way they do. This is why they get paid. Like, I hate this shit. You ever talk to somebody that you, like, that talked about, like, their military service, all this shit, but you're still, like, on the face of it, you realize that you're talking to one of the dumbest motherfuckers you've ever, like, had the joys of conversing with, and you're just like, I think that everything that you just told me, like, that I was supposed to be impressed with, just actually got a little less impressive because I just realized that they really...
powered down. There's no hazardous gas emanating from the vehicle. That's why
overqualified,
the first team of recovery personnel has been able to pull alongside integrity.
They're literally right up against this motherfucker, and they still haven't put out the thing.
In excellent shape.
Yeah, 50 people on those boats doing what exactly? Redundancy? Yeah, waste for union work, baby. Local 301, let's go.
Yes.
San Diego oil workers. This is technically our jurisdiction. This is what I got to do. Hey, I get paid for the day. Hey, Georgie, should we make another pass? I don't know. I think that they kind of want to get out of the capsule. How much we get for another pass? Another 10 grand. All right, let's make another pass. NASA thrives on just in case. I think that we can drop the just in case thing now. What, are we going to open the door and it's like, oopsie. We popped the door. It turned out to be at the bottom of the capsule and it just sank. Our bad. Like, what are we doing? Okay. Is the porch not getting porched? Are we not doing the porch? Are we just... Now I just want to go pop those balloons. I'm actually getting mad. Like, now I'm actually I want to pop the balloons just to watch them have sad faces. It's like, you know what, motherfuckers? Pop, pop, pop. You took too long. No balloons for you. Oh. I like no balloons. Those are my balloons.
This is Mission Control Houston, continuing to watch
This is
the
Mission
initiation of the
Control
recovery
Houston,
of,
continuing to give you
Integrity's
updates about how
astronauts.
useless we are, and apparently
One by
how
one, they'll be brought out of the
this is one of the
spacecraft
more
onto
embarrassing
a large
aspects about the
inflatable
mission.
raft just a short time from now. In the meantime, we can go back to the USS John P. Murtha,
Soaking up
where
that
my
OT
colleague
pay.
Megan Cruz is standing by to provide her
Whoa.
situation report. Megan, can you hear us?
No, Megan
Hey, Bob,
can't
yes,
hear
I can
you.
hear you. Thank you. Yeah, we're back here on the bow of the recovery ship where there are still plenty of people peering out into the water. We are not very far from the action everyone is seeing on their screen now.
Action is
The Orion
being too
spacecraft
kind.
Integrity.
Oh my
As Rob
fucking
has been
god. I was
saying,
making sure I
in
didn't
those
pause too much.
recovery
I didn't.
boats, NASA and Navy personnel specifically trained to get the astronauts out of Orion.
They're just knocking on the capsule. Hello, you ready to come out? You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11,
Some
12.
of the wide shots, you can
12
probably see
people
that
on this
there
little
are
fucking
6
boat
boats
right here.
out in the water. More than
Action,
40
what is she
people
watching?
out in the water right now.
This
on
is
those
why
boats.
people don't tend to like smart people. Because smart people can watch this shit and just be like, I can trick myself intellectually into being like, patience is a virtue for science and for exploration. Meanwhile, my ADHD brain is just going like, get the fucking capsule open already, motherfuckers! Ding dong, ditch the capsule. Now that would be fucking legitimately funny. Like, what'd you do? I told them that we were about to hit the porch. Guess what? I forgot the porch.
First
Damn
order
it,
of
Jim!
business
You
is
had
to
one
set
fucking
up
job.
The front porch and the stabilization collar. You might also hear it referred to as a stab collar.
No. No
Basically just to
stab
make sure
collar.
that
You said front
Orion
porch.
stays
No
upright,
word about the
doesn't
stab collar.
sway in the water
No
too much,
extra
again, to
steps.
make it easier
Get
for
to letting
recovery
these
forces
astronauts
to get
out
the
of
astronauts
that
out.
capsule for my entertainment. God damn it. Whatever. At least I can make it a little bit more entertaining because you guys can watch me crash out. Fuck. They are actually knocking. Yes, they are.
Again, we splashed down in the Pacific Ocean just after 5 p.m. Pacific.
Can you imagine if they like all
time here.
died? Like just
It's a requirement
Just waiting.
by NASA
They died from boredom.
be able to get the crew out of Orion within 2
Sir,
hours
was
of
it-
splashdown.
It was a tragedy that what happened to
Doing
these
great on
astronauts.
time
Do we
so
have any
far. Plenty
idea
of
what
time.
may have caused
No
the
rush either. You know, I was
fatal
speaking
flaw?
to
Well,
NASA flight
actually,
surgeon Rick Schuring
we've conducted our
earlier in this
autopsy and we've
broadcast, and
determined that the
he said
astronauts
to me,
indeed
you know,
did not
no
die
rush
from
to
carbon
get the crew
monoxide
out.
or
Just
any
wanna make sure that they're
outside
feeling good.
force. They
Whenever
just
they're
ran
ready
out
to
of
take their
patience.
Step out of Orion and onto
Um,
that large raft, the front porch.
This is like watching.
Folks will be
This is
ready.
bad. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like this at all. They're just like gravity. Ew. Is that the front porch? Is the door open? Door's open. Yay, door's open. No front porch. All right, door's open.
And as there are mission audio loops in Mission Control in Houston, there is a mission audio loop here on the ship. And it was just reported out that the side hatch is open.
Yeah, we can kind of see that.
Side hatch of Integrity.
See that big
is open.
flash right there? Yeah, I think it's like reflecting the sun.
You're getting these beautiful shots from our aerial assets. The ship itself, where I'm on, just 3,000 yards
Okay,
away.
I vote skip. It's happening now, though. They opened the door.
Again, plenty of people on the boat here.
I'm
Glued to the side, closest to where they
I'm
can see all this
beside
action. And
myself
again,
with
Just
excitement.
3,000 yards separating us. Great views.
I need to
from
like
the bow here.
edit this video or my VOD so I could just tell them fast
You can see
forward
now that
to
side hatch is open. One of the
3:59.
Navy personnel is about to get inside there.
Wait, they go in first? They don't come out? Oh, now I'm really pissed.
In they go.
No!
In
I'm
total,
not
4
watching
will
this
go
to
into
see
Orion.
people go
So it'll be a
into
little
the
bit of a
fucking
tight squeeze,
space
but
capsule. I want to see the
goal
spaceman
is
come
to
out of space
have
capsule.
a recovery personnel.
What kind of horse
with each
shit is
astronaut
this?
Assessing them.
I swear to fucking God, if they somehow put like some like drape over it, I'm going to lose my fucking mind. Because now, I just gotta say, this is a stupid amount of boats just staring at these people right now.
Boats getting closer now. Again, that one that's right up against Orion, those are the divers that will go in to the spacecraft to check on each of the astronauts. These other boats will begin doing a number of things, putting on that stabilization collar onto Orion, building that front porch. Eventually, they will retrieve the parachutes.
I think that I'm calling it.
Orion
I
back
think
to the
I'm
well
calling
deck
it. That's it. I'm calling it. I'm sorry, guys. I'm calling it. I gotta. This is torture. This is torture. So, like, jokes aside, guys, this is bad.
And so as we wait for the Navy and NASA
Can't fucking
personnel
Oh, that's the difference, though.
get
They can totally
their
fast forward on the
assessments
VOD.
of the crew
It's
inside
not
of
about
Orion.
that. You can
Why don't
totally
we toss
play
it
at like
back to Rob for an
1.25
update?
speed. Hey, you know what? If you
Yes,
do
thank
that,
Megan.
God
Here in
bless
Mission
you.
Control, Flight Director
I'm too
Rick
invested
Hensling
now.
and the
I
entry
know,
team
but
of
now I
flight
gotta pee.
controllers still on duty. The
I gotta
vehicle has
pee.
been powered down
I'm
for
fucking
some
19
time
minutes
now.
away from the
There are
420.
no hazardous gases emanating
You know what?
from
Fuck it. You
integrity
guys deal
that,
with NASA.
Of
I'll be
course,
right
allowed the recovery personnel to approach the vehicle and then open the hatch to begin the initial medical assessment of the crew, as you just indicated. Now we're standing by for the erection of that inflatable raft, the front porch, alongside of the vehicle that will enable the crew to be extracted one by one onto the raft, have a moment or two to get their land legs back before they're hoisted into 2 hovering Navy helicopters, 2 crew members for each helicopter, for a short flight back to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha. All of Integrity's systems operated flawlessly throughout the course of the approach to the Earth, the entry into the Earth's atmosphere, and all of the key milestones that followed in this high-speed return to Earth for Integrity, a mission that spanned more than 694,000 miles from the vehicle's launch from the Kennedy Space Center atop the Space Launch System back on April 1st.
Right. What'd I miss? Did I miss anything? Come back. No, come back. Come back. At least turn the music on. It's happening. It's happening. It's finally happening.
As we mentioned at the top of the broadcast, the last time that the Apollo program saw a splashdown in the Pacific was Apollo 17 back on December 19th, 1972. So for the first time in some 53 and a half years, We have reenacted that with the arrival of Integrity's astronauts as
They admitted it.
flew
They reenacted it
around the moon in that
They
historic
reenacted it.
lunar
See?
flyby.
It wasn't even real, folks.
That began with a
They admitted
trans-lunar
it was a
injection
reenactment.
burn that took them out of Earth orbit following 24 hours of a
Oh,
high
there it is.
Earth
There's the
orbit
porch.
trajectory.
Okay, cool.
The high Earth orbit trajectory enabled flight controllers
Man, I
here
could have been talking about
to have a
Melania
full
Trump being
24
a fucking
hours
Epstein,
to
like
evaluate,
with the Epstein
systems
stuff
on
and all that,
integrity
but no,
and the
nope.
condition of the crew
I had to
before
sit here
they
and
would
wait
commit
for
to flying to the moon.
fucking astronauts. Yuck. What's that? Is that the porch or is that the stabilizer? That soundbite is going to be all over. Oh, yeah, totally. No, I know. I was joking a little bit. Like, as far as just, no, they're totally going to use it. You had to wait for the porch? If I'm being honest, when they said that they have an inflatable porch, immediately my brain went to, I want to see what this inflatable front porch. They kept saying in front porch, too. Not even back porch, but a front porch. So they got this inflatable front porch, right? I gotta see it. It's got a rocking chair. It's got to have a rocking chair. Like, why not? Why not? Just take the extra fabric. Just let it inflate. It folds. It all folds. Just let it inflate. Just be like, is that a fucking rocking chair? It's like, yes. Yes, it is. Because we at NASA have a sense of humor. Like, we did this thing where we landed, right? And almost an hour later, we finally got these guys, like, just to kind of start coming out of the capsule. But get this. There's this streamer, Pep Talks, that, like, lost his shit. And we kept watching him, and we were just like, oh, this is kind of funny. Do we want to fuck with him a little bit more? And Mission Control was just like, fuck it. Let's go for it. That's, or actually, they, instead of saying fuck it, they said affirmative. Hate to burst your bubble, but it's just like the emergency inflatable ramps on it. So it's not like a porch. You're telling me that they're not going to build it plank by plank? And they're not, it's just not, wait a minute. You're telling me that this is no longer going to be a livable habitat? I had a dream here that we were making a space house. You're telling me that we are not making a space house? You're telling me that these little bubbles, this isn't the roof of my space house? On the porch is just the inflatable floaty thing. Then just get the. Why couldn't they just jump on the boat? Why not just jump off the goddamn boat? Oh. That's it. I'm done. I'm fucking done. I can't do it anymore. I'm sorry. I can't do this anymore. Once they start fucking popping out, I'm done. I'm done. All right. Melania Trump stuff. Because fucking A, I actually have a headache from that. So for any of you guys, like, I know, Natch, you kind of said it, like, no, you kind of got to witness something that, like, dude, that was bad for me.
With the side hatch of Orion having been opened to set the stage for the erection of the inflatable life raft.
Stop saying erection.
Known as the front porch, to be erected alongside the spacecraft for the extraction of the crew.
I know that it's technically a science word.
Let's play for you an interview that
not
my
anymore,
colleague
man.
Megan
It's the
Cruz
same with, like,
conducted
I
on
just,
the USS John
it's like when
P.
you say
Murtha
climax, you're
with
just like,
Navy diver First Class David McMahon that explains how this process is unfolding.
Okay, Davey, so you and some of your team won last.
I don't care. Wait.
Correct.
God damn it, I do care about this. Now they're showing the goddamn porch.
Stabilize the capsule
Motherfucker!
We don't know how good the weather or the waves will be that day, so this will help prevent
Ooh, now I'm mad.
unnecessary occurrences from happening.
Told you what was going to happen. I fucking told you.
So basically, this is a float that will go around Orion. I'm assuming that what they're doing right now, these are the lines that will attach the collar onto Orion.
That is correct.
And so what are they doing here?
So we've got the lower line that will secure the inflation device before we inflate it. that gives us the go-ahead that it's secure in its space, and then we'll inflate it, and then once that is done, we'll undo all the carabiners and get this orange line on top.
The fact that they're manually adjusting and tying this shit has kind of got me convinced that, yeah, I think AI's a myth at this point. Because why couldn't this just be something that they just hit a button and it went like Capsule Corp, just like.
Definitely be able to handle this in under 10 minutes.
Okay, wow. And then you just mentioned the front porch. So basically, after they
Law,
set
as
up
soon
the
as you click away, it'll happen.
tower,
Yeah, I
then
know.
They set up what's called the front porch here.
That's correct.
Okay, and what's the front porch?
Front porch is basically a bigger waiting room for the astronauts to sit in while we wait for the helicopters to show up and grab them.
Okay, so the medical team that was inside with the crew, they're going to help them out and onto the front porch?
That is correct.
And then what happens here?
We have hired trained medical personnel also on board the front porch that will give them look over and just make
I don't know, guys. I kind of feel like that one of them might fall off. I don't know.
You to be part of a mission that's returning astronauts from the moon in more than 50 years.
We all feel extremely
We got 10 minutes until the 421. Oh my fucking god, I can't believe it.
Joining up with NASA to do
I did this for an hour and a half.
Do you feel like your team are ready?
At least.
Yes, very ready.
Cool. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
No, at least keep the
Once
segment
again,
going.
the recovery operations are continuing.
You're telling me
out
that
in
you
the
were
Pacific.
sitting on that the entire time?
Shortly
Why
should
couldn't
see
you do
that,
one about the little
life raft, the
bobbles?
front porch erected
Or,
alongside
I
the
don't
side
know.
hatch.
Explain
of the
what
vehicle.
these guys are doing. I just feel like there's too many dudes on that boat for all this. Jesus, 1.5 hours? Yeah, I know.
A number of flight controllers have come into the
I'm not
flight control room
having
to receive
fun.
congratulations from entry flight director Rick Henfling.
Get fucked.
But
Well, come back when I start seeing you guys get out of the fucking thing, but not now. I'm done. We're going to Melania Trump because she fucking told on herself, and that's a lot more funny and just, actually, it's hilarious. And we got VFT here, totally fucking not doing gay stuff.
Welcome back to the channel, everybody. And in a wild turn of events regarding the Big E files, which nobody's been talking about for a little bit, that was brought back
the Big E files
into the limelight in a big, big way by Melania Trump, of all people. Yes, Melania Trump decided to come out with a bizarre press conference.
I am scientific
Out
as
of
shit.
nowhere.
Dude, I watched that shit for an hour and a half waiting for a fucking porch to be brought
Just
up.
to make sure everybody knows that she was never sleeping with Jeffrey Epstein.
Would I say underwater is in space? No.
Interesting. Because it's funny, nobody was talking about this at the moment, and she felt the need to come out and do this. Now, again, this is so bizarre because
wild,
this is
but
obviously
she just
a
decided,
massive break
I need to
from what
go
Donald
get
Trump
in
and the
front
Trump
of this
administration have been
Mr.
trying to do
Don-
with the
Mr.
files,
Donald.
completely covering
I
them
think she
up,
still
doing
calls him
everything
that.
they can to shut all of this down, and then Melania Trump just walks out
Melania Trump discovers the Streisand
there and
effect.
says that
But I thought Barbara Streisand was famous actress. I want to be a famous actress like Barbara Streisand.
she thinks the Epstein victims need to be able to testify in public in front of Congress, which, that's not going to be good for people like Donald Trump and his buddies. So a lot of rumors swirling. Donald Trump furious about this. Obviously, Melania Trump hates his guts. A lot of people think she may be trying to get ahead of something. A PR campaign, you might say. If something big might be coming. Well, that's what we're going to talk about in today's video. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. Helps the channel. Follow us on Patreon. Grab some America First. America.
I am still watching this this floating capsule just do its thing.
Only merch. All right, let's talk about it. All right, what did this all stem from? Why did Melania Trump come out of nowhere and need to let everybody know that she was never friends with Epstein and Maxwell? Well, it all stems from this.
The book was published yesterday in the US and UK, and in fact, it contains a passage in which Epstein is quoted, and this is from an interview apparently in 2000.
Why is this guy still taken like with any fucking semblance of seriousness?
7.
I hate this guy.
Where he says that...
Dude, I hate the fact that like we're now at the point of the Epstein files where we're listening to Michael Wolff, who's in the Epstein files. And like was close to Epstein. He's one of the bad ones, guys.
Had sex with Melania a full year before.
Yeah,
Donald
but keep
Trump.
fucking pushing this to Trump and Melania. Like, this is the one thing I will say that came out of the Epstein files that I totally buy is that this guy and Epstein, like, they were instrumental in trying to like fuck Trump over. Because at that point, I really do think that it was like I feel like Trump told them to get fucked at one point, and like Epstein was just like, I can ruin you, and he's just like, are you sure about that, Jeffy?
Trump commenced his relationship with Melania.
All right, so this is how all this kicked off. There was a British author who wrote a book, and in that had quotes from Jeffrey Epstein himself in 2007 saying that he had relations with Melania Trump over a year before Donald Trump ever met her. Who? Ouch. Damn. Straight out of the Big E's mouth. Now, does that make it true? Well, not necessarily. We weren't there. We don't know for sure, but it is, again, extremely bizarre that Melania Trump decided to come out of nowhere when, again, we've got a massive distraction going on.
There wasn't anybody in the fucking news talking about the Epstein files at all.
From the Big E files with Iran, and we know President Trump is definitely not happy about this decision, but let's actually watch some of the press conference here and see what Melania Trump had to actually say about the accusations. All right, so again, Melania Trump out of nowhere decides to come out and drop this banger.
The lies linking me with the disgraceful Jeffrey Epstein need to end today. The individuals lying about me are devoid of ethical standards, humility, and respect. I do not object to their ignorance, but rather I reject their mean-spirited attempts to defame my reputation.
Oh, mean-spirited. They're mean-spirited.
I never been friends with Epstein.
Well, now, right out the gate, what's the big problem with Melania's claims that she was never friends with Jeffrey Epstein or Maxwell? Well, this is the big problem. Yes, obviously, the idea that you weren't friends with either of them, I don't know. I just don't think that you take that many pictures with
God, I miss the days where she didn't speak English.
Somebody that you just happen to be at the same parties of just dozens of times, you know. What a coincidence, as they say. All right, so of course we don't know for sure what was going
she's like an Eastern European 6. Calm down there.
Going on, but
put your fucking dick back in your pants.
Nobody really believes this at all whatsoever. I mean, it seems like they're probably pretty credible reports based off of everything that we know from the files that that book that was written was probably pretty accurate. But again, who knows? You don't want to get sued, right? But again, very bizarre timing. Why would she just come out?
I don't think anybody actually cares what she's saying. It's the fact that she's saying it when she's saying it, and where everybody's collectively going like, what's coming out? Wait. How bad is it that you had to do that?
Start talking about how
wait a minute.
She never had a relationship with Epstein. I mean, again, just
she
people
might have been a victim. Get fucked.
Their heads at, again, the Trump
Jesus
administration.
Christ, the cognitive dissonance that you have to fucking have to just constantly just be like, oh, maybe, you know what? Maybe this isn't as open and shut as I thought it was.
Department of Justice doing it.
When you know, like, the fact that you even have to do that, that means that in your brain, you do have it. Like, you've come to the conclusions we all did too.
Everything.
We're just like, oh, shit, dude. Somebody found something about her and Epstein, and I think that it's, like, hard evidence.
And their power to make this please go away and started a brand new war.
I'm
just
convinced
to make this thing go away.
Melania
Just
wasn't
Melania
married to Trump,
walk out there and just reignite the entire controversy. Seems like it's probably on purpose because she probably hates her husband's guts. And again, a lot of people are talking about, well, what is she really doing? Our buddy JD DeLay had a good take on this.
Melania Trump did an oddly suspicious press conference today.
I am not Epstein's victim. Epstein did not introduce me to Donald Trump.
Literally nobody was talking.
She literally just said she is not an Epstein victim to RC. Hey.
Talking about that, even though she said she's tired of people with the allegations and the accusations.
That's fun.
I mean, it is in the Epstein files, it was brought up, it was said, but it was from a totally unverified source. This thing that celebrities and politicians do when they know that something bad is about to come out about them, they like to get in front of it. It's a PR move.
Yeah,
Yes,
it's
a lot of
literally standard PR.
People think that because, of course,
I mean, dude, have you ever?
Our greatest ally is furious
something
about this.
Where you knew you were fucked, where you knew you were lying about it, and then you wanted to get it out. Like, I remember this when I was like lying to my dad about like where I was going and like who I was with, kind of shit. Yeah,
ceasefire.
Like there was one time specifically I remember where I got caught, and like it was that thing where he was on his way, so I had a moment to kind of think about what I was gonna say.
I heard that. Yes, maybe there.
And then
are
I
some
called him
threats
on his way, where I was just like, "Hey, I just want you to know," and then like. In retrospect, I'm like, oh man, I was totally telling on myself because he didn't treat me like I was any less guilty.
Made right now behind the scenes that you're gonna do what we say, or the real bad stuff is about to come out, and that may clue us into again why Melania Trump is trying to get ahead of this thing as she burns
Keith,
her husband.
what's his name, has a video that says there's audio, but he clickbaits everything, so I don't know if it's true. I can't, Keith. I keep forgetting his name now. Actually, that's kind of nice
because she didn't just come out and denounce.
I know exactly
the
what you're
fact
talking
that,
about.
There's rumors about her having relationships with Big E. She also came out,
gay dude wears bad hats,
and said she wanted
way too much face lotion.
The victims to be able to publicly testify, which, oh boy, Trump's not going to like that.
To be clear, I never had a relationship with Epstein or his accomplice, Maxwell.
You sure about that? You sure about that? You sure about that?
And here is Melania calling on Congress to act. Uh-oh.
Now is the time for Congress to act. Epstein was not alone. Several prominent male executives resigned from their powerful positions after this matter became widely politicized.
Now, wait a second. Melania Trump just confirmed that there is a client list, that there is multiple other people involved.
If Michelle Obama talked like her, for real. I'm doing it. I said I was going to go for it. I'm going for it. She's a good woman. By what measure?
Top of Big E? Well,
be best.
Now, why is that such a problem? Oh, what was that Cash Patel said?
Who, if anyone, did Epstein traffic these young women to besides himself?
Himself. There is no credible information. None. Yep. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday.
No credible information? You mean Melania Trump, who knew Jeffrey Epstein and knew that it's Donald Trump's best friend for over 10 years? She's not a credible witness now? Because she literally just said there's a bunch of other men involved in this. Cash. So, again, when are we going to see this guy subpoenaed for lying under oath? I don't know.
That'd be
but
nice.
Back to what Melania had to say.
I call on Congress to provide the women who have been victimized by Epstein with a public hearing specifically centered around the survivors. Give these victims their opportunity to testify under oath in front of Congress with the power of sworn testimony.
This is such a fiasco. I mean, dude, nobody asked for this.
So there you go. Literally calling for victims.
By the way, they just attached the front porch. I'm glad I dipped from that.
Of Donald Trump and his buddies.
They just
to come
got
forward
it
and
attached.
publicly testify against her own husband. That's pretty wild to watch, huh? Now, here's the problem. Here's the thing, and I've said this 100 times. It is not the responsibility of the victims of sexual assault and rape to come forward and have to seek justice for themselves. That is, that's the job of, what's that agency called? Oh, yeah, the Department of fucking Justice.
She has extreme trouble reading the speech prepared for her. She's definitely not, like... This is the thing. They're making fun of Michelle Obama. Michelle Obama was a hell of a speaker. That's the reason you hate her so much. It's because she actually does command attention. She actually does. She is interesting. She's actually like an interesting person. Whereas this is like so forced on you. And you're just like, what a great woman.
You know, with the FBI, that's their job to do that. And, I don't know, the Attorney General Todd Blanche, who has said he will seek zero prosecutions for anyone in the files because, as he said himself, and I quote, it's not a crime to party with Jeffrey Yeah, Trump's personal defense attorney, who is now acting attorney general, has no interest in letting this go. In fact, I'm sure he's going to do everything he can to shut this idea down. Again, absolutely bizarre that she decided to come out and do this, and the internet's got some great takes on this.
Where it's
From
like,
the
oh, I mean,
Patriotic
it is
Blonde,
his
actually
wife.
one of my favorite accounts on Twitter to keep up with, says, Melania Trump is a lot of things. Stupid is not one of them. She knew Epstein. She knew her husband better than anyone else, and she knows firsthand on what level he was involved. As a mother and as a woman, she has her own interests to protect. Her statement today that she had no involvement with Epstein's child sex crimes was a preemptive strike. She knows something big is about to go down. And then Jack comes out with this absolute banger of a tweet. Ceasefire's collapsing so fast, they rolled Melania out to run Epstein interference. All right, so again, was Melania Trump with Jeffrey beforehand? Were they friends? Were they all connected? I don't know. I wasn't there. But again, I'll tell you something. I don't have dozens of pictures with random people that I don't really know and don't have relationships with. There's not just some random guy that just happened to be at some parties I was at that I just made sure to take dozens of photos with. So it's a little bit hard to believe here that
well, you're not important enough for paparazzi.
Well,
the paparazzi.
Melania had no idea what was going on behind the scenes here. But the one thing I do believe is that Melania Trump most certainly hates her husband's guts. I mean,
why? Because she's also been covering up this Epstein stuff, dude. You do understand that she's not exactly blowing the whistle on anything.
And you can tell by the way they interact, the fact that she's
Trust me, she had plenty of... For every dumbass that can come into my chat and be like, but what about Biden? How come Biden didn't release the files?
doing this type
Well, if she's a victim, how come she didn't come forward sooner?
of thing, I imagine, again, yeah, she's probably just looking out for
In her case specifically, by the way.
herself right now because
You guys can ask that of every other victim in every other case, even the Epstein victims. But now you're just like, oh, well, she might have actually been under Trump's thumb and then she couldn't have done anything about it.
if you had to guess,
What is this weird fucking thing where you're just like, I don't even like Trump that much, but why you gotta hate on her?
based off of
Jesus Christ, simp much?
his diet of
Fucking
only McDonald's
A.
and being 80 years old.
Never seen a simp that like didn't have anything to do with the person simp that hard.
And
That's kind of
morbidly
fucked.
obese, coronary heart
The
disease
front porch
is a
is
thing,
officially
and,
installed.
diabetes
All
done
right,
may not
all
be
right,
able to
all right,
cover
all
up the
right.
files
Looks like they're
much
gonna be
longer.
walking to
And so
the
what is
boat
going
in
to
a
come
minute.
from this? Well, we don't really know. If I had to guess, the Department of Justice and Congress are most certainly going to try to fight tooth
Trump and Melania have more pictures with Epstein
nail
than
to
I have
make
with my own
sure
brother.
that, no, these victims
right
don't
there
get
with
a
you.
public platform.
I think I have
to
like
name
4
their
pictures with
abusers.
my
They
brother.
don't want that, that's for sure. Todd Blanche himself, as we talked about earlier, is doing everything in his power to tell us that no, you will receive 0 more files, even though there's supposedly 3.5 million more files out there we haven't gotten. Todd Blanche has said, no, the American public, you don't deserve to see the rest. But I'll tell you this, as the Iran war maybe ramps down, probably not. But if it does, and we come to a real ceasefire and that war ends, oh,
It is
boy,
erected.
Guess where everybody's eyes are
they-
going to
they
turn
have a full
right
erection.
back to, and that's going to be the Big E files.
The fact that it does kind of look like a dick. No! We've obtained a full erection. Thank you, NASA. I'm coming soon. Ah! Okay. Oh, God. All right. I mean, there's still it's not a full erection. They still got to fluff it up a little.
Baby, I know Donald Trump thought this massive distraction with Iran was all he needed to
care.
get
I'm having
America
fun.
to
Fuck
stop
you.
talking about this, but I can promise you, the second we're not distracted by a giant illegal war, we will be right back to demanding the rest of the files. So we'll just have to wait and see if anything crazy comes from this, like everybody is suspecting it.
They are proceeding up to the shaft. Now we just need to make sure that the astronauts... Oh, it seems that the astronauts are... They are stepping out onto the tip. Is that what's happening?
Hovering just about 40 feet above the front porch when they're ready to pick up each crew member.
Okay. So they out? We good? Astronauts out? They can do the wave? We can wave? We can see it now. We can see him go hi, and then I can go hi. Welcome back to Earth. That was a waste of my time. Ooh. That was wow. May's Asian. Jesus. I'm saying it ain't funny, but it's also just like, wow. Just. All right. All right. We got the first one. Can we do it now? I'm not waiting another goddamn fucking minute. I almost said second, but I'm like, that's a lie. I am not waiting another fucking full few minutes to see these guys be birthed from this capsule. I just realized that it is going to totally look like they're giving birth, though. Like this guy.
This is Mission Control Houston. Behind me, a fairly raucous scene as hundreds of flight controllers have poured into the flight control room here. This is reminiscent of the scene after the final shuttle mission of STS-135, although that was the end of a program. This is only the beginning of a program with the textbook splashdown of Integrity and its 4 astronauts.
Integrity.
We're standing by for the crew to be extracted from
Cute,
the
cheesy.
spacecraft. Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling invited all of these flight controllers who have contributed to this mission to enter the flight control room to have an opportunity to receive well wishes and to share the
Hulk Hogan's theme music
that exists in the wake of a textbook mission for Integrity on the front screen here in Mission Control. A sign that says, "Welcome home, Integrity, taking humanity back to the moon, going further, and returning safely to Earth." So all of that jubilation.
I appreciate that they made that look like it was made from the 90s, like computer, like PC game days.
Helicopters for the trip
That's
back to the
didn't
USS
that like
John
look
P.
like the
Murtha.
logo of like an old computer game? Guys, what are you doing? I'm playing Artemis 2. I just had a major erection, and now I'm waiting for the astronauts to jump on it. Did I ever mention that it does actually kind of annoy me sometimes that I can't turn this off? You know when people tell, like, I really, I hate the fact that, like, when there's a movie character that gets uncomfortable and it's like the humor character, I hate the fact that I always identify with that person where I'm just like, oh, that's me. No.
Once again here in Mission Control, this view of the
That's a lot of
Artemis
people.
Flight Control Room, known as the White Flight Control Room. This is the old shuttle flight control room, and now is the home of Artemis missions to the moon and beyond. Once again, quite a few flight controllers were invited in by Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling to share in the jubilation following the successful splashdown of Integrity. That
Streamer
splashdown
is
occurring
like
an hour and 22 minutes ago as we
That's
stand
right.
by for the completion of
Load
the
it.
extraction of the crew. And ultimately, they're hoisting onto Navy helicopters for a short flight back to the
You like
USS John P.
One of these
Murtha.
guys? You like an adult or something? Like,
Splashdown occurred at
what do you do?
7:07
What are you,
and
like a
27
banker or some
seconds
shit?
PM
You
Central
do numbers?
Time. I had an opportunity to talk to the head of Flight Dynamics, Jeff Birch, a moment or two ago. He said the trajectory of Integrity coming through the Earth's atmosphere was so
Got that word
precise.
out clear.
They've never seen anything line up on a ground track like today's entry.
Nobody. Oh my
by
God! You
Integrity
kept this
for a
going for almost.
splashdown southwest of San
Dude.
Diego.
At 47, I think they're doing this for 2 hours. Like, damn. And I don't think that they weren't exactly very open with the fact that this was going to take so goddamn long. Like, we're sitting on a full
And the
erection,
initial-
and
You can hear
yeah, there it is. Yeah. All right, they're back. Cool. Stepping on that election.
Jubilation here in the flight control room. The first crew member
Well,
is
I am
out
fully
of
erect.
integrity.
Let's get this fucking going. Please clap. Do we have to do this 4 times? Oh, wait. Hey, I'm a free clap because I think they're getting out. Is it? Yeah, right. Woo! There's 4 of them, right? So, one more.
We are expecting the other crew members momentarily to be extracted.
How come that guy gets to go? I would be that guy and be like, how come he got to go first? I want out.
We now have 2 crew members out.
Woo! We got another one. Woo! Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Sick. All right. So we got 2 more. We done clapping?
2 crew members out, 2 to go.
Now I feel like a dick. If I take off, I mean, that's just being like, oh, the other guys. I mean, okay, that's literally shaped like a dick. That's what I said. I wasn't kidding.
We're about 1 hour from sunset out
I
in the Pacific.
love the fact that
Everything
at least we got
go
to
well.
end with, well, end
Integrity
this coverage
systems
with,
function perfectly during
at
its
least some
entry
fun.
back to Earth. And Reed Wiseman, the commander who will be last out of the vehicle, reported that all the crew members were feeling very well.
Can you not? All right, so all the crew members are feeling good. Cool. What do you have shaped? I don't know, not a penis.
Crew member number 3 now.
All right, trace crew members. All right, I know Spanish. All right.
And now
Let's
standing
go,
by
Jack.
for the commander, Reed Wiseman, who will be last out of his ship.
Oh, like a good captain. He's
Bobbing in
last.
the Pacific under almost
Actually
ideal
appreciate that.
conditions.
Cool.
Integrity spanned
That is integrity right there.
694,000
Integrity.
miles during its journey from launch to splashdown.
To be fair, I didn't watch any of like the Olympics really, except for curling and the hockey games. Yeah, I watched this one from like literally when they first went live, where they got the live cam on the shuttle, or because they at that point they also didn't announce like a final day for the launch because they thought that they would have a bigger window. And then yeah, we watched the launch, and now here we are. Cool. We got.
And we now have Reed Wiseman out of the vehicle.
Yeah!
All 4 crew members now
We're
out of
done!
integrity.
Yes. Woo! All right, we got 4 for 4. We got all 4 crew members. Excuse me. Astronauts are back. Woo! Yeah. All right. Watching them frantically brush up the ice is funny. Yeah, if you understood the skill that is happening right there, though, you might show some
Once
goddamn
again, all 4
respect
crew
there,
members
Etch.
now on the front porch.
Brushing
And,
the
the
ice, think it's
procedure,
funny.
to
You think
begin
it's
hoisting
funny,
them up
do
to
ya?
these
Do
2
ya?
Navy
Do you
helicopters
pretend to
hovering
curl when
overhead
you're doing
will
your
begin
fucking little
shortly.
your little cleanups? Because I do. No, actually, it is very impressive what they're doing, though. The brushing the ice to make sure they get the right trajectory. No, actually, no, for real. Actually, the stone thrower is the one that it's literally, yeah. That's why they had that thing so this last Olympics, they had the this whole like controversy because when he was letting go, so like it's got a handle, right? So he was letting go, but he was also like riding with like his finger to like almost like giving a little push, but not really a push, but a push. Don't even get me started on their cancer fund for those they gave cancer to. What? Okay. Anyway, we're hopping off the space coverage. We're done. We're done with this guy too. All right. Woo! We can continue the coverage of everything else. And this is what drives me nuts. I set this fucking up. All right. So, just so you guys know that the rest of the show is going to essentially lead into each other, I, for once, kind of put some thought into that, where I'm like, oh, I can segue this segment into this segment, and we can have some fun. So, all right. Now, this is where I fucked it all up because of that stupid wait, but we are covering the Melania Trump thing, which, guys, I don't care if you support Melania or Donald or any of that. This is weird. It's just weird. The fact that she came out yesterday and then today, nothing. Literally, we heard nothing. Like, there wasn't like a big, story about this. There's only speculation that there's like a book that came out from Michael Wolff, which I'm taking with a grain of salt because Michael Wolff is also a fucking piece of shit. And then you have things like this. So, Tara Palmieri blasts out Melania Jeffrey Epstein connections minutes after bombshell presser. So, Tara Palmieri, you know what? I've covered her on a few segments. She is, she's actually like a really good journalist. She comes across like she can be, like she has her own agenda. But when you really look at like the crux of what she's covering, she is doing journalism. The cat thing, Cat Abu Ghazali, if you were here for that, I still think that was journalism. I think that was also kind of like a, she could expect to be asked that, and Kat handled that improperly. But I like the fact that she has admitted her bias in her politics. She's more left-wing, than your average journalist, but she really does try to like come at it from like the media classic angle, or like the like journalist or classic journalist angle, where it's true centrism, where she just wants to break the news to you. Which every once in a while I kind of understand that, but then again, I get it. Like, I kind of like being in this little corner of the left. All right.
Look out next year, 3 years, 5 years. How does what's happening now
and
all the stuff we
I was
just
about to say that's an
video in a
ad.
moment, but like do we even know why Melania came out today? Why she decided to do this? It's kind of blowing my mind, I have to say.
Yeah, everybody was like this.
It is random, but maybe not so random. Perhaps they're preempting a story that's about to come out that ties her even closer to Jeffrey Epstein. I don't think, the picture alone of her, Ghislaine, Jeffrey.
The fact that media felt like they needed to report on this kind of tells me that it's like whatever she's going to say here, there's wheels.
And President Trump.
Or legs. It's got legs. It's got legs.
Has been
Yes,
almost
it's got wheels
throughout this entire scandal.
I didn't tell you the tragic story about what happened to the theoretical story person that was the tie-in to my Tara Palmieri story.
We know that she came into the modeling world. Like, that is how she came to the United States on a modeling visa.
Oh man,
Through,
I just realized I'm in a little bit of a darker humor side of things, because I almost made a joke that I have like
in Epstein's
orbit.
orbit.
It's a little too far.
Paolo Zampoli had a rival modeling firm to Jeffrey Epstein. He is the person who supposedly introduced Melania Trump to President Trump, right? he was, they all were in the same circles, and, Melania needed a visa, which is a very common thing for some foreign models that were brought into the country. And Epstein himself had a modeling firm that he used, MC Squared, to traffic models from Eastern Europe and Russia. Right. We even see all over the Epstein files, they're talking about girls, whether they have Schengen visas or whether they're Russian, almost like they're ordering them. And what's interesting, and what I sort of dug into before Melania
You're for the dark side.
had this big disclosure, was her kind of uncomfortably close ties with this photographer named Antoine Verglas. He was
I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you.
famous in the 1990s.
This tracks so hard.
For his kind of
fashion photographers were used for nefarious reasons, and then they were put into these like higher echelons to kind of keep them happy,
like natural off-duty shoots, black and whites of.
I'm telling you, man, it expands a lot further than you think, and it involves people that you might even like interact with sometimes. I'm telling you, like the Epstein, the web of Epstein really did spread pretty far. Ew.
Banks, Naomi Campbell, Crawford. And, he actually was the one who propelled Melania's modeling career. She went from doing like kind of, in my opinion, softcore nude porn-ish, porny type stuff, like the Max photo.
Yeah, we've seen it.
Photography that we saw in the French magazines, to really like taking off in a big way through Antoine Verglas.
But she's such a classy lady.
That British GQ spread inside of President Trump's plane where she's pretty much naked except on a fur rug. That was Antoine Verglas that shot it. Also the one where she is
what? Oh, what? Oh. That's just a very oddly placed ad.
A lot of the nude shots were done by Verglas, and
interesting.
Oh, actually, that might have just been
it's interesting because Verglas remained close with Epstein after his 2008 conviction for procuring a minor for prostitution. He continued to shoot girls for Epstein. Some of them, according to the back and forth, their emails were nudes, although he disputes that. And, here's like a quote from one of the emails, for example, in 2012. He assumes no styling will be needed since they are nudes. He's often asked to come and shoot pictures at Epstein's house of the girls, and in certain, whatever way Epstein wants. Helmet, I think he wanted a Helmut Newton style photo shoot that Verglas shot for him. And he also, Verglas helped Jeffrey Epstein when his girlfriend needed a visa. And that's a really big part of the modeling industry, is like trying to get these girls, not just access and photos, but visas. And we know this, Verglas was very much a part of the picture when Melania was getting her visa in the 1990s.
Duncan Trussell was on Joe Rogan and apparently had a massive crash out about Trump.
They say her Melania's team says that Epstein had nothing to do with her ability to get a visa. She did get an Einstein visa.
Okay. Oh, that was.
This is the quickest way to.
What the fuck was that? Yes. All right, that couldn't have happened on a better show. I was like, wait, what? I thought for a second I was like, did I accidentally hit play on my my soundboard? Quickest way to clear out stuck poo. Wow. You know what? If there's an allegory for tonight's show, that was it. All right. Well, that leads me in to my Tara Palmieri segment here. She was on Abby Phillips, and she talked about how it's more than just like anecdotally or anecdotal evidence that MAGA is totally fucking floundering right now. No, that was a commercial. That was totally a commercial. I can't believe that just happened. And is it at least an AI ad?
Is President Trump too far gone for some of MAGA's biggest
Full disclosure, I watched the first part of this. I will be right back.
voices? Well, cracks in the base have been forming for months now, but the war with Iran appears to be the tipping point for many of them.
It is vile on every level. It begins with a promise to use the U.S. military, our military, to destroy civilian infrastructure in another country, which is to say to commit a war crime, a moral crime against the people of the country, whose welfare, by the way, was one of the reasons we supposedly went into this war in the first place. There will be nothing like it. Open the effing straight. How dare you speak that way on Easter morning to the country? Who do you think you are?
In response, Trump called Carlson a low IQ person, and Trump claimed that Carlson calls him all the time, but Trump refuses to answer, adding, quote, I like dealing.
You ever have that thing happen where you hear something fall? You're just like, what the fuck was that?
Smart people, not fools. But Carlson is not the only
That's my cat knocking over a whole bunch of shit.
One who's souring on this war. Matt Walsh says that Trump's second term has spent too much time on foreign adventures and that it's time to turn the attention back home. Marjorie Taylor Greene called Trump's post evil and madness and said
Matt Walsh is part of it too.
Said that it was time to invoke the 25th Amendment. Alex Jones apparently agrees.
How do we 25th Amendment is asked?
The problem is to get the 25th Amendment is harder than impeachment. You have to get 2/3 of the House and 2/3 of the Senate.
So what do we do?
Tackle Trump and let him pretend he's president and publicly report that he's going through a health issue and Vance take over.
And if I was the Democrats, I'd stop poking Trump and messing with him. That only makes it worse. Like, you guys need to watch out. This isn't a guy acting like he's crazy. This is real.
Now, by no means am I suggesting that any of these people are authorities on much, but these are Trump's people. These are the people that Trump used to get elected the first time and the second time. And so the turnaround here is really stark, Scott.
Well, look, they're isolationists, and he's not. He never has been. There's been a lot of people in that wing of our politics that wanted to ascribe or attach their views to him. He just never has been. He wasn't in his first term. He hasn't been in his second term. He's been a hawk on Iran his entire adult life. And I see some of these people now saying, gee whiz, we had no idea Donald Trump hated Iran and thought they shouldn't have a nuclear weapon.
I feel like Tara's going to pick him apart on this.
I mean, take the car key out of your ear. For goodness sakes, like, this has literally been his position since he was like 30 years old when the regime took over. So I don't know what they've...
Which, by the way, I have not seen any of her interaction with Scott. So
been listening to until now. Other than this, they wanted always to try to get him to bend to their will. And what they don't understand about Trump is that people bend to his. He's the head of the party, and he runs the country, not the podcast.
He's a little less smug.
Literally
like, have you noticed?
ran on.
I've noticed,
the
like, when he
line,
was talking to Emma just, what was it, 2 weeks ago?
I will end all foreign wars, and mocked Jeb Bush, by the way, for being related to George W. Bush and supporting the war.
I'm glad that you're saying it.
Did he not
Sorry, I
also
just
run
had
preventing Iran
for
from getting
a
a nuclear weapon?
change.
Did
I
he
mean,
not
I don't
say
know.
it time and again?
I don't know how many times we need to pull the receipts of Trump arguing that Democrats would take us into war with Iran, Trump arguing that we've spent too much time on regime
I like how
change in
Abby
the
was
Middle
just like,
East.
oh, thank God.
They're not saying this because they made it up out of thin air. They're saying it because Trump ran on it.
Yes. And you, yeah,
No,
sorry.
go ahead. You can finish
I
your
was
point.
just going to say that, like, what should worry Scott is that the lines that President Trump uses, his base are now using against him, which shows that there is uncertainty right now in the core of his base. The people who actually feed on the media diet of Tucker Carlson and maybe some Alex Jones, like, these are the people that and
Let me just ask you a question. Are you suggesting that the elected president of the United States should run American foreign policy and national security based on the daily podcast rantings of Alex
he already
Jones?
runs it based on
that's insane.
Fox News.
That's crazy.
Everything he reads.
He has to run it based on the circumstances.
why
The
not
circumstances
actually
are,
listen-
I'm not going to let these fanatics get
Why
annoyed.
not actually
that's a bridge
listen to
too
the
far for
American
me.
people? One,
Like,
that only one in 4 Americans actually supports this war. 1 in 4 Republicans actually supports this war.
That's false. Republicans
So
support the president.
just to note
Republicans
that
support the
despite what
president.
Trump
They
said
support the
in that
president.
New York
don't
Post
support this.
interview about Tucker Carlson, according to the New York Times, he did speak with Carlson just a couple of weeks ago before this war began and tried to convince Carlson that it would be okay, he says, because it always is. So they're still communicating. He hasn't disowned these folks. He's still trying to convince them to come over to his side on this war.
Look, again, Donald Trump has prosecuted this
Not today.
war by way of Truth Social posts. Okay? So to sit here and say that he doesn't take the word of the podcast bros or anything like that is asinine, because we all know that he
Full
doesn't
disclosure,
read, he doesn't
Doritos
read his
number 1.
presidential
Number 2, chopsticks are in the dishwasher.
daily briefings. He calls in people and rules by committee and asks, random folks when he's dining in Mar-a-Lago what he should do on foreign policy. I mean, this is not exactly an example of someone who is stable, who is focused, who actually has strategy. So, and it's clear by what we're seeing. And the American people, including
Metal chopsticks
his
are a
MAGA
must, by
base,
the way.
is looking at this going, this is not what we voted for. They feel betrayed by him. MAGA has been betrayed by Donald Trump, and they're waking up
The
and
naked Doritos, they're all right.
seeing that, Tara.
So
He talks about even
Tara,
her own
tell us a
experience.
little
I got
bit
these 'cause I got
about
like
how
a
your
little
people
mixer
vote.
thing.
Talk to
Yeah.
family members who are Trump supporters.
Right. So over Christmas, my family, they are core MAGA supporters. They are not swing voters. They believe Trump. It is part of their identity, okay? When I saw them over Easter, 4 months later, all they could talk about was how they were betrayed. They were betrayed. They did not want to go into a war where there was no endgame. They were fearful that there would be a draft, that their children would be drafted one day. They saw Afghanistan, or they looked at.
And now that they announced it, that in December it's going to be automatic, you got people paying attention to this shit now.
Back at Iraq, they thought this is not what we signed up for.
Yep.
It's more expensive, inflation, none of the things that they thought that
3.8 inflation, and it's going to go up to possibly 4.1 soon.
President Trump was going to do were actually happening, and there was uncertainty.
Because of what's
Things
happening
don't
with
add
the
up.
Strait.
That
If the
is what they
Strait
kept
remains closed for another week, we're going to see over 4.1 next week.
saying, and they started asking me questions. And believe me, I'm a black sheep in the family. Okay.
Congressman, if you had 40 seconds.
No, I was just going to say one thing that the craziest pointed out that I think is right is domestic stuff. And there's been a lot less focus on people are struggling with high costs. They're getting crushed
Whoop everyone's ass. RC, what's the last war we won?
right now. The tariffs, now the gas prices, rent, energy prices, and like that is not part of the conversation, and that's got to be part of the conversation. I think that's been lost. I think it's one of the things pissing everyone off on his base.
Well, it's been overshadowed, too.
Well, also because the numbers show it. We have a record number of veteran foreclosures because Trump has cut what's gone on at the VA. We have record numbers of bankruptcies for farmers because Trump has betrayed them. We have people we have less jobs created under Donald Trump than we did under Joe Biden, that he's betrayed our blue-collar workers. So it's reflected in the polls, Scott, and I don't think you're telling the American people they're
Yeah, but they still rewarded him for it.
stupid for what they're feeling, are you?
We got to leave it there, everyone. Thank you very much for being here tonight. And next for us, a trend in how the president describes his cabinet officials. That's next. Tonight, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is being accused of misleading Donald Trump in his assessment of the war in Iran. In a new report from the Washington Post, Hegseth has served as a top cheerleader for the war effort, often boasting of American military might. But after Iran shot down that F-15 and an A-10 fighter jet,
this is one of those rare ones where I'm like, I know I have permission for this.
Over the weekend, his repeated claims of American invulnerability in Iranian airspace are facing new scrutiny.
Starting last night and to be completed in a few days, in under a week, the two most powerful air forces in
Do you guys not use the Japanese soup spoons for soup?
the world
Or am I like the only one that does that too?
will have complete control of Iranian skies, uncontested.
I'm not even asking as a joke. I'm like, I thought that the white soup spoons, like when you find those, you're just like, oh, I'm never buying any other soup spoon ever again.
Airspace. Iran will be able to do nothing about it. We're hunting and striking death and destruction.
They're too big for you? Really?
Destruction from above. Iran's air defense.
Yeah, the short white ones with the big ladle.
This is flattened.
Tara Palmieri is with us at the table, and Effectively, there's a difference between the
I was having lobster bisque not too long ago, and I was just like, God damn, I love these spoons. And like
types of air dominance that
they're
we
perfect
have.
for
I mean,
everything.
The
Miso,
planes are able to fly
like, literally any soup.
largely over the airspace at certain altitudes, but as was demonstrated on Friday, at lower altitudes,
Just had onion soup last night.
pretty more basic weapons can down a plane, which is what happened.
I had some ginger salad too.
I should read this. The Pentagon spokesperson, Sean Parnell, he says that scrutiny of Hegseth's public messaging is lies and propaganda. He says Hegseth has provided the commander-in-chief with
I use them for cereal too.
military options to achieve our clear, scoped objectives.
Here, you know what?
He says the Washington Post is pushing a fake news story. Not surprising, but what do you make of Hegseth's public and private performance?
I think he is completely off message every time he's speaking. I mean, anyone can tell that Iran still has the ability to shoot down our weapons. They're able to shoot down our fighter pilots. I mean, this is not a country that has been obliterated, like the president said this summer. We can't really trust anything he says, and I think really can't trust anything the president.
So this is what I was talking about. Japanese soup spoons. You got two different types. You got this is like a more miso spoon. And then you got this one. I like this one because it's got the little hook. Also, it does make it easier for storage. But yeah. These are the best fucking spoons you can buy.
The president says either, and that's why so many people, their faith in the administration,
I thought everybody kind of got
lost,
them, but I'm starting to realize that that's not the case.
You know, closest allies, like you've seen in the podcast sphere, and really across his base now. People just don't know who to believe anymore. And when you can't trust anyone, I mean, you turn to conspiracy.
Do you trust
I'm serious about my soups, though.
General Kane? He says we've destroyed like 13,000 military targets. You think that's a lie?
I'm not sure because
The chairman of the
comfort food, soup and like a soup and salad, soup and sandwich. I like the
Joint Chiefs of Staff.
You pick two, if you will.
General
we have gotten so much
not sure he's a liar?
disinformation.
This is a career military officer, a man of high honor and high. What do you think? I mean, you sit in on the briefings. Can we not trust what General Kane is telling us about the military devastation we have wrought on these terrorists?
We've got the best men and women serving us, and the best generals and best intel day to day. Those who work, these are
blow each other already. Jesus,
career who do an incredible job. I think part of the frustration I think that you're getting at as a member of Congress and someone who sits on the Intelligence Committee, I will tell you, we have not been getting the briefings that we should be getting. They have not briefed they haven't come and testified before the committees about the conflict.
I like chunky soup.
It's very difficult to get this information out, and he hasn't laid out to the president hasn't laid out to the country in a clear way, and or to the Congress of what are the objectives, how do we know what a win looks like? And I think you were laying out a lot of the things of what we hope to have accomplished or hope to accomplish in the future. And then I know that I want to make sure we've gotten done diminishment on the missiles, on the drone program, on the terror program, on their nuclear program, right? Those are all key objectives. We're just not getting the information that we need to be making some of these calls.
Even Scott's like, I thought you were on my side.
And to know really what to believe and what not to believe, and that's the frustration.
Also worth noting, the CNN just reported this week that Iran still maintains a lot of its ballistic missile capabilities, its drone capabilities, despite all of that devastation of those 13,000 targets. And then the New York Times had a deep piece today about, based on Maggie Haberman and John Swan's book, about how Trump got into this war, based on a briefing from Benjamin Netanyahu that made it sound like this would be easy.
Again, at what point do we say that the people who are in leadership are the problem? We're not questioning the integrity of the career military folks, Scott. That's a red herring that you like to throw out anytime we criticize the people who
They're
are
giving
at
us
the
the
subject.
information. They're giving us the details.
We're talking about
at 8 o'clock in the morning. General Kane will stand there next to Hegseth and give us information. You either believe General Kane or you don't.
Well, General Kane, what he's been saying is not what.
If the ingredient requires more than like a few chews, then yeah.
It's in question. It's about what head.
My wife Japanese or
Is that the
something?
saying?
No.
They look pretty lockstep when they stand there together.
Not all the
They
time.
haven't been in
That's right.
No, I'm just cultured.
And there was
I know.
also the reporting about how
Foreign
he wasn't
concept to
completely
you. Get it?
before we went into this war, and then all of a sudden that got real quiet again because, you know, there's only but so far they can go when you're a general.
I feel like my jokes might land a little bit better if I wasn't right there beside you guys going, eh.
Or Pete Hegseth will fire you. But then again, General Kane's not black or a woman, so I guess his job is safe. So the problem here is also that the men and women who are the best in the world in our military, you know, we should apologize to them for having to serve under such incompetent leadership. I mean, the fact that we've got someone who is a morning show host, unserious,
I think Trump supporters are
G.I.
pretty
Joe,
cultured.
wannabe
Duly
frat
elected,
boy.
won the popular vote, won the electoral college.
I'm talking about Pete
Who's the
Hegseth.
commander
I'm not
in
talking
chief?
about the draft
Who's the
dodgers.
commander in
I'm not
chief?
talking about the draft dodgers.
Who's the commander in
People
chief?
are
It's a little
suckers and
disturbing
losers
that
for
you're
serving. I'm not talking about
confusing
Donald
Hegseth
Trump.
and
Let's
Trump,
follow along. I'm
I like
talking
this
about
one the
Hegseth,
most.
who was credibly accused of sexual assault, who was credibly accused of running a veterans organization to the ground, and who's never run anything.
This one, if you do use it with cereal, a little sloshy.
As
You know,
large
you
as
lost
the
the
Pentagon.
confirmation battle.
So
You lost it. It's
Actually,
over.
use these to stir my coffee,
you know what?
too.
If you want to keep defending, if you
Whatever.
want to keep
You don't
defending
want to. You don't.
Pete
You
Hegseth's
lost it.
behavior as
These were the same
Secretary of
talking
Defense,
points of last
that's
year. You
on
lost it.
But the
You
American
lost it.
people who are very upset with what's going on, and a lot of MAGA people who don't want their sons and daughters being sent into forever wars, that Pete
I think I'm getting an ear infection. This sucks.
Hegseth and Donald Trump and all these folks promised they wouldn't do.
here.
You can look at the polls and see how in trouble Republicans are because
Is that
the
how you'd
American
run
people.
foreign policy by polls
All right,
alone?
I like the one with the hook.
No, I
Let me let
would
Chris
vote
have
for
a.
No,
competent people,
I
not
think it's the
morning
same.
show
Like,
hosts.
Go
yeah,
ahead,
because
No.
yeah.
I think,
I mean,
first of all, I don't think it's very fair to have
perfect,
two
like-
terrorists from Jersey sitting next to me.
Whereas this one, yeah.
And
this is
That's
that's
right.
commitment.
Thank you,
This one's like a
That's
serious
right.
spoon.
Jersey
This
girl
one's for
power.
you.
That aside,
This one's for my pro supers. You know, this one's like a amateur super.
again, I just think that we get into so many of these. I get it. Hegseth said we have absolute air superiority. Nobody will ever be shot down. That's just ridiculous. I mean, there are shoulder-held surface air missiles.
Dude, I've been saying this shit. Like, this is. I don't know what it is about like these rah American motherfuckers that like have they had never looked at a history book and just came out of like looking at the Vietnam War and just being like, yeah, we definitely lost that, and we lost it to a bunch of people that we call, you know, we were like really confident that a bunch of jungle dwelling assholes that, yeah, what are they gonna do? They fucked up our military pretty fucking bad there, guy. You ever seen the Green Beret with the fucking John Wayne? Yeah, even that was pretty, you know, intense for the day. And that was one of them movies that kind of, instead of, you know, getting people to go, hey, I should go join the war movement, people were just like, yeah, fuck that shit.
So I think this was an SA-7 that was Russian-made. These can easily be smuggled in.
I mean, for real. Iraq, Afghanistan, we didn't win that shit.
They're always going to exist.
What
there.
are we, like, why are we so up our own ass? Why do we constantly fucking blow smoke up our own ass thinking that we are the greatest military power? Like, sure, okay, if you're going by numbers and, like, actual, like, toys, all right. But when you're talking about actual military conflict, no, we fucking suck at it. The only time that we're actually, like, good at anything is destabilizing from, like, an intelligence standpoint. But now we're not even good at that.
You cannot lose sight that we have, through our military, decimated what has happened in Iran right now. And it's a safer world.
That's not right. What's not right about it? Dude, we haven't won a war since World War II.
Because of that. It's safer in Israel.
We haven't actually been in a legal war since World War II as well.
It's safer because Hamas is not going to be getting
but
a
not
bunch
for
of weapons.
anyone who is
Hezbollah's not gonna
around
be getting
Iran.
weapons.
Talk to Lebanon right now. Do you think they think it's a safer world right now?
Explain
what about
this to
the
me.
United
Why
Arab?
did Bahrain put forward a UN resolution and China that said open the strait, and China and Russia said no? Why?
The
Why do you
rest of
think
the
that
world is going to
Because
have
they
to
know
now
exactly.
pay
They
Iran
want
to
to
get their
ratchet this
oil.
up
Yeah.
It is
Bitcoin, by the way,
not a
not the petrodollar.
safer world now.
You think it was
Iran
free?
is
Did you think it was
richer
free
now.
before?
Iran is richer
Were they
now.
just giving it away
And
for
so is
free?
Putin.
Was the oil free?
Well,
Yeah, so is
Scott,
Putin.
okay, Scott, we got to go. But listen, Iran was selling oil at a huge discount because it was sanctioned. That oil that is on
Well, we'll see what the
that oil that is
negotiations
on
lead
the
to.
ocean has been unsanctioned by this
We'll see
administration,
what happens.
and now they are
We'll see what happens.
polling.
We're seeing what happens there Scott.
Boats
Well, by the
coming
way, the war's
through
still going
the Strait
on.
of Hormuz. So
We're
they are
not done with the
making.
war.
Yeah, I thought, what was it? 5 weeks was
Guys,
the
they are
wrap up?
making billions of dollars.
That's right.
Don't take my word for it. You can go look it up. Next for us, some of MAGA's biggest voices are furious now at the president and his handling of this war in Iran. There's
Perfect fucking segue. God. All right. Well, covering what's going on with some in the Maga podcast sphere, we might as well get into this. I don't know why I started doing my radio voice all of a sudden, but I might as well just play into it. Welcome to Pep Talks. We're about to cover a little bit of fun political story, if you haven't already heard about it, where Tucker Carlson, yes, that Tucker Carlson, Fucker Carlson, he is in bad with Donald Trump, and unfortunately, he keeps getting called low IQ. With that face, who could question it? All right. In all seriousness, I'll get out of the fucking... I'm getting out of WPEP radio voice, even though I appreciate you all being here. If you haven't already hit the like and subscribe button, then please do so. It always helps out the channel, makes me appreciate you a little bit more. Also, makes your mother love you a little bit more. I know that everybody can do with a little bit more loving, so why don't we get to the next little bit of music, and it's called Love Me Tender by Sheboygan. Love me tender, love me kind. I'm from Wisconsin and I'm blind. I have no idea what I'm doing. So let's talk about Tucker Carlson for real. And it is kind of funny though. All right, Tucker Carlson responds to Trump calling him low IQ and low IQ. Tucker Carlson, so low IQ. Look at his face. How can you not be convinced that he's totally, one of the smartest people ever? It's like, God damn it, I agree with Donald Trump for once. And suggesting he is a good he's a good psychiatrist. All right. Fired Fox News host turned internet provocateur Tucker Carlson responded to President Donald Trump's scathing attack on him this weekend from in his Friday Monday note, suggesting that Trump deserves some grace because he may be being blackmailed by Israel. Oh, wow. That's actually kind of crazy. Trump tore into Carlson in a Truth Social post this Thursday night following weeks of criticism, blah, 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 blah. Yes, we're going to be getting to all of that. But Carlson's note in response to Trump was titled, Is Israel blackmailing President Trump? I'm only asking questions. Why would he be getting blackmailed by Trump? Is the P-tape real? And it was written in Tucker Carlson's typical conspiratorial tone of, I'm just asking questions. Perhaps the most jarring example occurred in the 1990s when Israel used recordings of Bill Clinton, Monica Lewinsky, phone sex sessions as leverage to pressure Clinton into releasing convicted spy Jonathan Pollard from prison. We're not joking. That really happened. The phone sex story is worth remembering as President Trump attempts to end the Iran war. Like many other things Israel has done, it shows that America's special ally is willing to play very dirty to achieve its goals. Dark money campaign contributions, extortion, physical threats, and even assassination. In their anti-Christian worldview, the end always justifies the means. They have no issue destroying lives. Israel's current top priority is making sure that Operation Epic Fury does not stop. Clinton-style blackmail against Trump or something far more morbid, notably. Oh, wait. Really? Where's the rest of the quote? Really? You just you kneecap my quote right there, huh? Okay. Either way. Yeah, guys. Tucker Carlson's going through it. It's hilarious as far as, just watching him even play that game where he's like, I have to give him some credit, even though he is being kind of a meanie to me. Then he does this. It's fucking Tucker Carlson is selling anti-Trump merch, mocking POTUS amid bitter feud. I know why Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, blah, 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 blah. We don't need the tweet. You know what? Fuck it. Here. Believe it or not, Morning Joe did actually some decent coverage on this.
Now, a few hours after those comments, the president went on what Mediaite described as a Truth Social.
I love how we all source Mediaite. Even I'm using Mediaite. I'll admit it.
Alex Corson, our EP, said it was like War and Peace without the peace. It was very long, which began with the president lashing out at right-wing podcasters who had criticized him this week over threats to wipe
that
out
is hilarious.
the civilization. In a 485-word post, the president went after Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and Alex Jones. The president called them low IQ, nut jobs, and troublemakers. He also called them losers who were just trying to latch onto MAGA for publicity. And the social media rant comes after both Owens and Jones called for the 25th Amendment to be invoked. Marjorie Taylor Greene, who also called for the 25th Amendment to be invoked, defended those podcasters on social media, writing that they all helped to get the president elected and adding that they didn't change. He did.
All right, so let's bring in senior writer at The Dispatch and a columnist at Bloomberg Opinion, David Drucker. David, we've heard, I think from the far right, there's a call for the 25th Amendment. Some Democrats as well have been messaging that. Also with us, we have Politics Bureau Chief, or maybe we don't because it just went away. It looks like Jay Mart might be. We have Jay Mart on the road.
Jay Mart is on the road. And you know, Drucker, when Jay Mart's on the road, you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
There he is.
He's got fireworks going on there.
It is a fire alarm
Are you
issue.
okay there?
Well, I think he's actually it's a late night disco ball. He takes it around with him wherever he goes. So,
Hi,
Jay Mart,
what are you doing?
In 1 second. He's got Casey and the Sunshine Band going on behind him. We'll get back to him in 1 second. David Drucker, we do talk an awful lot about the fact that you've got to look at the MAGA base and you got to look at these podcasters. I've got to say that with podcasters that have millions and millions of followers, and a lot of them, most of them,
you've shut down stream before, dude.
I'd say especially Megyn Kelly's continued
forceful and really spot on,
compelling concerns about what the president has done regarding Iran, especially the threats.
There you go.
I'm wondering if you're starting to hear any concern from Republicans, if we're still where we were a couple of weeks ago, where you have the right-wing podcasters and then you've got everybody else in MAGA world. Where are you right now, now that this seems to have a certain crescendo quality to it?
Yeah, a lot to unpack there, Joe. And by the way, I thought the technical difficulties with Jay Mart was that he was at some breakfast joint. I really need to find out what he was eating. Look, yeah. I think that what's very interesting about the president's tirade, and of course, how many times has he gone on one of these benders, is that it's all personal, right? He didn't criticize Owens or Tucker Carlson or Megyn Kelly for stoking anti-Semitism, for being anti-Semitic in Owens' case for sure. It's all because they're angry at him. It's all because they're criticizing him. He's brought figures like this along with him. And he's accommodated their sometimes very outlandish, wacky views. And
you see what he did right there? He's just like, licky, licky, licky.
Never said that it wasn't welcome within the
and now
party.
he's biting my leg.
But when they turn on him,
dude, why are you so weird?
Now they're idiots who are not welcome in the party. And I think that's a really
you're
important
understimulated or overstimulated. I don't know which
you're
one.
Dealing with the podcasters and their content, which in many cases has been anti-Semitic, has been conspiratorial, but they clearly do speak for a subset of voters who supported the president because they didn't think that he would get the U.S. involved in a conflict like this in the Middle East. And so then we look at the politics of this and we wonder, after a month plus, right, we're just about to close out week 6. Have things begun to change at all politically?
Bite my other arm.
And I don't think that things have really changed politically vis-a-vis support
Stop swatting the keyboard
among Republican voters. right? I still think the president has the broad support of Republican voters, and particularly, voters who self-identify as MAGA. But I think one of the things we're learning is that voters that self-identify as MAGA aren't necessarily the podcast listener that were so crucial to the president's reelection in 2024. These are people that really sort of joined up with the right because they, took issue with the Biden administration, they took issue with how COVID was handled, and all sorts of reasons. And these are the people that are a little bit, that have, become skeptical of the president's leadership. Ultimately, Republicans are in trouble in 2026.
I could probably do keyboard cat with them.
Because of underlying economic discontent.
When he gets in trouble, that's what he does.
And the investment
like
in
this,
the
he's
Iran
just like,
war is just another big example that they're not getting what they want from the president on that front.
Jim, what elections are won on the margins.
All right, don't care. I'm done. Here we go.
Iran has basically gotten everything it wants in the
Alex
agreement.
Jones is scary, bud.
Because Trump was desperate to open the Strait of Hormuz. This is a huge black eye to the United States. I'm glad that Trump didn't engage in increased war crimes or, quote, destroy entire civilization. But this thing, 39 days in, is a total and complete disaster, and we have been right about it.
President Trump's decision to launch the war with Iran divided some of his most loyal and vocal supporters. But today, voices from both sides of this argument among the right appear to be coming to an agreement over the ceasefire, in that the assessment seems to be it does not benefit the United States.
I am a diehard supporter of President Trump, but I'm not celebrating tonight. I don't think that this is good. I think that this actually further legitimizes the Islamic regime in Iran. I think that they're now more legitimized than ever before, and they're more emboldened than ever before to continue oppressing the people in Iran.
Jesus, if
and
Laura
to continue
Loomer could see
attacking
that.
the United States of America.
And you got people out there that are
All right,
still
my panel is
like,
back. But
yeah, this was a
before I
massive
talk to them
W.
about this, I want to play one more person who you might recognize talking about the language that the president used when he talked about wiping out an entire civilization in Iran, and that's Megyn Kelly. Let's watch what she said.
I don't know about you, but I am sick of this shit. I'm sick of it. Can't he just behave like a normal human? I mean, honestly, like the president, 3D chess, shut up. Fucking shut up about that shit. You don't threaten to wipe out an entire civilization. We're talking about civilians just casually in a social media post. This is completely irresponsible and disgusting.
Quite something. Who would like to take this one? Jamie Cahill.
When you lose Alex Jones, Laura Loomer, and Megyn Kelly, it is not a good day for Donald Trump. I also think it's fascinating because we're also, they're public figures, but also the MAGA base is angry and divided about this. They were angry that he got into the war. Now it seems they feel nothing was achieved. We've always thought that Donald Trump would hold his base no matter what. I'm really interested when we face the midterms, will people stay home? Will this have an impact on those midterms?
Kevin, where do you come down on this? Because there have been a number of different perspectives from the Republican that sits in your chair on this set every day, including some who argue that the Republican base is really more still traditional, what the Republican base has always been. They've been with the president, but they're actually more with him on Iran than some of these loud MAGA media voices that we hear. What do you think?
Well, I think he still has very strong support amongst his base, and he still commands and can mobilize his base very quickly. But is he losing a faction of it? Yes. And Megyn Kelly's sort of sentiment, if that's shared by 15, 20, 25% of that MAGA coalition, that's problematic when you're heading into a 2026 election environment where base motivation is a huge part of how you calculate victory.
Look, he gives kisses.
Because if you add it in, and then also one other thing I'd say is this didn't start with Iran. Second Amendment voters and Fourth Amendment voters because of what happened with the immigration
we good?
enforcement in
Can you get
Minneapolis,
down now?
they had a lot of sort of clamoring and sort of grumpiness with the president. So this is a sort of a little bit of a trend that the White House has to be very careful about. Because also, right now, if you look at numbers with independents, we're going to be the swing part, and that's why they call them battleground districts. That's good. You know, the president's support with those voters, which he actually did pretty well with in 2024, has been declining. So there is a very real political calculation problem here that the White House is facing.
Yeah, and also remember why Joe Biden won. Yes, we were in a pandemic. Yes,
who cares? Here, let's do this one since this is more entertaining.
I'm pinching myself that this is even real, okay? This is beyond cuckoo town. Is this a dream?
This is Alex Jones saying that, by the way.
Dream right now?
Just for frame of reference, I mean, I feel like that needs to be stated.
I mean, seriously, I'm like, this is the first time in my life I felt crazy.
The first, eh? No.
25th Amendment is ass. The Democrats, they're so dangerous. Oh, my God, help us. Oh, boy. I am beyond freaked out right now. Hands down, in my 32 years on air, nothing has ever even come close to how much danger we're in and the insanity of what's unfolding and the nightmare that Trump has become. I am in the twilight zone right now. I am officially in the twilight zone right now. And I'm sitting there watching Trump wreck MAGA, wreck the Republicans, wreck the world economy, maybe wreck the planet physically.
All right, so Alex Jones has finally completely turned on Trump and MAGA, which is not a good sign for them because Alex was trying
and
to...
that's honestly, listen, if the best you got is, yeah, I'm MAGA now. I'm officially MAGA. I'm like Tim Pool. Get it? Get fucked, haters. I'm MAGA now. Donald Trump loves me. And Tim Pool, I mean, I'm not Tim Pool, I'm Tim Pepper, but still, he loves us because we're MAGA. Yeah, kickflip.
to hold out hope as long as possible. Like, he gave Trump the benefit of the doubt so many times, and he even
lost Alex Jones, gained a Tim Pool. I'm not sure if that's a trade-up.
Stuck with him through all the Epstein files fallout and was helping the administration do propaganda and damage control over it.
I don't know.
And he was completely
Feels like
embarrassing
it's
himself
not.
for them. Like, they even sent him a script to post at one point, and he started attacking Thomas Massey, who was trying to get the files released. So it
I
looked
don't
like
know, dude. I don't know who likes him, but I was watching him on X one day because somebody in my audience was an asshole. I don't know who you were. If you're here right now, I'm still mad at you because they said, hey, at one point, Alex Jones did a shout out to Pep Talks. And the thing is, I had just covered an Alex Jones segment, so I totally bought it. I watched the entire episode, so I was trolled. There was never a mention of me. I was like, I think I have been had.
All in on Trump, but now I think he's finally given up, which it's about time. But of course,
hey,
now
what other streamer would just admit
they're
that?
calling him a sellout, but people are already calling him a sellout for defending Trump. So people are going to be upset with him no matter what. But
Pep, you were that big of an yes. Yes, I was.
He was looking for any way to defend and continue to support Trump. So the fact that the administration lost control over Alex Jones shows how bad things are. Like, Alex is really going after Trump now. Alex says he needs to be impeached or removed, and he thinks Trump has serious health issues like dementia and heart failure.
I mean,
With
the
early
heart
dementia,
failure
it's like
one.
a light bulb that's about to go out. Remember old incandescent ones where they would get brighter and then kind of start going in and out for a day or so and then bzz, be gone. Sometimes they pop at the end. So Trump will blaze bright and say something really true and smart, and then he'll get dim, and then he'll kind of buzz and flash and crackle. And that's why you'll have 5-6 times a day. And, oh, we won. It's over. No, it's going to go on forever. Total destruction. I'll never let him have the straight. Yes, we're giving up the straight. I'm getting out of NATO. We're staying in NATO. And when you know people in early dementia,
is admittingly doing all
that
of
is
this.
exactly what they do. Folks, when you got ankles that big, you got congestive heart failure, okay? And they attack me like, oh, you're just criticizing our dear leader. No, I'm not. I was the first guy years before he stole the election to say Biden had a serious cognitive decline. He already had, but he was like, he went down overnight. I said he had a stroke or something. So we got a big, big problem. When your ankles swell up 3 times the size they were before, that means heart failure. And he does look sick. And he does babble and, sound like the brain's not doing too hot. And so we just cut bait on Trump, and we just mobilize against the Democrats. And we mobilize against neocons. We primary them. That's what I said. We started getting off course 8 months ago. It's getting bad. It's getting bad. It's like, if 12 o'clock's good and he's up here, close to it, now he's to 6 is the worst. That's spinning
that's
fast,
enough.
folks.
So Maga was pissed at Alex for saying that, but he really upset them the other day when Alex had his lawyer on, and they started freaking out about how
away
Trump
from the
is gonna
computer.
nuke Iran,
We're not
and
playing
it's
that
going to be
game.
the end of the world because Trump made a post saying a whole civilization is going to die tonight. So Alex and his lawyer basically said a coup against Trump needed to happen, and the MAGA sycophants started freaking out. They're like, Alex is being too dramatic. He needs to calm down, which is comical considering they had nothing to say about the president threatening to wipe out a whole civilization. They're more concerned about what Alex Jones is saying here. So these people must be desperate, and they know how bad it looks. I mean, Alex just a few months ago was literally getting talking points from the administration. So if he's worried, it looks bad. But also, I'm sure people will probably say Alex is like apocalypse, doomsday, grifting. But I mean, a lot of people seem pretty concerned, and Trump and MAGA do a terrible job of reassuring them. Like, they only make things look worse. Because it's hard to be like, Alex is too dramatic after Trump just threatened to nuke Iran. Even if it's just a negotiation tactic, it's still insane rhetoric. And the fact that so many Trump supporters have been the most vocal ones against how this war is being handled should be a wake-up call. But of course, they're all just labeled panicans by MAGA. I mean, at this point, the only people left, I don't think, would ever leave. They could be in a car with Trump and see him steering it towards a cliff.
Well, it's because they're that stupid.
And they'd just be saying, trust the plan to each other.
Yeah.
And would call people panicans for jumping out. I mean, that's basically all they do now is just say people are too worried and they need to trust the plan. And everyone is always supposed to assume Trump is doing some 8D chess move, which Alex spent enough time assuming that, he'd come up with so many ways to defend Trump being in the Epstein files, not releasing them.
It's got to be a
But
bitch
now
to fucking
finally,
see it just
Alex is hit in the
unfold
face
right
with
in
the
front of
reality
you.
things, and he's disoriented by it. I mean, he said this is the first time in his life he's ever felt crazy. So apparently Donald Trump is the only person that has ever made Alex Jones feel crazy. I mean, it looks like Alex is having an existential crisis here. And just a few months ago, he was one of the plan trusters. But now it seems like he thinks Trump could lead us to Armageddon.
And the president has lost his mind. I mean, literally, what we should do is have Vice President Vance tackle him, take him to the basement of the White House, that new bunker they're building under the ballroom. Why is everybody building bunkers, by the way? I mean,
Why is the cabinet living on military bases? Because they know it's coming.
Exactly. Tackle Trump, put him in the basement, let him watch nonstop videos of how great he is, and then Vance, get us the hell out of this. Because this is on the verge of being World War III and a disaster.
Although, that's kind of stupid. Why would you move to a military base? That's kind of like, I'm just going to go out on the assumption that that's because what we do, we target their military installations and schools.
Not be able to recover from for a generation. This is, both of us have been warning about various risks. Neither one of us, outside of the COVID pandemic, warned that this kind of disaster could happen. We were dead on accurate.
And this is worse exponentially, so stay there.
Worse.
But we're going to break in a moment. Let me just ask you this.
This guy looks like he's the lead singer of Drop Shit Murphys.
I was about to say, how do we 25th Amendment his ass?
What up, Coyce? Good to
The
see you, man.
problem is to get the 25th Amendment is harder than impeachment. You have to get 2/3 of the House and 2/3 of the
So
Senate.
what do we do?
Tackle Trump and let him pretend he's president and publicly report that he's going through a health issue and Vance take over. It literally needs to be something like that. It's that bad.
I've known you a long time. You've never called for an internal coup before.
Ever. But that's how dangerous this is. That's how risky it is. And what we need is people like Vice President Vance and others to step up. Haig's death is a nightmare. The guy thinks he's really bringing Jesus back. He's waiting for the third temple to be established at the end of this. He wants the apocalypse to happen. We should not have a Secretary of War who wants the apocalypse to happen. That is not a good thing. The guy has completely fallen.
I mean, we called it the Secretary of Defense before. I mean, that seemed a little more, at least,
off the neocon wagon, and
we pretended that it was for our defense.
he's drinking like a madman, doing a full-scale 24-hour
Not sure which one I like more.
neocon insanity mixed with Christian Zionist.
And you also see Lindsey Graham with bubble wands stalking children at Disney World. Noam's husband with giant fake tits. You've got Graham drunk this weekend, stumbling around the street. I mean, this is insanity.
We got you showing up on Tim Pool drunk as fuck.
You have a dystopian.
Wait a minute. Are we not playing the embarrass me but not thee? Or embarrass thee, not me? Oops.
Nightmare living out in like every sci-fi novel that has always started out with. He's just lost it. We just have to be honest. He's lost it. And we've got to take corrective remedial action. Somebody's got to do something before the whole world burns. Because otherwise, that's the risk that might
He's like a crazy jumper
night.
on the Brooklyn Bridge taking us with him.
And Alex has sources in the government. You know, I'm sure they're trying to get him in line, but I guess they're running out of bullshit to feed him. And their messaging is all over the place. It doesn't make any sense. You know, you really got to be shameless to be running PR for them at this point. I mean, they're just making up whatever they can. And Alex is like, I can't buy into this anymore. And I think he even said his sources seem to be worried. I mean, obviously they didn't have a good explanation to give Alex for the war. And to see him going after Trump this hard is pretty wild. He doesn't seem to be holding back anymore. And he keeps calling Trump an evil supervillain.
I mean, he came out last week and said, we're not going to help Medicare, Medicaid, or any of this. We're a war economy. The opposite. I mean, that just handed them the midterms. And some libertarians go, that's a good idea. Whatever. He promised the opposite. If you're going to do that, you sure as hell don't say it. Good God. He's committing seppuku. If you don't know Japanese, that means political suicide. And just from the public relations standpoint, you don't want your president sounding like a Marvel comic supervillain who's in some space station with destructo beams saying, give me control of your nations, or I will start vaporizing your capitals and then your entire country. Or like Cobra Commander. If you do not hand over complete control to me, unconditional surrender, I will destroy your entire civilization.
I mean, not the worst Cobra Commander. Not the best, but not the worst.
Trump's making the Joker look like a good guy. This is a mega disaster. And on the current trajectory, I mean, he'll be Barack Obama.
The Joker's just like,
in a few months.
You know what? I'm going to sit this one out.
Continues to slide in policy, turning into a globalist.
That reminds me of the episode of Batman where he's just
Democrat.
like, the bat. I'll mess with the bat any day, but the IRS, no, thank you.
So we're pretty horrified around here. I don't know about you. But, I mean, you expect me to get up here and say, oh, yeah, that's great. It's your fault, France. It's your fault, Germany. It's your fault, Saudi Arabia.
And, of course, Alex is going to start calling Trump a globalist. So I think MAGA's totally lost him. You know, I think he's done trying to defend Trump.
Globalist.
I don't know if he's going back this
There's
time.
the globalist.
Especially because
Globalists are
now
coming for
MAGA's
you.
attacking him, and that usually just drives people further away. But let me know what you guys think, and check out the Patreon. I recently talked about an argument that Joe Rogan and Dave Smith had that was pretty awkward, and J.D. Vance responded to Rogan calling out MAGA, and there's over 180 exclusive videos, so make sure you check it out if you like the channel. It's definitely worth it. There'll be a link in the description.
Here we go.
President Trump. Thomas Massey, who, my God, Donald Trump could not hate anybody more than the guy who forced the release of the Big E files, says bombing a country on the other side of the globe won't make
Every time he says Big E files, I think of Big E from like the New Day, which I'm like, my man does not deserve that kind of fucking smoke.
Wait, no, they won't. And I promise you, as soon
That's
as
not
this war
fair.
is over, Donald Trump's
Big E's a good man.
nightmare will happen, and we will be right back to discussing
can't even
Epstein
wrestle,
files.
so
Then
why
we'll
would
need
you
another
do
distraction? Maybe we'll invade Greenland next.
Yeah, go get my gain. Yeah. Yeah.
Welcome back to the channel, everybody. And in the wake of this absolute political nightmare of a disaster that the Iran war is for Donald Trump, we are seeing conservatives flee, racing for the door, rats off of the ship in a hurry to distance themselves from MAGA and Donald Trump specifically. And you might not realize just how many prominent conservatives have completely abandoned MAGA and President Trump. So in this video, I'm going to show you all the prominent conservatives that have completely disowned Donald Trump. It's going to be a fun one. And then what I'm also going to do is show you all the...
No, it's very homoerotic. And the thing is, guys like him get really bothered when you say shit like that. So just every time, I'm just going to be like, nah, man. I would tell him this to his face where it's like, bro, I enjoy your content, but why you gotta do that gay shit in the front?
Sims who are still hanging on for dear life. And the funnest part about...
Would I risk a punch to the face?
Their posts is going to their own comment section. So stick
Never
around
been
for some
afraid to
laughs.
take one.
Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. Helps the channel. Follow us on
I think
Patreon.
that's
Grab
part of
some
my
America
problem.
First, America Only merch. It's going to be a fun episode. Let's jump into it. Let's talk about it. All right. We are going to go down the line of all of the big name conservatives who have officially declared Trump. And I know a lot of Republicans just can't wrap their heads around what is going on. Why is such a massive portion of the conservative movement leaving MAGA? Well, let's start with this. All right, so this list is just objectively true. There's no ability to argue this, and that is that, yes,
thank you.
What Donald Trump campaigned on.
I know I'm hilarious. I just needed somebody in chat to say it, and RC just gave me everything I needed. I know. Thank you.
And what old MAGA used to be, which is no wars, no new foreign entanglements, drain the swamp, affordable housing, invest in infrastructure, reduce healthcare costs, lower inflation, national debt, close the border,
so funny.
release the Epstein files, a good economy, low gas prices, the list goes on. And
I can hit my microphone and then go take a piss.
on. What you actually got. Endless wars in the Middle East, a new war with Iran, economy in the toilet, America is now officially bankrupt and insolvent, close to $40 trillion in debt, no mass deportations, high gas prices, and the country being embarrassed on the world stage and all our allies hate us. So again, it's really not complicated to figure out why there's been this mass abandonment of MAGA, but we wanted to start with this to just make sure we understood up front. All right, let's start right up front with one of the biggest, and that is Joe Rogan. Yes, Joe Rogan has come out calling MAGA a bunch of fucking dorks. Gonna be honest, he stole that from me. As we all know, Nate coined the theater kid dorks phrase for MAGA, but that's okay. I'm fine with it. All right, and that's Joe Rogan. We all know he endorsed Donald Trump. He was a huge supporter of Trump leading into the election. Let's see where he's at now.
Make America great again. I don't care. Then but
fine. That phrase sucks. Here's the thing. Like, first of all, America is great. Make America greater, I'm down. But make America great again, and then it becomes a movement of a bunch of fucking dorks, because a lot of them are dorks. A lot of them, these really weird, fucking uninteresting, unintelligent people that have got something they cling to, and there's a lot of people that are just real, genuine patriots, and they're all lumped into this one group, and you got to accept the dorks too.
And before we get too far, let me say this though: I am not criticizing any of these people for changing their minds and having a change of heart. I think we should all encourage this. The worst thing you can possibly do is be the arrogant dickhead that's like, "Well, you should have known about this beforehand. We told you." No, we don't do that here. Okay, the more people we can get to leave the insanity and come back to being actually America first and caring about this country and putting this country first, the better. Okay, so of course, Joe Rogan. What's another big one? One of Donald Trump's closest allies, Tucker Carlson.
Voted for Trump. Yeah, I campaigned for Trump. It was a lot. When I look back on it, I was sold a straight lie. You think? Yeah. And I want no wars. I believe in Christ teaching peace and love and loving your neighbor. And in one breath, on Easter Sunday, we have pastors claiming similarity from Trump to Christ in regards to the beatings and the lies. And then the next day, he's threatening to blow up power plants and bridges, hurting civilians. Like, literally the most disgusting evil in a tweet I've ever read. I totally agree. From a president. And I'm like, wait, but our Christian leaders are still going to try to protect that and justify that. How dare they?
Now, Tucker was sitting the fence for a long time here, criticizing sort of MAGA and the Republican Party, but he has pretty much gone full Donald Trump, and most of that stems from this. In the most pot-calling the kettle black shit you've ever seen in your entire life, Donald Trump has the audacity to say, Tucker is a low IQ person that has absolutely no idea what's going on. A lot of projection there from old Dementia Don on that one. All right, let's keep it in the manosphere for a while, because pretty much the entire manosphere has abandoned Trump and MAGA as well. Next up, Andrew Schultz. Yes, Andrew Schultz, comedian, was another one who was a staunch supporter of Donald Trump leading into the election. Let's see where he's at now.
I believe when Trump, everything he campaigned on, I believe he wanted to do. And now he's doing the exact opposite thing of every single thing.
I don't know what he's done. Yeah, exactly to your point. If you tell me, it's easier for me to believe
You wanted to do all these things if any of them were happening in the way that you said they
to
would.
that point, like there'll be people that like they'll DM me and be like, you see what your boy's doing? You voted for this. I'm like, I voted for none of this. He's doing the exact opposite of everything I voted for.
Yeah.
I want him to stop the wars. He's funding them. I want him to shrink spending, reduce the budget. He's increasing it. It's like everything that he said he's going to do, except sending immigrants back. And now he's even flip-flopped on that.
We all know that. He's done the absolute opposite of literally everything he campaigned on. The only people who still support Trump are people whose pride and ego is just too big for them to just admit they were fooled and that they were wrong. That's it. Or people with a room temperature IQ. There's no in between. There's no way you can look at this and what is going on policy-wise and go, this is what I voted for. Well, if you voted for Donald Trump in 2024, no, it's not. You didn't vote for any of those things because none of those things were campaign promises. All right, Theo Vaughn, one of my favorite comedians personally, has been very outspoken.
Of course he is.
Recently, and again, getting even
of course he is. Why wouldn't the guy from the fucking Road Rules be your favorite comedian that just, is
criticism and being in trouble?
So stupid that it's almost endearing.
For saying things that literally everyone is thinking recently on Joe Rogan's podcast. Let's see where he's at.
Sick of this shit. And I'm sick of rich people not putting their fucking kids over in these wars and shit like that. Put your fucking honky ass kids up there. Let them go shed some fucking blood.
Especially if you're asking for it.
Especially if you're out there fucking bullshitting, dude. Put your fucking honky little fancy ass fucking kid up there, man. That shit makes me mad, bro. Our government does not, obviously, is not here to help the people.
Obviously.
They've been compromised.
That's true.
All right, let's keep it in the manosphere still. Shane Gillis, another one of my favorite comedians. Let's see what he had to say. Probably the same thing that everybody's thinking.
You'd think they would have responded nicely after we blew up their leader with a missile. You'd think they would have been like, all right, never mind. We don't want to f you guys. You blew up an 86-year-old with a Tomahawk missile. It's so funny. We killed a fucking 90-year-old man with a missile, dude.
Yeah, to Shane's point, it turns out killing the Islamic Shia Pope, basically, didn't work out for the best for us. A little strategic misstep on that one, huh? All right, let's get to some conservative talking heads. Next one, Uncle Alex, who used to be massively pro-Trump.
How do we 25th Amendment his ass? The problem
making mac and cheese, hell yeah.
To get the 25th Amendment's harder than impeachment. You have to get
one of these days. I'll tell you the lore that happened here in the early days of the channel, where I almost burnt my house down making mac and cheese.
2/3 of the House and 2/3 of the Senate. So what do we do? Tackle Trump and pretend.
All because, don't try and make mac and cheese while he's streaming.
Pretend he's president and publicly report that he's going through a health issue and Vance take over. It literally needs to be something like that. It's that bad.
Again, Alex Jones, one of the most pro-Trump talking heads out there, is now calling for the 25th Amendment to have Donald Trump forcefully removed from the presidency. This is how wild this has gotten. And then next one, another really big name, prior huge Trump supporter, Maga, Sean Ryan. Yes, Sean Ryan has gone full based America first, pissing off his own Maga base, but he doesn't really care because Sean actually has integrity. Here's one just recently as of a couple days ago. All right, Sean says, ceasefire is barely 24 hours old and our greatest ally is already blowing it up, literally. Largest coordinated strike on Lebanon since war began. But sure, another masterclass in negotiation from the guy who threatened to wipe out an entire civilization the day before. Stable
leftovers.
Genius stuff. And then look at the anger, look at the rage from Sean's base. Sean Ryan definitely has been infected with the derangement syndrome. No, sorry, homie. It's just that everybody who's not a complete fucking moron has now woken up and doesn't believe any of this bull.
I love this. I love this shit. Again, as a leftist that's been here since the very beginning, and I'm going to be that guy now, and I think that we all, like, if you were a leftist and we all just saw this happening. Kyle Kulinski has said this, and I got to give him a lot of credit for it. Where what sucks about being a leftist is that we are correct way too soon about shit.
Bullshit anymore. Now,
because here we are. The rest of the world's waking up to it, except for Maga themselves, which I don't give a fuck.
Let's look at some politics.
What up, Reginald? How you doing?
Politicians even. I mean, Marjorie Taylor Greene has got to be one of...
I mean, I can't believe, like, when she fucking left, and then, I mean, that's a perfect, like, photo of her. You guys remember when her and fucking other dits were, like, screaming during Biden's State of the Union?
If not Trump's biggest supporters over the...
Oh, did they get censured for that?
last 10 years. And look at where we've gotten to now.
We have to be realistic about the Republican Party. The Republican Party needs burned to the ground. It's completely controlled. As a matter of fact, much of Congress is controlled by AIPAC and by Zionists, and that is a serious problem. I fear that we will see a nuclear bomb used on Iran, and I think that'd probably be the worst thing we could see in our lifetimes, is a nuclear bomb used on anyone. You save American troops' lives by get the hell out of the Middle East. We had no business there to begin with.
Yikes. I mean, losing your staunch America First loyalists. Yeah, rough times. All right, who else? Well, Candace Owens, biggest podcast in the world. And isn't it interesting how all the biggest podcasts in the world have all turned against Trump? Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, Sean Ryan, Joe Rogan. Interesting, huh? But Candace, of course, was a huge Trump supporter and MAGA loyalist, and let's see where she's at now. Now, Candace obviously left the pro-Trump, pro-MAGA scene a long time ago, way before most of these people, but here's her recent statement. The 25th Amendment needs to be invoked. He is a genocidal lunatic. Our Congress and military need to intervene. We are beyond madness. Yes, more people calling for the 25th Amendment, which, yes, needs to happen yesterday. All right, let's rapid fire some previous hardcore MAGA Twitter accounts. All right, Evan Kilgore, prominent conservative account, says MAGA is dying. The energy is gone. Trump turned out to be just like the rest of them. I say this as a 3-time Trump voter. It sucks, but once you wake up, you can't unsee it. Nobody is coming to save us. All right, Arnold, who's actually way ahead of the curve for years, he's been calling out Trump, says, you're a failed leader. History will record that you are the worst president in the history of America. I actually agree with this. I think it will, historically. But the good thing is that you will soon be forgotten like an old tweet. Thomas Massey, who, my God, Donald Trump could not hate anybody more than the guy who forced the release of the Big E files, says, bombing a country on the other side of the globe won't make the Epstein files go away. No, they won't. And I promise you, as soon as this war is over, Donald Trump's nightmare will happen, and we will be right back to discussing the Epstein files. Then we'll need another distraction. Maybe we'll invade Greenland next. And oh my God, even Matt Walsh is waking up. Matt says Americans are suffering. It is way too expensive just to live for most families. Our cities aren't safe. Our country is being transformed every day by foreign.
You know what this means? Someone went to Easter dinner with their family that makes less than them.
Migration.
I noticed this, where a lot of these guys, they started doing this shit right after Easter.
Our elections aren't secure. The SAVE Act was not passed, won't be passed. It's time to end this war in Iran and focus on our country, our people, our future.
It's almost like people are kind of feeling the vibe, man, but whatever.
Far too much of Trump's second term has been spent on foreign adventures. Has to end. Turn the attention back home. You know, Ben Shapiro is
gotta fucking simplify what my belief system is, then
yes.
yes.
As you can see, it's pretty much everybody that anybody in the conservative space actually likes, and what's the remnants? Who's left over? Who's still supporting Trump? What is MAGA? But of course, this is all that's left of the dying movement that is MAGA. Ben Shapiro's, the Lindsey Grahams, Ted Cruz, Randy Fines, Mark Levine's, Officer Tatum's. Yes, everybody that nobody respects and everybody hates are the only ones left supporting Trump. And let's go and take a look at some of their
But they all again, they're all up their own asses, so they think that they're perfectly fine. Everybody loves them.
Their posts, because the best part is just going straight to their own comment section. Oh, but real quick, we got somebody right in the middle, the biggest fence sitter, not super anti-Trump, but also not pro-Trump. It depends on how the wind's blowing, and that is...
You knew things were bad when there was still Easter stuff at Dollar Tree the day before?
Megan, at least she wasn't a Kelly. Let's see what she said in a 24-hour span.
Could drop a nuke and I'd still vote Republican over those people. I mean, I don't know about you, but I am
Yeah, nobody has any supplemental fucking income.
sick of this shit. I'm sick of it. Can't he just behave like a normal human? I mean, honestly, like the president, 3D chess, shut up. Fucking shut up about that shit.
Okay, well, maybe it's time to get off the fence then, Megan, because, saying within the same 24-hour window that you would...
RC, are you even American?
Still vote for Donald Trump if he nuked someone, and then also being completely
Honestly,
anti-Trump.
Are you even American?
Figure yourself out. All right, let's move to the fun stuff. All of the people who...
Like, seriously, what's the gas prices you're seeing?
Whose channels are...
I know you're not MAGA, but for real, man, you keep doing this far left, far right. I'm enlightened. All right, cool.
Dying.
This is why we made fun of enlightened centrists the way we did.
Burning in, and nobody's
There's
watching.
Nothing funnier than that's just like, I see through all the bullshit, but I can't admit my biases, even though they're clearly right wing.
The comment section, but let's look at the post first.
Yeah, I just called you out, motherfucker. You have right wing biases, but you refuse to see it.
Gotta start with
unless you're full of shit.
Benny Boy Johnson, huh? He says, the past
Literally been reading your comments for like the past 6 hours.
4 weeks for an IQ test for your favorite podcasters and
4
pundits. Did they throw a temper tantrum? Did they say MAGA is dead? It is, and we're going to look at your comment section here, Ben. Did they tell you to vote Democrat? Did they actively root against the United States? Did they call for Trump's impeachment? Did they act like they were elected president? That's literally all the people we just talked about, by the way.
Yep.
So many humiliating crash outs. Our movement needs strength and clarity, not unhinged emotional hysteria. And Benny, let's see what your own community thinks. All right, here we go. Top comment.
I love when he goes through the comments.
How much did APAC wire transfer you for this post? Next comment. I guess I'm a moron for wanting politicians to do what they say on the campaign trail. My bad. Third highest comment. MAGA is gay now. Lots of broken promises from Trump. You're a complete tool. I didn't vote for April 1st. When Trump called Lindsey Graham MAGA and Thomas Massie a rhino, I knew it was dead. So isn't that interesting? Yep. Their own audiences, the second they post this dumb shit, absolutely eviscerate them and obliterate them. And it makes you wonder, how are these channels like Benny Johnson and Ben
So many bots.
Shapiro and Officer Tatum managing any views still? Well, I have to guess. I would imagine there's a little bit of help financially to, pay for views and
I
make
am
the
not
channels look like
a
they're
robot
actually getting traction.
paid to watch Benny Johnson. I watch Benny Johnson organically. Benny Johnson is king. Yes. Pew pew.
When we've shown with channels like Ben Shapiro's that
I better
they're
be careful.
all dead. Now look at this one. Old Brinley Hollyhan looks like he was made out of a Goy laboratory. Says Iran has caved and agreed to a ceasefire and to open the Strait of Hormuz. Is every panikin who called for the 25th Amendment to be used going to apologize now? Brinley, I'm not sure if you really understood what happened. What happened?
Panicking. I think I might have heard that term one time before today, and this is like, so now this is how it always happens. This is why I think it's a psyop. How in the fuck have I never heard the term panicking? I do this shit daily, and nobody coined that shit. And now all of a sudden, this guy's got 2 videos of it, like panicking, and then literally from the White House, panicking. Who in the I just got to say, even from Donald Trump's standards, who greenlit that? That's no rhino. My mom, actually, you know what? Rest her soul. She would have had some fucking real fire lines about this one, because she always thought that it was so dumb that they would always the rhino thing. She got called a rhino and it really pissed her off, because she's like, "Oh, I'm not a Democrat." The thing is, my mom didn't realize that she was actually kind of left. She believed in, pretty much everything that the left does, especially where it comes to medicine, all that. But the big holdup on her end was just but the trans people. I'm like, okay, you boomer. I hate to say that was the one blind spot she had.
Was the ceasefire. America agreed to a...
but does that actually matter? To your health care, to your life? I would gladly just not talk about... I mean, I'm a little biased because I think that it should be like this, where we just don't talk about it. And if you go case by case. If it's happening in your community, fine. Have your little fucking city council meetings. Keep it out of our fucking day-to-day politics. Seriously, the fact that we made a culture war issue into something that is completely fucked us. Because I hope you understand this. While we were focusing on trans issues, they were robbing us blind. And somehow, some way, they had over 27% of the American electorate going, yeah!
A 10-point surrender plan giving Iran every demand they could ever want. That ceasefire was then broken, and the Strait of Hormuz was closed 13 hours later. Oh, man. And, of course, I'm sure his comment section is super supportive. Let's take a look.
Yes.
All right, here we go. Let's see. Wait, let me understand this. The regime is still in place. The uranium hasn't been touched. Neither the missile program nor the support for the armed militias, et cetera, et cetera. As a Christian, how on earth can you possibly support the complete wipeout of an entire civilization? That's asinine. Caved and agreed. They're getting the upsides of the deal. They didn't start the bombing. They wouldn't have shut the strait down if we haven't attacked. Trump surrendered, LOL. Again, whoa, shocker. Not a single positive comment from their own community in comment section. Yikes. Let's keep moving. All right, next, Dinesh D'Souza. Talk about a guy who's completely burned in. I don't think anybody listens to what he has to say anymore. Says, once again, Trump outsmarts the critics. Once again, he exposes their inner derangement. Once again, he proves he is the adult in the room. Once again, the guy crashing out on Easter, dropping F-bombs, saying praise be to Allah while he threatens the genocide of an entire civilization. That's an adult in the room? Well, I'm sure Dinesh's audience will have some positive things to say. All right, from his own comments, Trump starts a war, then kills people, and then stops bombing and says, look, everybody, I just ended another war, laughing emoji. He lost, laughing emoji. Iranian regime is mocking him. So we lost American lives, billions of dollars, and millions of dollars of equipment, all for there now to be a toll paid to Iran to use the strait. How? Please explain this. Operation Epic Fury is now officially Operation Epic Failure. Oh, no, again, your own audience hates your guts. Whoa, crazy. Isn't this becoming a pattern? Ouch. Officer Tatum says, Trump talks different because he gets results. The kind of language isn't for headlines, it's for pressure. Say what you want, but that's how real leverage works. And of course, 13 hours later, you look like a fucking fool again as the ceasefire breaks and the Strait of Hormuz is reclosed. What a dipshit. Let's see what his own comment section.
Yeah, but the thing is, the fact that this just reached me, if this was like released a few months ago, then that means that it ain't working.
Has to say. Geez, dude, are you forbidden from showing any criticism to Trump? Is that part of your deal? How much are they paying you? Geez, all of this means nothing if the Islamic regime is still in power. Iran is still firing missiles and won't stop because Trump got punked. Oh, but wait, we do have one positive comment.
Dude.
And Trump wins again with a massive.
Oh, as somebody who kind of spends his time getting, internet comment sectioned in his own chat.
6 likes.
I just gotta say, man, if you're pissing off your own base like this, god damn.
All right, but let's take a look at some news platforms.
Also, I'm not sure if it is because they actually got rid of bots. I think that people might just not be watching this content feeling as enthusiastic to come and troll anymore.
The New York Post, which is hardcore pro-Republican. The New York Post says, Pete Hegseth says, Iran begged for this ceasefire, touts overwhelming victory. All right, let's go to the comments. All right, here we go. First comment. The USA is living in its own separate world from the real one. Agreed to open the strait as a victory? Question mark. And who will have control over the strait after all this is said and done? Question mark. Fortunately, reading and watching the news, there was no ceasefire. All laughing emojis. He should have been tested for alcohol content in his blood after he made such a false claim. And they go on and on and on. I encourage you, anytime you see these posts, open up the comment section. They're immediately getting drugged by their own audience, and it's hilarious to watch. But
saying that Pete Hegseth should get a fucking...
that sort of
breathalyzer after his decisions. Now that is hilarious.
Proves the entire point. The country is moving in a very specific direction.
That like Maga made it so easy for us to dunk on them. It's like, dude, we have a certifiable drunk fucking TV host in charge of our military, and we are floundering in this conflict.
Action, and it is not in the direction of.
Yeah, guys.
Of MAGA and Donald Trump. Yes, the conservative movement completely fractured. The midterms are going to be an utter brutal wipeout. Everybody knows that's coming. And it will be the Republicans' own fault. And I got to be honest with you, after Republicans have had complete control over the House, the Senate, the executive, and the Supreme Court, and have managed to do literally nothing, well, I think they've earned everything that's coming to them. So,
you dare sound leftist, my friend.
But it's all the Republicans really have left because, they've done nothing they said they were going to do, and now they're going to cut Medicare.
Star Wars: A New Hope. Well,
I
it turns
love
out that
every second of this.
The most important people on the entire base. You see, the rebels actually can't rely on the radar sensors alone.
Oh, right. I want to play this later, but
of these programs.
I don't know why that played.
So that we can fund the military, and we're going to have like a $1.2 trillion military budget, which is the exact opposite of what they said they were going to do. And the administration of morality is led by a thrice married gambling tycoon, Kristi Noem with her husband's fake tits, and then Kash Patel, who was like doing some like bachabazi, Afghan boy dance to please some warlord. I mean, I don't know what's going on over there.
It's not wrong.
I don't know what's going on over there, but AOC is going to waltz right in, and I'm going to pay 90% of my money. It's just,
and that's the guy that people were standing up for ruining the USA hockey fucking moment. But cool.
It is what it is. I've accepted it. I've accepted it. AOC is going to show up to my house every month and put a gun right in my mouth and take.
Fuck it. Wish I died there in America. I mean, dude, I am so happy that I collected all these little snippets for you to see. Specifically you, RC. I didn't even know it was for you until today, until you showed up here in chat, but I knew that there was an inspiration behind it all, that there was going to be someone here that needed to see all this, and here it is in real time.
And that's okay, because I'm going to be in a turban, and I don't give a shit. I'm going to be walking around in a full burqa. That's where we're going. The White House seeks $1.5 trillion for defense in new budget request.
I love watching MAGA fucking cope because they've lost all their support.
I mean, again,
they were so happy to have a Tim Dillon. They were so happy to have Joe Rogan, every comedian. But here we are.
They want to convert the country into a war economy.
You see this? This is genuine happiness. Thank you.
This is what this whole thing was about. It was about winning so that they could hand all these government contracts to Palantir and all of these other companies, and they could go and topple
a Blackhawks thing that I got actually from a work event, where it's one of those what do you call those, the neck
teams all over the world and take their resources and by the
way, T-neck? No, not
the way, it's the last.
What are those called?
Gasp of the American empire. This is it. This is the tipping point. We're being exposed a little bit in Iran. Iran's ability to hit our bases. I've said it before, but this has been shocking to people.
Who the fuck am I? I'm Pep Talks, bitch.
I've spoken to
Who the fuck are you?
people about this.
Race car? Get out of here.
And they're all pretty astounded at Iran's ability to
race car IW3LE. I don't give a fuck who the fuck you think you are. You're nobody. Literally a nobody. You made your name into somebody who's nobody. And you did that on purpose. Here I am. I know. I only got a few viewers. I'm okay with it. But I'm somebody bigger than you.
Fight back. Iran's been preparing for this for...
How's that feel? How's that feel to have somebody with 13 viewers fucking tell you that you are indeed a useless person? 11 viewers.
Very long time. And,
we all laugh at your ass? Well, that's just you just laughing at my ass. My other 10 viewers are laughing at you, sir.
We always see ourselves as a military powerhouse, and we are to a degree...
8 viewers.
But this has not gone well. No one who is a serious person will tell you that this has gone well. It's exposed weaknesses in our intelligence, in our decision-making capability, in our overall military strategy with regard to Iran. This has exposed a lot of fault lines in the American empire's ability to maintain an empire, which it seems like it can't. It seems like it won't be maintaining an empire.
That's the biggest W I've had in a long time on stream.
Much longer. But we're upping
the
military budget to 1.5
yes.
trillion.
Oh God, that made me feel good.
dollars, and you won't have health care. You're not going to have child care for your children.
Fuck you all.
Children, you're not going to.
Oh, you're so mad. You're so mad. Oh my God, I fucking got you.
Have the
you motherfucker.
Money to go to college and learn how to be a.
Oh, I just had the ultimate W. Seriously, I haven't had this happen on stream in a long time, guys. But God, that was worth it. Fuck.
Or a physical.
Fuck you guys.
Occupational therapist, or
his Fifi's on fire. Oh, dude,
not going to be able
seriously.
to have the money to put gas in your car to go to work and like feed your family. Instead, we want $1.5 trillion so that we can go around the globe toppling empires and trying to suck up their resources.
Stops away. And
it's the complete opposite of what these people said. Here,
screw you guys. I'm going home.
Here's Trump, by the way. And by the way, you can't ignore the Israel connection in this. You can't ignore Netanyahu, and you can't ignore the people that put Trump into office and the people that gave him lots of money.
Yeah. But you also technically bought into that, so you were just like, he has lots of money, so I'm going to vote for him.
And here's Trump talking about that there's not going to be any more daycare or Medicaid because of the war.
Because the United
You seen all you wanted to see? Dude, you were here for almost 6 hours.
States can't.
You understand that? You were here for the boring bits. You stuck around for the fucking, like, we were waiting for the space thing to fucking open.
Can't take care of daycare.
This is amazing, by the way. I'm glad that he's doing
That
this.
has to be up to a state.
Yep. It's got to be up to a state. We can't take care of daycare. We can't take care of anything. We can't make American families happy. Fuck you guys. And you know what? You'll be happy with it. You'll be happy with it. But give us $250 billion more for our military needs.
We can't take care of daycare. We're a big country. We have 50 states. We have
Yeah, okay. Then I don't need to pay my federal taxes, right?
all these other people. We're fighting wars. We can't
I mean, if that's all we're doing, if this is literally all you're using my federal taxes for,
take care of daycare.
I feel like this is a movement that's kind of starting to grow. Not saying that I recommend it.
You got to let a state take care of daycare, and they should pay for it too. They should pay. They have to raise their taxes, but they should pay for it. And we could lower our taxes a little bit to them to make up. But it's not possible for us to take care of daycare, Medicaid, Medicare, all these individual things. They can do it on a state basis. You can't do it on a federal. We have to.
It's
take
the
care of
greatest
one
con in history. By the way, it's the greatest con in history. I mean, truly, it's the greatest. It's the, and I don't say great in like a good way. It is truly the most successful con in history. It makes Enron look like a guy doing 3-card Monte on the street. Anything that you can remember and identify as a complete and utter scam, this is the greatest con in history.
Well, you voted for it. Thanks, Tim.
To run as an America First.
At least you were conned. At least you can admit that you were conned. At least you're the perfect person to tell us. You know that he's a con artist because he conned you.
And you're going to take care of America and then turn around and go, you know, all of these things, daycare, Medicare, Medicaid, we have nothing to do with that. We're fighting wars. That's what we're here to do. We're here to have a defense budget of $1.5 trillion, and we're here to fight wars. It is the greatest scam in history. You got to hand it to him. And I mean, truly, and not in, you know, again, not in a moral way, but like you got to hand it to him. This is the greatest about face in political history that I have really ever seen. It is the greatest scam. It has taken in people. I believe J.D. Vance, when he came on my show and said, we want to stay out of Middle Eastern wars, Donald Trump's first term did not have real, I mean, he killed Qasem Soleimani. I'm mispronouncing that, whatever. But he was not running all over the world and doing this. There's a lot of things about Trump's first term to criticize, but he was not doing this. So this is surprising to a lot of people. And by the way, it's surprising to me. And there's a lot of people, and I know everyone's going to act like they're not surprised.
Are you sure?
I knew it.
You're surprised, Tim? What?
He was going to invade.
So who's right? It's almost like you can't do this both sides bullshit. The left. I get it. You guys don't want to admit that the like cuntiest amongst us were right. And I know we can be pretty cunty. But guess what? It's time to fucking eat that crow, bitch.
Iran.
Caw-caw. Caw-caw.
Nick Fuentes.
Caw-caw. Just do that in front of every fucking Republican you know. Caw-caw. What are you doing? Eat crow, bitch.
Did. He's like the only one that did. So that kid is the only one who really called that this guy was going to go into Iran. If you had said to
Track jacket. That's what that's called, a track jacket.
me, is this guy going to launch a preemptive war in Iran? I would have said no. I remember being on the phone with Barry Weiss the day he won. I was in Miami, and I was on the beach, and I called her, and we chatted briefly, and it was just a very nice conversation. I said, what's this guy going to do? And she said, I think he's going to get rid of the DEI shit, which we all thought was stupid. And, you know, he's going to get rid of the DEI stuff, and he's going to, like...
Because that was the biggest problem, Tim.
You know, like...
You're fucking retarded sometimes. Like, dude, I get it. I get he's trying to do a bit, but, like, every once in a while, this is the stuff where I'm like, oh, this isn't the bit. Like, this is where he actually kind of thought it a little bit, where he's just like, yeah, they were going to get rid of the DEI stuff, even though I'm a gay Republican.
Like, restore...
It's almost like that DEI is, like, reserved for me exclusively now. And I'm fat.
Sense of, you know, sanity to a lot of, like, Biden-era DEI, like, that is totally, like... you know, was pushing everyone in this country to the political extremes, and he was going to get the economy going, and he was going to try to tackle inflation to some degree, and he was going to, was the thought. And I mean, now Barry might have known that there was another plan. She didn't share it with me. She might have known, and I was sitting there in Miami on the phone going, well, yeah, if he does that stuff, great. I said to her, what do you think about gay marriage or this or that? She goes, no, I don't think he's going to, like, I don't think he's going to roll back a lot of that stuff. I think he's going to go after the economy. He's going to go after the DEI stuff. He's probably going to pull a lot of the money out of Ukraine and cut some deal. And she said, you know, he supports Israel. He's going to support Israel. And I said, okay. I you know, at that point, I was, you know.
That was your concession was, yeah, go ahead. Just, you know. Blow Netanyahu. Cool.
That was kind of expected.
You know, gay stuff. I'm into the gay stuff, so why not trumping Netanyahu?
And I said to her, I was like, you think he's going to get a deal done in the Middle East? And she goes, yeah.
Yep.
Because that's what he campaigned on. He would get a deal done in the Middle East. But I did not think.
I love this. I love this. This is fun. Like, I mean, you guys may not be having fun, but I am. Watching a guy like Tim Dillon, even if he's trying to do a bit here, which he can't just fucking ha-ha his way out of this one.
Truly.
That's the one thing I can't stand about guys like him and Dave Smith is how they won't just own the fact that they are also doing, like, the political shit and they are influential, blah, 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 blah.
That's...
Like, come on, man. Come on. You can only try to be Joe Rogan as much as you want.
Somehow, he was going to launch a preemptive war in Iran, and then I didn't think we would be kind of losing it. Like, so, like, by the way, drag me all you want, like, for not being omniscient or not being clairvoyant. I had no idea. I had no clue that Iran was going to be able to blow military bases off the earth, and we weren't going to defend them. I didn't know that our Gulf allies were going to get attacked and we weren't really going to be able to do that much about it. I had no idea that this was going to go this poorly. I know Miriam Adelson gave him a lot of money. I know a lot of big donors gave him a lot of money. I know they wanted him to support Israel, and the guy's always supported Israel. He's never not supported Israel. That was never a question. This was not a guy that identified with the plight of the Palestinians at any moment in his life. His daughter converted to Orthodox Judaism. His son-in-law, Jared Kushner, is deeply enmeshed in Israel. Like, that was all obvious, and it was known. But the idea that he was going to back Israel into Iran and into Lebanon and into all of these places truly is deeply psychotic.
Well, I'm just here for it because you did it to yourself there, homie. All right, let's get to this Dave Smith bit here. Where's Dave Smith? Dave Smith. There
important big picture debate about the politics of the Iran war. It could be the de facto end of Trump's presidency, or perhaps his defining legacy. If Democrats get their way, maybe the literal end of his presidency by way of impeachment. Whatever the outcome, it has certainly transformed Trump's fortunes. We just don't know yet.
It's Friday, so you know what that means. By the way, the fact that I just sang that, did you know Rebecca Black was on fucking Jeopardy the other day?
We will view that as good or bad, and whoever comes next, whether Republican or
Yeah,
Democrat,
that was wild.
will have to grapple with an intense aversion to Israeli influence on U.S. politics.
Partying, yeah.
And some serious new questions about America's role in the world. Before we get to all of that, a word on the elephant not in the room. A couple of weeks ago, we hosted a debate between Dave Smith, a familiar face to our viewers, and Adam Sosnick, part of the PBD podcast crew and an uncensored debutante.
You watched it? Hell yeah.
I say that most people, including PBD's many fans and followers, did not think it went well for Adam. Patrick Bet-David himself took the extraordinary step of dispensing some stewardly on-air advice to Adam about his ability to represent their brand.
Obviously, the market has responded.
Despite what you think, I haven't listened or watched any of the internet comments.
Oh, he looks so bad in this.
I don't go.
It's even worse when it's edited.
Onto Twitter, I don't check the comments. It's just not something that I do. Some people are messaging
check
me
the
and I
comments because they cooked me pretty hard.
And I'm listening to a song called "Ain't Nothing Gonna Break My Stride, Ain't Nothing Gonna Slow Me Down," and that's how I feel about.
You know what's fucked up? He's like, I brought this up before. He saw that on like a commercial recently because that song has not been playing, and that's not like one of those ones that just sticks in your head unless, you know, it's like, oh yeah, that was a banger. Yeah.
About this.
I've seen you make better arguments with Bassem Youssef than you did with Dave Smith. I didn't see you making arguments on Dave Smith. And the reason why I'm doing this with you openly, and I'm talking to you openly with you, is there's an element of also representing where you're coming from, where the expectation is, hey, when you go and be professionals, that's not how I handle debates. I don't handle debates that way. That's not my MO. So if you're close to me and you're handling it that way, that is not my style.
Well, at the end of that debate, Vinny Oshana, another familiar face to our viewers, concluded that Adam had only one option: to save face and the PBD team's reputation, and to burnish his debating credentials, he must face a rematch.
People are like, he's on cocaine. I read the comments because I want to know what the temperature is. You have the arsenal. You had the ammunition. You had this big-ass arsenal, and you just used a pistol. You were just like kind of going after and doing personal. And I was disappointed because I was like, yo, you have it. You have it. You didn't use it. And this is my attitude. When I was young and I'd get my ass whooped, my mom would be like,
some of us actually fire better, you know.
You're going to go outside. You're going to fight that guy right now. You're not going to sit here and let it fester. I know that you're going to do it. You're going to have to debate him again.
Now, I've got to say that before I say anything more, I really respect the PBD podcast crew, led by Patrick, for doing that debate about the debate we had on this show. Most people wouldn't do that. So full credit to them for having that kind of in-house debate and for being brutally honest with each other. But of course, following that discussion, we of course offered to host a new debate between Dave Smith and between Adam Sosnick. Adam initially agreed, but then claimed that ultimately he'd been overwhelmed by competing diary events. Well, and just maybe the very powerful human instinct for self-preservation, only he knows. It was Dave Smith's clash with Ben Ferguson 6 weeks ago, part of a much wider panel, which spiraled into that enormous hissy fit from Ben Shapiro and teed up the Sosnick debate in the first place. And since Ben Ferguson never ducks a challenge, he has manfully stepped in to fill Adam's empty chair for what will actually probably be a better debate. So joining me now is host of Part of the Problem, Dave Smith, up against Ben Ferguson, co-host of The Verdict with Ted Cruz. Welcome to both of you. Thank you, Ben.
Ben was not supposed to be the one here. It was supposed to actually be Adam.
For stepping into the breach. First of all, Dave, I mean, welcome back, obviously, but, you know, Adam was going to come on for the rematch and then has suddenly found a series of scheduling issues.
He chickened out.
And conflicts, which from where I come, could be probably best described as bottling it. What do you feel about
Pierce, I just want you to know, I cancel things to come on your show. Okay?
No, it's actually like, all right. I'm not even going to joke here. The reason that I even have an internet debate with Andrew Wilson out there is because I booked it a month in advance. I didn't know who I was debating, but I was not going to fucking just not show up. Like, you have to have some integrity, if you will. When you make a plan, you need to show up for it. Unless, like, think of it like in the way of like a doctor's appointment that you're going to get charged for, you know? If you know that you're going to fucking, you know, it's going to make you look bad, or just in general, like, it's about keeping your word. Like, that's all you got in this life. You're either a man, woman, non-binary. Like, you are just a person of your word. That's all you have. So honor your word, or don't commit to things that you know you cannot do.
I love that about you, Ben Ferguson, and I always say to my
I had
team,
something today, and then you said Dave and you, and I said I'm here. I'm here for you, my friend.
You know what, Ben? You and I go back. Honestly, we go back to about 2010 doing this, and you've never bottled a debate in your life, and I love that about you. And thank you for stepping.
It's one thing I have a genuine problem with is when somebody like makes it like a commitment and you like they treat it like that, where it's like, I had a scheduling conflict. It's like,
stepping into the breach. But Dave, first of all, Adam's decision not to have the rematch. What is your view of that?
Well, I mean, I told your people when they reached out to mine to be like, hey, we want to do this. I go, I don't really think this makes sense to do this rematch. By the way, I agree with you. I love Patrick Bet David and Vinny and Tom. I got nothing but respect for those guys. I did think that was cool that they did it.
Yeah.
And I thought they did it in a cool way where they weren't like, Pat was bending over backward to not throw Adam under the bus, but to try to kind of give him a chance to go, hey, what'd you learn from that or whatever. And I was pretty annoyed by the fact that he just took that opportunity to take more shots at me. Look, I don't know what.
Sylvie, I did that. I literally did that. I had COVID that debate, and I was just like, guys, I have COVID. I didn't want to do this. I kind of felt like I wanted to just go to sleep, but I showed up. And honestly, Andrew, for as much of a dick as he can be, like on the internet, he did give me like some props for that on stream and off.
Adam was thinking
after we wrapped up in the green room, he was
approaching
he was pretty kind about it
that way. I don't know why he thought that would go any other way than the way it did. In his defense, I will say, pretty good tune.
Well, he's not here. I wish he was here because we could have just put it to bed. I don't think it would have gone much better for him. I think the first debate revealed that he's not that good at it, if I'm honest. Like him personally, they've always been very good to me, that team. I think if Patrick had come on, or Vinny actually, it would have been probably a better tussle. But you've got Ben Ferguson here, who you've tussled with before. Ben, welcome back, as I said. Just one rule, because there aren't like 5 people on a panel here all squabbling.
Yeah, we can have a real conversation today.
Well, that's the point. And I think the one rule I'd like to try and keep to is let's not have too much interrupting. Let's let each other speak. Let's have a proper debate about what is actually a really interesting debate, I think. And it all stemmed from something that Dave Smith on this show said about the United States being, well, let's listen to it.
The IDF is the worst terrorist organization in the region. Let's get real. The United States of America is arguably the worst terrorist organization in the world. If you want to look over the last 25 years, how many innocent civilians we've slaughtered. You're getting us into the neocon. Yeah, that's right. You're getting us into the neocon 7th war, which they've been dying for the last 25 years.
Now, as a consequence of that,
I think Mockler chickened out.
Loose, obviously,
of what?
Online. And Ben Shapiro said about Dave, I'm sorry, but you hate the country. If you say America is the worst terrorist organization in the world, you just do. And Dave has since responded to that.
I don't know what you're talking about, Coyce.
On this show. But Ben, let's just get you to, because Dave's already...
Hey, don't tempt me, RC.
Explain what he meant about this.
Yeah.
And many people agree with it, right? And, just...
Are you mad that I have a fucking stream where I'm just like, yeah. All right.
You up for this? You're about to defend the charge that America is not the world's worst terrorist organization.
Yeah, what? Pep smokes weed? No way.
Within hours of
go get high, stoner.
Donald Trump.
It's like, you got light?
Trump posting to the world that a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. But in the context of the
sorry, no, that's legitimately funny.
Words coming from the President of the United States, quite hard to argue that that is in itself. Those words are not the words you would normally associate with the leader of a terrorist organization.
Yeah, look, I think two things about what the president said there. He's clearly talking to the leadership in Iran, and he's saying that you are going to destroy your people by not opening the Strait of Hormuz. I'm not screwing around. This goes back to FAFO.
Yeah, it's called TOS there, homie.
The president of the United States.
I'm not on just Twitch. If I was on just Twitch, that would be a different story. But as someone who actually cares about his, gig here.
States of America is using the same foreign policy.
Yeah,
that
just so you know, you can't do that on YouTube.
Clinton used, that Bill Clinton used, that Jimmy Carter used, and that Barack Obama
When did any
used.
of them threaten that? When did any of them threaten?
Let me finish the point I'm going to make there real quick, because it's important. This president, the only difference between his foreign policy with Iran and the other Democrats I mentioned was they all said that they couldn't get a nuclear weapon, and Donald Trump said, I am actually agreeing with you,
it's a zong.
And I'm going to do it. I'm going to stop them. And you cannot be a terrorist to the world while Donald Trump is the president of the United States of America, shut down shipping lanes you have no right to shut down, and expect that there be no consequences. The president doesn't bluff. And so when he puts that out, I think he's had about enough of this. I think he's had about enough of the fact that Iran, even after we go and kill their first level, their second level, their third level, and their fourth level of people, they're still not giving in. He's like, okay, you guys want to play this game, FAFO, and I'm going to act, which is exactly, by the way, why I voted for him.
But just before I go back to Dave to respond to that, explain to me the difference between the belief that Donald Trump has about Iran, that they want death to America, death to all Americans. That's why they want a nuclear weapon. And if they get one, they will kill millions of Americans, which is why America has to stop them. And the President of the United States saying he wants to wipe out an entire civilization in one night, which can only be done with nuclear weapons or weapons of that power.
Well,
so look, as I say, look, I don't think he's going to do that. But he has said he's going to do that. Many people think he's already committed a war crime in signaling his intention to do that. But that's for another day. But my point is, what is
great point.
The difference in terms of language between the head of
the show's called High on Politics. People come in here acting surprised or offended that you smoke. Like, it's in the name. You're in a text-based chat. I know you can read.
Al Qaeda, say Bin Laden, saying wanting to wipe out millions of Americans, or Iran wanting to do that, and America wanting to do that. I mean, that would be Dave's point,
man.
I'm sure, in a moment. But before we go to him, what is the difference?
Well, look, I think the president here is a guy that always pushes the limit on what he's saying, especially when he's dealing with bad guys, whether it was in Venezuela, whether it's narco-terrorists, or whether it's the Ayatollah and those that are in charge right now in Iran. Do I think he's going to indiscriminately kill a bunch of people? Of course not. Do I think that's the intent of the tweet? Of course not. If you've talked to the president and you know what he says here, you can either just try to hit him on that and score political points, or you can look at what the president has done so far. He has been incredibly surgical with the strikes that he's had. He's not been going after and just bombing. I'll go to an example that I think Dave used on this show, saying Israel's just bombing all these buildings in Gaza, for example. That's not what the president's done here at all. The president has been very surgical in using our military. I have no doubt that that's what he's going to do here. And what he's saying is, if I go after your electrical grid, you literally are going back to the Stone Ages when there was no electricity. So if you want to hit the president political points to win a political argument, fine, do that. But what the president's saying in that tweet, I think, is directly to the leadership in Iran and telling them, I'm not screwing around. This is going to be very bad for you. Open up the Strait of Hormuz and do it immediately. We can have a ceasefire. You guys have been talking to us for a while now. You know how to do stall and delay tactics. This is a deadline. This is a red line. By the way, other presidents have given red lines before. They just don't back them up. This president does. Barack Obama didn't back up his red line multiple times on foreign policy issues, including when chemical weapons were used.
Well, that is true. Yeah, that is true. But Dave Smith, let me come to you. I mean, my big problem with this is, like I say, this will be airing after that deadline has passed. And my guess is the Iranians will not concede in the way that Trump wants them to before this deadline. Maybe I'm wrong, and maybe they will, but I don't think they will. And therefore, they call his bluff to a degree, and Trump will not then go through with what he vowed to do, which is wipe out the entire Iranian population. And then he becomes, the emperor with no clothes to a degree, the boy who cried wolf. It's like there's a danger in that as well.
Thank you. That's what I've been saying. The fact is, now he's kind of shown his ass. What's he going to do? Have another fucking tweet where he's like, I'm going to obliterate civilization in Iran.
President of the world's greatest military.
Okay. T-Man, what up? How you doing?
What he says he would do if XYZ doesn't happen.
Appreciate you being here.
Well, okay, so let me say, first of all, there's just this obvious contradiction in what Ben just said there, which is that on one hand...
No, seriously, thank you for being here.
He's saying the president doesn't...
Sorry, I had to check which platform he came on, and I'm also just like, I don't know if I'm responding to somebody that might be a troll.
Bluff. He draws a red line and he sticks to it. And then on the other hand saying... that's just Donald Trump. He talks crazy like this. And you're just trying to win a cheap political argument if you look at what he's literally saying. It can't be both of those things now, can it? If
they were saying hello to Alt Delete.
Doesn't bluff.
My bad, don't want to interrupt.
Then Donald Trump has promised.
Now I just feel like I did the internet equivalent of waving at you, and you were just like, I was waving at the person behind you. I'm like, oh.
To send them back to the Stone Age, that it will be the end of the civilization, never to be recovered, and that presumably starting
Hit
tonight...
their electoral grid.
Well, sorry, T-Man. Go back to your thing with Alt-Delete.
Hits there is bridge and power plant days, okay?
Yes.
So if he doesn't... Right. So remember the non-interrupting rule. So if he's either bluffing or he's not bluffing here. Now, obviously, it does bode well for this particular political argument that sparked off on your show a few weeks ago, that now Donald Trump is making these threats. But the position Ben's in here, it's almost like being the White House press secretary. If we were talking last week and I had said, Donald Trump's going to say this,
self-cringe moments, we all know.
Like, no, he's not. No one's saying.
Nothing worse than being in high school thinking that you're, you might be getting one over on your crush, and that exact thing happens.
That this is ridiculous, but now he's said it, so now you have to defend how he doesn't bluff, but also he doesn't really mean what he said. Look, Pierce, I don't know. I hope you're right, but all the indications here are that tonight's 8 p.m.
Girl Hannah
deadline is going to come and go without the
remember it vividly
Iranians capitulating. And so Donald Trump has really put all his chips in on the center of the table here. So to the dynamic you just laid out, he's now painted himself into this corner.
Your
for
boy
absolutely
wants to get deployed over there, then let him.
No reason. He's painted himself into this corner where he's...
And then you might learn a life lesson. He might learn a life lesson that results in a non-life lesson.
He's either got to do something huge.
That's how it works, man.
Huge, or...
That happened to me. Lost one of my best friends.
Or as you said, be exposed as just being...
Sucks to be damn near 40 and live through the Bush years, but cool.
A complete bluffer.
My
not
guess
having
is...
a real
My guess,
deadline.
Here's the difference,
hang on, Ben. But my guess is he'll...
Yeah, if he's infantry, he's fucked.
He'll say, you know what, we're
That's how it
getting
goes.
somewhere with the Iranians. The new leaders want to do a deal, so we're going to give them a bit more time, which is what he's been doing throughout this war. And Ben, the trouble with doing that is if you keep doing that, but the Iranians keep saying, no, we're not talking to you. What are you talking about? And they keep the Straits of Hormuz shut, and they carry on firing weapons at their Gulf neighbors. And they
I'm out. Goodbye, fucker. What, did I make you feel bad or some shit?
Carry on exactly what they...
Damn, you've been here for over 6 hours, and now you're just like, I'm out. Fuck this.
They're doing. And then you have Pete Hegseth saying, we've got total
He's airborne, so yeah, infantry.
dominance. And right until one of our fighter planes gets shot down.
Sorry to hear that, man.
We have to send in $300 million worth of rescue mission to get the
If they put boots on the ground, just remember,
pilots out.
IEDs, we didn't know what those were. And then all of a sudden I got an awesome fucking...
That doesn't say to me that all these defenses have been destroyed.
Notification. His mom called me, and his mom hated me.
Does it?
Piers, we have total air dominance over the country and hitting one of our planes. Yeah, when you're throwing a lot of stuff up in the air, going after airplanes.
That's all you want? Yeah, sure.
There is a very good chance you'll be able to get one. That's why
You're the only one who's leaving mad.
It's called war. No one said that they would never touch one of our airplanes. Go find that quote. It doesn't exist. But the fact that we have total dominance over
No. No. They said they didn't even have the capabilities to do it.
airspace is proof. The fact
Little different. You're mixing words there, my guy.
that we were able to go in there with helicopters and do
Must've been a heavy
real
call.
search and rescue missions and bring them home. By the way, some of those helicopters also got shot at from the ground. Some of them with AK-47s from the ground. That doesn't mean that it's totally perfect. In Venezuela,
It sucks even more when it was like your least patriotic friend that only joined to get college paid off.
we had total air superiority.
He was such a dumbass, dude. We tried to get him to fucking just like be a mechanic or like something else. But he was like, no, infantry. They're offering me like a fucking bonus, blah, blah, blah.
Here, we also had one of the guys that was flying one of the helicopters get shot from the ground. It's called war. The idea that like people aren't going to get hit or things aren't going to get hit or equipment aren't going to get hit, that's a video game. That's absurd. That is not what the president's saying. That's not what the Pentagon is saying. When you have total air dominance, it means you can do and hit what you want to 99.9% of the time, and they're not coming back after you. They don't have radar systems. We've taken them out. We're able to pretty much fly freely over that country.
Sure. See, the thing is, I don't believe a lick of this. I've already lived through this.
And hit targets that
I lived through rah America. We're going for the Taliban. Okay. We're going for Saddam. Okay. We're going for ISIS. Okay.
We're
going for ISIL. It's something else now.
to hit.
Okay.
And so I think what you're saying is basically you're trying to make it a lot worse than it is. Dave said on the last show, and I was watching it earlier as I was prepping for this.
Somehow we still ended up just leaving without actually gaining any objectives, so we lost that conflict. Multiple conflicts, I should say.
This is a quagmire. If you go, and this is the part where I say it's like rooting against America. The definition of a quagmire, if you ask social media, is a little different than if you actually look up the definition or you ask AI.
Well, for my podcast sucking, you listened to a shit ton of it today. Take care, RC.
A quagmire is years. A quagmire is 2+ years if you look at how
It's almost like I'm engaging or something, but what do I know?
they teach it in military schools. This isn't coming from me.
Leaving
This
all
is-
our stuff on top of it. Yep.
If you go to West Point, they say if you are bogged down in a war and you are losing or stagnant, they use Vietnam as an example of that. They use the
RC, yeah, I mean, literally. Like, no, he's just going through that thing where he doesn't know why he hates gay guys without realizing that he likes penis. Now he's saying that I'm a shitty podcaster, but he'll be back. He'll be back.
never-ending war in Afghanistan.
Can't wait to see him in one of my next shows. Might not be the next one, but he's not going to be able to stay away because he can't control how much he wants to just tell me how much I suck.
Afghanistan's another example. The word quagmire starts being used
Take care
after
of it, homie.
years. We're talking weeks into this thing, like 2 months in. We're talking about the fact that we've taken out, and you say, well, the president's got a problem here, and they don't believe him. You've taken out their top leader, then their replacement, then their
I know my fucking worth.
replacement, then their replacement. You've taken out their air superiority. You've taken out their Navy. Like, you guys, I'm sorry.
So mad.
Like, the idea that this is a
He's getting a hate boner.
quagmire or is not
Why does he have such sexy hair?
successful and
Stop having sexy hair.
well, they won't believe the president if he bluffs on this one. Call the last 4 dead guys that were the leader of Iran and tell me they don't believe President Trump.
Why, if the
You're
United
not taking my kid. What?
States
What the fuck? Whoa. What the fuck? It's Friday night. He's been here a long time. He might be drunk. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. What in the fuck did you just
has such incredible, overwhelming military success in this war so far, why are the Straits of Hormuz still shut?
Because I think if you look at the
W? Really? You want to call that a W? Oh, I mean, dude, I'm from Chicago. I know how to fly a flag that has a W on it.
issue there, Number one, you're dealing with
Pretty sure we started the fucking apocalypse with that one.
international issues there, and number two, you're also dealing with the fact that it is a waterway, and if you can't just like go in there and bomb the hell out of it and then expect the ships to come through. It has to be orderly. Three, if you talk to
This guy, the screamer.
maritime
Ah! RC wants me. He loves me. It's a pink sweater. He thinks that I'm sexy.
individuals,
If you think I'm sexy, then you watch my stream and you want to comment all day.
specifically those that deal with insurance. I did about an hour and a half phone call saying,
"Holy fuck,
teach me everything." It has to be a safe
Yeah, exactly.
place, or you cannot get.
Yeah, Chirac. So fun. You know what? Hold on, guys. I forgot that I gotta go get my fucking dinner from a food truck here in Chirac. I best put on my my vest, my flak jacket.
The insurance.
Must get my brass ready and all my extra mags.
The last thing you do is go in there militarily, because then nobody will insure any of these boats at all. So therefore, they will not come through the Strait of Hormuz because they can't get the insurance policy they need for the maritime movement of those boats. Like, some of this is not that complicated. You just need
And he still ends with good night.
to ask questions.
Okay, before I go,
No, I was not ready for the fucking the actual proper good night.
Just be very
It was so just
clear with me in your head.
Oh, your manners.
What victory looks like. At what point can the Americans, Donald Trump, claim victory and leave?
To me or Dave?
To you, before I go to Dave.
Oh, to me.
Yeah.
I think there's two different definitions here of victory. I think there's the clear
What are you talking about?
victory, which Trump talked
Yo, dude, you don't know what you're talking about.
from the very beginning,
I'm just fine. All I had to do was wait 2 weeks.
and all past
Oh my God, 2 weeks. Was that so bad? 2 weeks? 2 whole weeks?
Democratic president since
What?
1979. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon.
Nah, brass just it's expensive as shit, man. You know it.
That is my first.
Like, if you go to a fucking range, dude, you know it. Like, buying a fucking, just even a hundo is fucking, it's
definition
ridiculous.
of victory. If we have Iran that has been
For Chicago, bitch.
pushed back to the Stone Ages and they're nowhere close to enriching their uranium at 60+%,
That can be
and
brutal.
that we know that we are safe from a nuclear Iran and a dirty bomb. They've clearly said over and over again, death to America. We know that's their intent. They've been saying it for 40+ years. That is my definition of victory. A bonus on top of that, a tier 2 victory, which I think the media has already made this the new standard, which I disagree with fundamentally, is that there is regime change. The president's made it clear he would love for there to
We don't have some of the highest gun crime. You might want to check up on that one.
be regime
St. Louis is way, way ahead of us.
change. And by the way, there has been. We've killed their
Goodbye.
top 4 guys.
You
So
are the weakest
that's
link.
4x regime change, in my opinion. If 4 people that were in
I can be lame too.
charge are no longer in charge, that's pretty good. Would I love for the people in Iran to be able to take over and have genuine freedom? Yes. Is that what I consider a victory? No. That is a bonus. All I care about is that Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon and they're not killing more men and women in uniform. They've killed more men and women in uniform
Yeah, going to the gun range is stupid expensive. Yeah, it is.
from America than any
But it's fun.
other country in my
I
lifetime.
do like it.
I want that threat off the table. That's my
Fuck.
definition.
I went to 3 protests and then I went to a range and I got to fire off a fucking 30-30. I had a 5.56 and then I also had a 2 9s.
Of victory. No.
But again, tell me how much of a pussy the left is and how we don't like our pew pews.
Doubt about it.
Dave Smith, your response.
Well, I mean, again, just as is almost always the case with war propaganda, it's just the contradictions are just everywhere around you. It's like my
List 'em.
secondary. I was about to. My secondary goal is regime change, but
it's not. It's like 7th.
There's already been.
Which ain't shit.
In regime change.
Honestly, dude, our fucking crime rates have gone down significantly. I've lived here my entire life, and I can tell you right now that, yeah, in the 90s, early 2000s, that was a little sketch. But after like 2015, for real, like you just knew. You just like all of it kind of became not like, I don't want to use the term segregated because it's not necessarily that. Because it wasn't. like sometimes it would spread, but like for real, you just knew. Like you just, if you live in Chicago, you just know not to go to certain fucking places.
In this war, but it's not a.
It's not even about like the gun violence. It's literally just about gang shit. Which, again, man, St. Louis, Baltimore, Washington D.C. even. Like, come on the fuck on, man.
War, but we've always been at
like. Don't get me started.
War for 47
I've
years.
always said it's a
I mean,
war.
Pierce. Okay, buddy. Yeah. Okay. Well, you say it's a war. The administration won't admit that because it's totally illegal if it is. Even Donald Trump himself said we can't call it.
You can't say Beetlejuice was good for your city.
A war for legal reasons.
Like the play. Well, I didn't get a hand job from fucking a congresswoman, so I guess you're right.
But yes, of course, it is a war. But I mean, Pierce, if you just think about how many people, and I got to say, particularly, I'm stunned by the Iranian expat types, which I've debated a couple.
Jewish supremacists? No.
On your show before.
You're talking about just like the current Israeli state.
Because I always am a little bit more for.
Even though I don't actually believe that.
Forgiving to them when they say something like, you know, it's just how
a lefty gun guy is rare.
How brutally repressive the mullah and the ayatollah's regime.
Well, welcome to my channel, bud.
Is and how they want to liberate the people.
Trans rights, and I also like to, spend some money.
But not
used to. Last time I went shooting, full disclosure, my friend paid for it.
Not one of them have jumped.
Lori Lightfoot sucks.
Off board.
Listen, don't ever try to use Lightfoot on a lefty. She was awful. She was awful. Everybody. I think that's one thing that like we all drink together and we're all just like, oh, so you voted for Trump. Oh, so you voted for Kamala or Biden or whoever. And we're just like, but do you like Lightfoot? And we're just like, no. And then we're like, all right, fist bump.
Since Donald Trump has essentially announced total
dude, she sucked.
War against the civilian population.
At least Brandon Johnson has like kind of a semblance of like, he knows ish what he's doing. Like, he's made some fuck ups, but overall he's actually instituted some programs that are benefiting us. So,
and here again, Ben repeats, send him back to the Stone Age. I'm sorry, did women have liberation in the Stone Age? Is that when
Stone
everyone
Age
gets
is
to
not
take their
having
burqas
electricity.
off?
I said that earlier. But Dave, I don't mind the debate,
and does
but
that
I
lead,
said it earlier.
And does that lead
that
to
means not
right?
having...
I know.
Most leftists are for guns. It's the liberals. Yeah, actually, no. Sylvie's right about that.
And that leads
electricity.
Right.
That has nothing to do with women's
yes, I
rights.
understand.
Yeah, but Ben, sorry, hang on.
I'm sorry. We said we're not going to interrupt.
See, I thought you left.
Stay on that
Listen,
point, Ben.
well, that's war against the civilian population.
Well, Dave, what Ben is doing is what I've noticed a lot of people on the right have been doing, who are still very pro-Trump in this war.
No, Brandon Johnson's not like that.
Is you're translating. What
no, Brandon Johnson actually extended like where we can CC.
Trump apparently.
Shut up. You don't know what you're talking about.
He was meant when he said we're going to bomb you back to the Stone Ages. You have decided it means
he's not the greatest mayor, but he's not the worst.
No electricity because
no, he's not Lori Lightfoot, and he's not fucking what's his Rahm Emanuel. That guy fucking sucked.
It's the only way you can really justify it. Right?
And
which
so
is still pretty bad,
Donald Trump.
And I would say,
oh my God, I want to fight you.
And I would say, Ben, I would say this. When you said victory, that's why it's interesting to get you to clarify.
All right, we doing like fucking classic square up, or do I like...
What victory?
Can we do this on the ice? If we could do this on the ice, I'm full in.
When you said it, it's stopping the Iranians from
At least I do know I have that fucking edge.
A dirty bomb. But that's what we were told had been achieved last summer. At the end of the 12-day war...
Oh, ice, no helmet, all day.
Trump literally said that. We have stopped them developing a nuclear weapon. Mission accomplished. Here we are, less than a year later, 9 months later, and we're being told that victory will be if the United States and Israel...
For real, RC, this is cringe.
...will stop the Iranians...
Oh, are you saying that me saying that I want to fight them on ice is cringe? Because, oh...
...developing a nuclear weapon. But what's happened in 9 months?
Here's a great question. You have 60% enriched uranium that we know about that they still have. That's part of what we want to get out of the country. That is just taking data and looking at it and then saying, is this still a threat?
No, they're not going to Gary.
How quickly can you get 60% to where it's military grade, to where you can get a dirty bomb?
That would be amazing, because that would just be the fucking bears shooting themselves in the dick. Because if they go to Gary, Yo, you ever been to Gary?
It's really damn close.
I've
So the
been to
president
Gary.
made another calculus here and said,
I don't
okay,
ever want to go
we
back
hit those
to
two
Gary.
facilities. They
Like,
didn't stop.
Y'all scared of Chirac. No, you should be scared of fucking Gary, Indiana.
they were-
that place is something out of like Terrifier movies.
Doing. They still have
It's
it way too
fucked
close
up.
to military grade.
Seriously,
where
even The Wire couldn't touch that
they can
shit.
do a dirty bomb. We know their intent is to kill innocent people and get a dirty bomb.
Although, I might discuss this on a later show, probably on Monday. We might have a serial killer, like, in Chicago here. We keep having, like, a bunch of, like, dudes right around the age of 24 to, like, their 40s, just, like, showing up dead in ponds and, like, waterways all across the suburbs in, like, Chicago.
They've said it over and over again. So therefore, because of
Yeah, dude, it's fucked up.
that
For real. They just found another one today.
information, we are going
There's one in Elk Grove Village, which is like it's a suburb that's like maybe 20 minutes outside of Chicago, and then they had another one that like popped up near the suburbs where I was for my
to
streams.
go in yet again,
Yeah, dude.
and we're going to
It's getting fucked up.
make sure that America is safe
So
and
do
the
you
rest of the world is
accept?
safe.
All right, so Ben, do you accept that if the
On the next episode of Natch,
Americans and Israelis
no,
do not get
don't even put that shit out there. If I find that shit, you're gonna watch me fucking go into like
the enriched uranium out of Iran, this is not victory.
Oh
It is a failure. The war will have been lost.
I think there's two ways you can look at that. And again, this is coming from a military mindset. Number one is I talk to people in the military, they say, look, if they can't
Schaumburg.
access it,
That's where
right,
it was in Schaumburg, Illinois, was the one that was found
we
today.
bomb it in and we push it in and they can't access it anymore, that could be
Shit's
considered
fucked
a
up.
victory from a
And then like I said, Elk Grove Village, and like they've been popping up like sporadically, and there's like 2 or 3 per week, man. Like, and then you have the police in each precinct going, "Oh, there's no no, that's ridiculous. What are you talking about? These are all isolated incidents." So like, there's one where they said it was a self-inflicted, but I don't buy it, man.
military standpoint
Like, I
perspective.
just-
And again, this is a way of
There's another one that was outside of a fucking Kohl's, like a suburban Kohl's.
above my pay grade. That's why I ask other people questions that are experts. Would we love to get it out?
Nah, with the same MO though. Come on, schismatic.
Yes,
what are you
but
talking
if
about?
we can't get it out and they can't get it out, that can be a victory. It
What, do you think there's like a fucking like? I mean, that's not outside the realm of possibility, but I don't know.
depends
You
on
think?
where it is.
Because like the things that make it common is the age and like sex. It's a bunch of dudes from like their mid 20s to like early 30s being found in bodies of water all over like Chicago, and it's like small bodies, dude. We're talking like retention ponds.
It depends on how much we bombed it. It depends on how secure it is if it stays in the ground.
You're playing euchre? Hell yeah.
There. So I don't say it's only
Hey Robin, I just got way too excited for I love euchre. I play that with my dad. But that's badass, but also yeah, it is fucked up.
one or the other, success or failure. It depends on the information.
I can say for sure that the one of the recent ones is unrelated. Well, yeah, because Shield. So yeah, no, I know that you're like local. So that one was that the self-inflicted one? Because that was the like
on the ground.
I was arguing with somebody about that, where I was just like, nah, this one's like, they kept saying self-inflicted, but it was the fact that they ended up in the retention pond that they were just like, eh.
And if it is in a place where they're like, no one's going to be able to get to this, we can't get to it.
Trump the goat. Totally not a bot.
Can they? It's now unusable. That's a success as well. But I'd love to get it out of there. Yes, I don't like Iranians having anything close to it or having it in their backyard.
The problem
but
is,
if you
I'll-
put it in the
all right.
ground, it's done. It's done.
Let me come back to Dave. I mean, the problem is I've got increasingly limited
Nah, it's definitely not it's not the first one.
confidence
It's not.
in the
If that's the case, then you literally got one per week.
statements about
And it's like
the state of Iran's.
I don't know, man. Let's put it this way: the craziest people in my community are the ones that jump to the serial side of it. Now that like we keep getting them, and like it's all the same MO. what the fuck else are you supposed to think? And honestly, as someone who's in that age range, I'm just kind of like, oh, I'm not going for walks anytime soon.
An ability to build a bomb because of what happened last summer. I believed what I was told.
This is like Sherlock Holmes shit. I'm going to be covering
They war. That was it.
I got that. I got my Trump store thing, which
the threat had been neutralized. They couldn't build a nuclear weapon. That was it. And here we are in March. This was last summer. And in March, now we're being told they've got all this enriched uranium. None of it got removed last time. It's still there.
Pepwalks is on hold.
And we...
Now I'll just go out to the burbs. Maybe not. Because as I said, man, Schaumburg. Like, they found it in Schaumburg, which is like 20 minutes outside of where I was at for my my other Pepwalk. So I don't know about that.
How are we going to know?
I don't know,
whether
man.
we've removed it from their ability to use it or not. We're not going to know.
IRL Street Pep Detective.
So, unfortunately, that to me doesn't look like a very substantive victory claim. To me. It's just going to muddy the waters again.
That's right. That's right. I mean, and look, the fact that the goalposts just get moved so much, and like you said, because not that long ago, just last summer, where all the people who supported the 12-day war were boasting and demonizing anybody who opposed it as what a success this was because we obliterated their nuclear program. But like,
as much as I wanted to,
we have to go back and fight a whole new war right now over that nuclear threat. Then that was wrong. Then you got to admit you were wrong about it back then.
Trump.
And if not, but
here is the quote from Trump, Dave. This is last year, after the 12-day war. I don't think they'll ever do it again. They've had it. It was a complete obliteration. They were set back decades. Turned out, decades was actually 9 months.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, this is just too ridiculous to stand. And if I could just go back to the last point there, because, seeing as how this whole thing started off of my claim of the U.S. Regime being the biggest terrorist organization in the world, I mean, even if we are to accept Ben's interpretation of what Donald Trump was saying here, if you were just saying, like, no, the Stone Age means we take out all the bridges and all the electricity, like, okay, but what does that mean? Well, hey, Ben, listen.
All right. I'm going to call it there. Seriously. Like, maybe I'll watch the rest later. Maybe I won't. Who knows? But all right, folks. Oh, that was a fun show. I would have probably finished that had I not done the whole waiting for the space crew to get off of their stupid ship. But yeah. Clean 7 indeed there, Natch. Have a good night. Thank you, Reginald Fluffington. Appreciate that. Goodbye. Now you're... Wait. I announced that I'm leaving and now you're leaving? Hold the fuck on there, RC. I thought... No. Oh, you did the clean 7. I got you. You fucking... Got him. Woo! All right, so he was here for the full 7. That's hilarious to me. Have a good night, guys. You know what? I am gonna have a good night because I know that I got this guy RC that does not like me. He doesn't like my community. He doesn't like what I do. But god damn it, he was here for almost 7 hours, and he's gonna try and come in here and say, "I was in here in and out." That's why you answered every chat that was responding to you. That's how that works. But. Colonel Charlie, dude, seriously, that was wild. But I appreciate y'all. I really fucking do. If you guys could do me that solid, if you haven't already, please hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you have not. I'm a smaller channel, so it really, really helps me out. And honestly, it's something that you guys can do to be awesome and just, you know what, put good karma out there. I've done my 6 years. Oh, is that what you're saying? Today was 6 years? Or is that just you were like, I did 6 years in prison. Your podcast is nothing. Which, I don't know. Is that an insult? I don't know. Either way. I do leave me alone. Goodbye, people. That's one hell of a, I don't want to be here anymore. Leave me alone. Dude, that was wild. All right. For real, though, I do have to go. So, I will catch you guys on the next one, whether it be on Monday or tomorrow. Keep your notifications on to be notified. And it'll likely be on Monday, though. Now, here's the thing. Do I have a surprise show on Sunday? This is why I'm bad at this. Surprise show on Sunday would only be through Twitch. This is why you guys need to follow my Twitch, is because this show will be not only exclusive there, but it's, you know, a little spicier content that we can't watch on the YouTubes, which means fun times. So, yes, check out the Twitch. But very, very worst case, guys, I see you all on Monday. And then, yeah, because just wish Unimoogle a happy birthday. Won't say when, but just wish her a happy birthday. And with that, I will catch you guys later. Love y'all. Bye. Bye. Just signed off like a phone call. I do love y'all. Take care.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children. Pep Talk. Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the Pep Talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist. Pep Talk. I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are in